Levitical priest, you are to break camp and follow it. But keep a distance of about 1,000 yards between yourselves and the ark. Don't go near it, so that you can see the way to go, for you haven't traveled this way before. Joshua told the people, consecrate yourselves, because the Lord will do wonders among you tomorrow. Then he said to the priest, carry the ark of the covenant and go on ahead of the people. So they carried the ark of the covenant and went ahead of them. The Lord spoke to Joshua, today I will begin to exalt you in the sight of all of Israel, so they will know that I will be with you just as I was with Moses. Command the priests carrying the ark of the covenant, when you reach the edge of the Jordan, stand in the Jordan. Then Joshua told the Israelites, come closer and listen to the words of the Lord your God. He said, you will know that the living God is among you, and that he will certainly disposes before you the Canaanites, Hittites, Hivites, Perizzites, Girgashites, Amorites, and Jebusites, when the ark of the covenant of the Lord of the whole earth goes ahead of you into the Jordan. Now choose 12 men from the tribes of Israel, one for each tribe. When the feet of the priests who carry the ark of the Lord of the whole earth, come to rest in the Jordan's water, its waters will be cut off. The water flowing downstream will stand up in mass. When the people broke camp to cross the Jordan, the priests carried the ark of the covenant ahead of the people. Now, the Jordan overflows its banks throughout the harvest season. But as soon as the priests carrying the ark reached the Jordan, their feet touched the water at its edge, and the water flowing downstream stood still, rising up in mass and then extending as far as Adam, a city next to Zarethan. The water flowing downstream into the Sea of Arab, the Dead Sea, was completely cut off, and the people crossed opposite Jericho. The priests carrying the ark of the Lord's covenant stood firmly on dry ground in the middle of the Jordan, while all Israel crossed on dry ground until the entire nation had finished crossing the Jordan. After the entire nation had finished crossing the Jordan, the Lord spoke to Joshua, choose 12 men from the people, one man for each tribe, and command them, take 12 stones from this place in the middle of the Jordan where the priests are standing, carry them with you, and set them down at the place where you spend the night. So Joshua summoned the 12 men he had selected from the Israelites, one man for each tribe, and said to them, go across to the ark of the Lord your God in the middle of the Jordan. Each of you lift a stone onto its shoulder, one for each of the Israelite tribes. So that this will be a sign among you. In the future, when your children ask you, what do these stones mean to you? You should tell them, the water of the Jordan was cut off in front of the ark of the Lord's covenant. When it crossed the Jordan's water was cut off. Therefore, these stones will always be a memorial for the Israelites. The Israelites did just as Joshua had commanded them. The 12 men took the stones from the middle of the Jordan, one for each of the Israelite tribes, just as the Lord had told Joshua. They carried them to the camp and set them down there. Joshua also set up 12 stones in the middle of the Jordan, where the priests who carried the Ark of the Covenant were standing. The stones are still there today. The priests carrying the ark continued standing in the middle of the Jordan until everything was completed that the Lord had commanded Joshua to tell the people. In keeping with all that Moses had commanded Joshua, the people hurried across. And after everyone had finished crossing, the priests with the ark of the Lord crossed in the sight of the people. The Reubenites, Gadites, and half the tribe of Manasseh went in battle formation in front of the Israelites as Moses had instructed them. About 40,000 equipped for war crossed to the plains of Jericho in the Lord's presence. On that day, the Lord exalted Joshua in the sight of all of Israel. They revered him throughout his life as he had revered Moses. The Lord told Joshua, command the priests who carry the ark of the testimony to come up from the Jordan. So Joshua commanded the priests, come up from the Jordan. When the priests carrying the ark of the Lord's covenant came up from the middle of the Jordan, and their feet stepped out on solid ground, the water of the Jordan resumed its course, flowing over all the banks as before. The people came up from the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month and camped at Gilgal on the eastern limits of Jericho. Then Joshua set up in Gilgal the 12 stones they had taken from the Jordan. And he said to the Israelites, in the future when your children ask their fathers, what is the meaning of these stones? You should tell your children, Israel crossed the Jordan on dry ground. For the Lord your God dried up the water of the Jordan before you until you had crossed over, just as the Lord God did to the Red Sea, which he dried up before us until we had crossed over. This is so that the people of the earth may know that the Lord's hand is strong, and so that you may always fear the Lord your God. When the Amorite king across the Jordan to the west and all the Canaanite kings near the sea heard how the Lord had dried up the water of the Jordan before the Israelites until they had crossed over, they lost heart and their courage failed because of all of the Israelites. At that time the Lord said to Joshua, make flint knives and circumcise the Israelite men again. So Joshua made flint knives and circumcised the Israelite men at Gilbath Haratha. This is the reason Joshua circumcised them. All the people who came out of Egypt who were males, all the men of war, had died in the wilderness along the way after they had come up out of Egypt. Though all the people who came out were circumcised, none of the people born in the wilderness along the way were circumcised after they had come out of Egypt. For the Israelites wandered in wilderness 40 years until the nation's men of war who came out of Egypt had died because they did not obey the Lord. So the Lord vowed never to let them see the land he had sworn to their ancestors to give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. He raised up their sons in their place. It was these Joshua circumcised. They were still uncircumcised since they had not been circumcised along the way. After the entire nation had been circumcised, they stayed where they were in the camp until they recovered. The Lord then said to Joshua, today I've rolled away the disgrace of Egypt from you. Therefore, that place is still called Gilgal today. While the Israelites camped at Gilgal on the plains of Jericho, they observed the Passover on the evening of the 14th day of the month. The day after Passover, they ate unleavened bread and roasted grain from the produce of the land. And the day after they ate from the produce of the land, the manna ceased. Since there was no more manna for the Israelites, they ate from the crops of the land of Canaan that year. When Joshua was near Jericho, he looked up and saw a man standing in front of him with a drawn sword in his hand. Joshua approached him and asked, are you for us or for our enemies? Neither, he replied. I have now come as the commander of the Lord's army. Then Joshua bowed his face to the ground in homage and asked him, what does my Lord want to say to his servant? The commander of the Lord's army said to Joshua, remove the sandals from your feet, for the place where you are standing is holy. And Joshua did that. Now Jericho was strongly fortified because of the Israelites, no one leaving or entering. The Lord said to Joshua, look, I have handed Jericho, its king and its soldiers, over to you. March around the city with all the men of war, circling the city one time. Do this for 6 days. Have 7 priests carry 7 ram's horns, trumpets in front of the ark. But on the 7th day, march around the city 7 times, while the priests blow the ram's horn. When there is a prolonged blast of the horn, and you hear it sound, have all the troops give a mighty shout. Then the city wall will collapse, and the troops will advance, each man straight ahead. So Joshua, son of Nun, summoned the priests and said to them, take up the ark of the covenant and have 7 priests carry 7 ram's horns in front of the ark of the Lord. He said to the troops, move forward, march around the city, and have the armed men go ahead of the ark of the Lord. After Joshua had spoken to the troops, 7 priests carrying 7 ram's horns before the Lord moved forward and blew the ram's horns, and the ark of the Lord's covenant followed them. While the ram's horns were blowing, the armed men went in front of the priests who blew the ram's horns, and the rear guard went behind the ark. But Joshua commanded the troops, do not shout or let your voice be heard. Do not let one word come out of your mouth. Until the time I say shout, then you are to shout. So the ark of the Lord was carried around the city, circling it once. They returned to the camp and spent the night there. Joshua got up early the next morning, and the priests took the ark of the Lord. And the 7 priests carrying 7 ram's horns marched in front of the ark of the Lord while the ram's horns were blowing. The armed men went in front of them, and the rear guard went behind them, the ark of the Lord. On the second day, they marched around the city once and returned to the camp. They did this for 6 days. Early on the seventh day, they started at dawn and marched around the city 7 times. In the same way, that was the only day they marched around the city 7 times. After the 7th time, the priests blew the ram's horns, and Joshua said to the troops, "Shout, for the Lord has given you the city." But the city and everything in it are set apart to the Lord for destruction. Only Rahab the prostitute and everyone with her in the house will live, because she hid the messengers we sent. But keep yourself from things set apart, or you will be set apart for destruction. If you take any of those things, you will set apart the camp of Israel for destruction and make trouble for it. For all the silver and gold, the articles of bronze and iron, are dedicated to the Lord and must go into the Lord's treasury. So the troops shouted. The ram's horn sounded. When they heard the blast of the ram's horn, the troops gave a great shout, and the wall collapsed. The troops advanced into the city, each man straight ahead, and they captured the city. They completely destroyed everything in the city with the sword, every man, woman, both young and old, and every ox, sheep, and donkey. Joshua said to the 2 men who had scouted the land, "Go to the prostitute's house and bring the woman out of there and all who are with her, just as you swore to her." So the young man who had scouted went in and brought out Rahab and her father, mother, brothers, and all who belonged to her. They brought out her whole family and settled them outside the camp of Israel. They burned the city and everything in it, but they put the silver and the gold and the articles of bronze and iron into the treasury of the Lord's house. However, Joshua spared Rahab the prostitute, her father's family, and all who belonged to her, because she hid the messengers Joshua had sent to spy on Jericho, and she still lives in Israel today. At that time, Joshua imposed this curse: "The man who undertakes the rebuilding of this city, Jericho, is cursed before the Lord. He will lay its foundation at the cost of his firstborn. He will finish its gates at the cost of his youngest." And the Lord was with Joshua, and his fame spread throughout the land. The Israelites, however, were unfaithful regarding the things set apart for destruction. Achain, son of Carmi, son of Zabdi, son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took some of what was set apart, and the Lord's anger burned against the Israelites. Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is in Beth-haven, east of Bethel, and told them, "Go up and scout the land." So the men went up and scouted Ai. After returning to Joshua, they reported to him, "Don't send all the people, but send about 2,000 or 3,000 men to attack Ai. Since the people of Ai are few, don't wear out all the people there." So about 3,000 men went up there, but they fled from the men of Ai. The men of Ai struck down about 36 of them and chased them from outside the city gate to the quarry, striking them down on the descent. As a result, the people lost heart. Then Joshua tore his clothes and fell face down to the ground before the ark of the Lord until evening, as did the elders of Israel. They all put dust on their heads. "O Lord God," Joshua said, "why did you bring these people across the Jordan to hand us over to the Amorites for our destruction? If only we had been content to remain on the other side of the Jordan. What can I say? Lord, now that Israel has turned its back and run from its enemies. When the Canaanites and all who live in the land hear about this, they will surround us and wipe out our name from the earth. Then what will we do about your great name?" The Lord then said to Joshua, "Stand up. Why have you fallen face down? Israel has sinned. They have violated my covenant that I appointed for them. They have taken some of what was set apart. They have stolen, deceived, and put those things in their own belongings. This is why the Israelites cannot stand against their enemies. They will turn their backs and run from their enemies, because they have been set apart for destruction. I will no longer be with you unless you remove from among you what is set apart. Go and consecrate the people. Tell them to consecrate themselves for tomorrow, for this is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. These are things that are set apart among you, Israel, You will not be able to stand against your enemies until you remove what is set apart. In the morning, present yourselves tribe by tribe. The tribe the Lord selects is to come forward clan by clan. The clan the Lord selects is to come forward family by family. And the family the Lord selects is to come forward man by man. The one who is caught with these things set apart must be burned along with everything he has, because he has violated the Lord's covenant and committed an outrage in Israel. Joshua got up early the next morning. He had Israel come forward tribe by tribe, and the tribe of Judah was selected. He had the clans of Judah come forward, and the Zerahite clan was selected. He had the Zerahite clan come forward by heads of family, and Zabadi was selected. He then had Zabadi's family come forward man by man, and Achan, son of Carmi, son of Zabadi, son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, was selected. So Joshua said to Achan, "My son, give glory to God, give glory to the Lord, the God of Israel, and make a confession to him. I urge you, tell me what you have done. Don't hide anything from me." Achan replied to Joshua, "It is true, I have sinned against the Lord, the God of Israel. This is what I did. When I saw among the spoils a beautiful cloak from Babylon, 5 pounds of silver and a bar of gold weighing 1.25 pounds, I coveted them and took them. You can see for yourself. They are concealed in the ground inside my tent with the silver under the cloak." So Joshua sent messengers who ran to the tent, and there was the cloak concealed in his tent with silver underneath. They took the things from inside the tent, brought them to Joshua and the Israelites, and spread them out in the Lord's presence. Then Joshua and all of Israel with him took Achan, son of Zerah, the silver, the cloak, and the bar of gold, his sons and daughters, his ox, donkey, and sheep, his tent, and all that he had, and brought them up to the valley of Achor. Joshua said, "Why have you brought us trouble? Today the Lord will bring you trouble." So all Israel stoned them to death. They burned their bodies, threw stones on them, and raised over him a large pile of rocks that remains still today. Then the Lord turned from his burning anger. Therefore the place is called the Valley of Achor still today. The Lord said to Joshua, "Do not be afraid or discouraged. Take all the troops with you and go attack Ai. Look, I have handed over to you the king of Ai, his people, city, and land. Treat Ai and its kings as you did Jericho and its kings, except that you may plunder its spoil, livestock for yourselves. Set an ambush behind the city." So Joshua and all the troops set out to attack Ai. Joshua selected 30,000 of his best soldiers and sent them out at night. He commanded them, "Pay attention. Lie in ambush behind the city, not too far from it, and all you be ready. Then I and all the people who are with me will approach this city. When they come out against us, as they did the first time, we will flee from them. They will come out after us until we have drawn them away from the city, for they will say, 'They are fleeing from us as before.' While we are fleeing from them, you are to come out of ambush and seize the city. The Lord your God will hand it over to you. After taking the city, set it on fire. Follow the Lord's commands and see that you do as I have ordered you." So Joshua sent them, and they went to the ambush site and waited between Bethel and Ai, the west of Ai. But he spent the night with the troops. Joshua started early the next morning and mobilized them. Then he and the elders of Israel led the people up to Ai. When all the troops were with him, when all the troops who were with him went up and approached the city, arriving opposite Ai, and camped to the north of it, with a valley between them and the city. Now Joshua had taken about 5,000 men and set them in ambush between Bethel and Ai to the west of the city. The troops were stationed in this way: the main camp to the north of the city, and its rear to the west of the city. And that night Joshua went into the valley. When the king of Ai saw the Israelites, the men of the city hurried and went up early in the morning, so that all his people could engage Israel in battle at a suitable place facing the Arab. But he did not know there was an ambush waiting for him behind the city. Joshua and all of Israel pretended to be beaten by them and fled toward the wilderness. Then all the troops of Ai were summoned to pursue them, and they pursued Joshua and were drawn away from the city. Not a man was left in Ai or Bethel who did not go out after Israel, leaving the city exposed while they pursued Israel. And then the Lord said to Joshua, hold out a javelin in your hand toward Ai, for I will hand the city over to you. So Joshua held out his javelin toward it. When he held out his hand, the men in the ambush rose quickly from their position. They ran, entering the city, captured it, and immediately set fire. The men of Ai turned and looked back, and the smoke of the city was rising to the sky. They could not escape in any direction, and the troops who had fled to the wilderness now became the pursuers. When Joshua and all Israel saw that the men in ambush had captured the city and that the smoke was rising from it, they turned back and struck the men of Ai. The men in ambush came out of the city against them, and the men of Ai were trapped between the Israelite forces, some on one side and some on the other. They struck them down until no survivor or fugitive remained. But they captured the king of Ai alive and brought him to Joshua. When Israel had finished killing everyone living in Ai who had pursued them into the open country, when every last one of them had fallen by the sword, all Israel returned to Ai and struck it down with the sword. The total of those who fell that day, both men and women, was 12,000, all the people of Ai. Joshua did not draw back his hand that was holding the javelin until the inhabitants of Ai were completely destroyed. Israel plundered only the cattle and the spoil of the city for themselves, according to the Lord's command that he had given Joshua. Joshua burned Ai and left it permanently ruined, still desolate today. He hung the body of the king of Ai on a tree until evening, and at sunset Joshua commanded that they take his body down from the tree. They threw it down at the entrance of the city gate and put a large pile of rocks over it, which still remains today. At that time, Joshua built an altar on Mount Ebal to the Lord, the God of Israel. Just as Moses, the Lord's servant, had commanded the Israelites, he built it according to what is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of uncut stones on which no iron tool has been used. Then they offered burnt offerings to the Lord and sacrificed fellowship offerings on it. There on the stones Joshua copied the law of Moses, which had been written in the presence of the Israelites. All Israel, resident, alien, and citizen alike, with the elders, officers, and judges, stood on either side of the ark of the Lord's covenant, facing the Levitical priests who carried it. Half of them were in front of Mount Gerizim, and half in front of Mount Ebal, as Moses, the Lord's servant, had commanded earlier concerning blessing the people of Israel. Afterward, Joshua read aloud all the words of the law, the blessing as well as the curses, according to all that is written in the book of the law. There was not a word of all of Moses had commanded that Joshua did not read before the entire assembly of Israel, including the women, the dependents, and the resident aliens who lived among them. When the kings heard about Jericho and Ai, those who were west of the Jordan in the hill country, in the Judean foothills, and all along the coast of the Mediterranean seas towards Lebanon, the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hiphites, and Jebusites, they formed a unified alliance to fight against Joshua and Israel. When the inhabitants of Gibeon heard that Joshua had done to Jericho and Ai, they acted deceptively. They gathered provision, and they took worn-out sacks on their donkeys and old wineskins, cracked and mended. They were old, patched sandals on their feet and threadbare clothing on their bodies. Their entire provision of bread was dry and crumbly. They went to Joshua in the camp at Gilgal and said to him, to the men of Israel, "We have come from distant land. Please make a treaty with us." The men of Israel replied to the Hivites, "Perhaps you live among us. How can we make a treaty with you?" They said to Joshua, "We are your servants." Then Joshua asked them, "Who are you and where do you come from?" They replied to him, "Your servants have come from a faraway land because of the reputation of the Lord your God. For we have heard of his fame and all that he did in Egypt, and all that he did to the two Amorite kings beyond the Jordan, King Sihon of Heshbon and King Og of Bashan, who was in Ashtaroth. So our elders and all the inhabitants of our land told us, take provisions with you for the journey. Go and meet them and say, we are your servants. Please make a treaty with us. This bread of ours was warm when we took it from our houses as food on the day we left to come to you. But see, it's now dry and crumbly. These wineskins were new when we filled them, but see, they are cracked. And these clothes and sandals of ours are worn out from the extremely long journey. Then the men of Israel took some of their provision, but did not seek the Lord's decision. So Joshua established peace with them and made a treaty to let them live, and the leaders of the community swore an oath to them. 3 days after making the treaty with them, they heard that the Gibeonites were their neighbors living among them. So the Israelites set out and reached the Gibeonites' city on the 3rd day. Now their cities were Gibeon, Kephron, Beeroth, and Kerathi. But the Israelites did not attack them because the leaders of the community had sworn oath to them by the Lord, the God of Israel. Then the whole community grumbled against the leaders. All the leaders answered them, we have sworn an oath to them by the Lord, the God of Israel, and now we cannot touch them. This is how we will treat them. We will let them live so that no wrath will fall on us because of the oath we swore to them. They also said, let them live. So the Gibeonites became woodcutters and water carriers for the whole community as the leaders had promised them. Joshua summoned the Gibeonites and said to them, why did you deceive us by telling us that you live far away from us, when in fact you live among us? Therefore you are cursed and will always be slaves, woodcutters and water carriers for the house of my God. The Gibeonites answered, it was clearly communicated to your servants that the Lord your God had commanded his servant Moses to give you all the land and destroy all the inhabitants of the land before you. We greatly feared for our lives because of you, and that is why we did this. Now we are in your hands. Do to us whatever you think is right. This is what Joshua did to them. He rescued them from the Israelites, and they did not kill them. On the day that he made them woodcutters and water carriers, as they are today, for the community, for the Lord's altar at the place where he would choose. Chapter 10. Now King Adonizedek of Jerusalem heard that Joshua had captured Ai and completely destroyed it, treating Ai and its king as he had Jericho and its king, and the inhabitants of Gibeon had made peace with Israel and were living among them. So Adonizedek and his people were greatly alarmed because Gibeon was a large city, like one of the royal cities. It was larger than Ai, and all its men were warriors. Therefore King Adon of Jerusalem sent word to King Hoham of Hebron, and King Piram of Jarmuth, and King Japheth of Lachish, and King Debir of Eglon, saying, come up and help me. We will attack Gibeon, because they have made peace with Joshua and the Israelites. So the 5 Amorite kings, the kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jarmuth, Lachish, and Eglon, joined forces, advanced with all their armies, besieged Gibeon, and fought against it. Then the men of Gibeon sent word to Joshua in the camp of Gilgal, don't give up on your servants. Come quickly and save us. Help us, for all the Amorite kings living in the hill country have joined forces against us. So Joshua and all his troops, all his best soldiers, came from Gilgal. The Lord said to Joshua, do not be afraid of them, for I have handed them over to you. Not one of them will be able to stand against you. So Joshua caught them by surprise after marching all night from Gilgal. The Lord threw them into confusion before Israel. He defeated them in a great slaughter at Gibeon, chased them throughout the ascent of Bethhoron, and struck them down as far as Azak and Micaiah. As they fled before Israel, the Lord threw large hailstones on them from the sky along the descent of Bethhoron, all the way to Azekah, and they died. More of them died from the hail than the Israelites killed with the sword. On the day the Lord gave the Amorites over to the Israelites, Joshua spoke to the Lord in the presence of Israel. Sun, stand still over Gibeon, and moon over the valley of Ai Jalon. The sun stood still and the moon stopped until the nation took vengeance on its enemies. Isn't it written in the book of Jashar? So the sun stopped in the middle of the sky and delayed its setting almost a full day. There has been no day like it before or since, when the Lord listened to man, because the Lord fought for Israel. Then Joshua and all of Israel with him returned to the camp of Gilgal. Now the 5 defeated kings had fled and hidden in the cave of Makkedah. It was reported to Joshua, the 5 kings had been found, and they were hiding in the cave of Makkedah. Joshua said, roll large stones against the mouth of the cave and station men by it to guard the kings. But as for the rest of you, don't stay there. Pursue your enemies and attack them from behind. Don't let them enter their cities, for the Lord your God has handed them over to you. So Joshua and the Israelites finished inflicting a terrible slaughter on them until they destroyed, although a few survivors ran away to the fortified cities. The people returned safely to Joshua in the camp of Makkedah, and no one dared to threaten the Israelites. Then Joshua said, open the mouth of the cave and bring those 5 kings to me out here. That is what they did, and they brought the 5 kings of Jerusalem, Hebron, Jeremoth, Lachish, and Eglon to Joshua out of the cave. When they had brought the kings to him, Joshua summoned all the men of Israel and said to the military commanders who had accompanied him, come here and put your feet on the necks of these kings. So the commanders came forward and put their feet on their necks. Joshua said to them, do not be afraid or discouraged. Be strong and courageous, for the Lord will do this to all of your enemies you fight. After this, Joshua struck them down and executed them. He hung their bodies on 5 trees. They were there until evening. At sunset, Joshua commanded that they be taken down from the trees and thrown into the cave where they had hidden. Then large stones were placed against the mouth of the cave, and the stones are still there today. On that day, Joshua captured Makkedah and struck it down with the sword. Including its king, he completely destroyed it and everyone in it, leaving no survivors. So he treated the king of Makkedah as he had the king of Jericho. Joshua and all Israel with him crossed from Makkedah to Libnah and fought against Libnah. The Lord also handed it and its king over to Israel. He struck it down, putting everyone in it to the sword, and left no survivors in it. He treated Libnah's king as he had the king of Jericho. From Libnah, Joshua and all Israel with him crossed to Lachish, and they laid siege to it and attacked it. The Lord handed Lachish over to Israel, and Joshua captured it on the 2nd day. He struck it down, putting everyone in it to the sword, just as he had done Libnah. At that time, King Horam of Jesner went to help Lachish, but Joshua struck him down along with his people, leaving no survivors. Then Joshua crossed from Lachish to Eglon, and all Israel with him. They laid siege on it and attacked it. On the day they captured it and struck it down, putting everyone in it to the sword, he completely destroyed it in that day, just as he had done Lachish. Next, Joshua and all of Israel went up from Eglon to Hebron and attacked it. They captured it and struck down its king, all its villages, and everyone in it with the sword. He left no survivors, just as he had done in Eglon. He completely destroyed Hebron and everyone in it. Finally, Joshua turned toward Debir and attacked it, and all Israel was with him. He captured it, its king, and all its villages. They struck them down with the sword and completely destroyed everyone in it, leaving no survivors. He treated Debir and its king as he had treated Hebron, and as he treated Libnah and its king. So Joshua conquered the whole region, the hill country, the Negev, the Judean foothills, and the slopes, with all their kings, leaving no survivors. He completely destroyed every living being, as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded. Joshua conquered everyone from Kadesh Barnea to Gaza, and all the land of Goshen as far as Gibeon. Joshua captured all these kings and their land in one campaign, because the Lord, the God of Israel, fought for Israel. Then Joshua returned with all of Israel to the camp of Gilgal. When King Jabin of Hazor heard this news, he sent message to King Joab of Madon, the kings of Shimron and Ashkva, the kings of the north in the hill country, the Arabs south of Chinnereth, the Judean foothills, and the slopes of Dor to the west, the Canaanites in the east and the west, the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites in the hill country, and the Hivites at the foot of Hermon in the land, of Mesphah. They went out with their armies, a multitude as numerous as the sand on the seashore, along with the vast number of horses and chariots. All these kings joined their forces. They came together at the waters of Merom to attack Israel. The Lord said to Joshua, "Do not be afraid of them, for this time tomorrow I will cause all of them to be killed before Israel. You are to hamstring their horses and burn their chariots." So Joshua and all his troops surprised them at the waters of Merom and attacked them. The Lord handed them over to Israel, and they struck them down, pursuing them as far as Greater Sidon and Meshaph, and to the east as far as the valley of Mizpeh. They struck them down, leaving no survivors. Joshua treated them as the Lord had told him. He hamstrung their horses and burned their chariots. At that time Joshua turned back, captured Hazor, and struck its king with the sword, because Hazor had formerly been the leaders of all these kingdoms. They struck down everyone in it with the sword, completely destroying them. He left no one alive. Then he burned Hazor. Joshua captured all these kings and their cities, struck them down with the sword. He completely destroyed them, as Moses, the Lord's servant, had commanded. However, Israel did not burn any of the cities and stood on their mounds except for Hazor, which Joshua burned. The Israelites plundered all the spoils and the cattle of these cities for themselves, but they struck down every person with the sword until they had annihilated them, leaving no one alive. Just as the Lord had commanded his servant Moses, Moses commanded Joshua. That is what Joshua did, leaving nothing undone of all the Lord had commanded Moses. So Joshua took all this land, the hill country, all the Negev and all the land of Goshen, the foothills, the Arabah, and the hill country of Israel with its foothills, from Mount Halak, which ascends to Seir, as far as Baal-Gad in the valley of Lebanon at the foot of Hermon. He captured all their kings and struck them down, putting them to death. Joshua waged war on all these kings for a long time. No city made peace with the Israelites except the Hivites who inhabited Gibeon. All of them were taken in battle. For it was the Lord's intention to harden their hearts so that they would engage Israel in battle. He completely destroyed without mercy and would be annihilated, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. At that time Joshua proceeded to exterminate the Achim from the hill country, Hebron, Debir, Anab, and all the hill country of Judea and of Israel. Joshua completely destroyed them with their cities. No Anakim were left in the land of the Israelites, except for some remaining in Gaza, Gath, and Ashdod. So Joshua took the entire land, in keeping with all the Lord had told Moses. Joshua then gave it as an inheritance to Israel, according to their tribal allotments. After this, the land had rest from war. The Israelites struck down the following kings of the land and took possession of their land beyond the Jordan to the east, and from the Aron River to the Mount Hermon, including all of Arab eastwards. King Sihon of the Amorites lived in Heshbon. He ruled over Aron on the rim of the Aron River, along the middle of the valley, and half of Gilead up to the Jabbok River, the border of the Ammonites. The Abroth east of the Sea of Chifmed, the Sea of the Arab, that is the Dead Sea, eastward through Beth Kisham, and southward toward the slopes of Pisgah. King Og of Bashan, of the Rimmon of the Rephaim, lived in Ashroth and Edar. He ruled over Mount Hermon, Salmach, all Bashan, up to the Gershite and Mashonite border, and half of Gilead to the border of the king Sihon of Heshbon. Moses, the Lord's servant, and the Israelites struck them down. And Moses, the Lord's servant, gave their land as inheritance to the Reubenites, Gadites, and half the tribe of Manasseh. Joshua and the Israelites struck down the following kings of the land beyond the Jordan to the west, from Belgog to the valley of Lebanon to Mount Halak, which ascended towards Sire. Joshua gave their land as an inheritance to the tribes of Israel according to their allotments. The hill country, the Judean foothills, the Arabah, the slopes of the wilderness, and Negev, the land of the Hittites, Amorites, Canaanites, Perizzites, Hippites, and Jebusites. The king of Jericho won, the king of Ai, which is next to Bethel, won. The king of Jerusalem won, the king of Hebron won. The king of Jarmuth won, the king of Lachish won. The king of Eglon won, the king of Jezer won. The king of Debir won, the king of Jadir won. The king of Hormah won, the king of Arad won. The king of Lebnah won, the king of Adullam won. The king of Makkedah won, the king of Bethel won. The king of Tappuah won, the king of Hepher won. The king of Apec won, and the king of Lesharon won. The king of Madon won, the king of Hazar won. The king of Shimron Meron won, and the king of Heshon won. The king of Tanakh won, the king of Megiddo won. The king of Kadesh won, and the king of Jokinam in Carmel won. The king of Doron, or the king of Dor in Nephdoron. The king of Jolim in Gilgal won. The king of Tizar won, that numbered all the kings 31. Joshua was now old, advanced in age, and the Lord said to him, "You have become old, advanced in age, but a great deal of the land remains to be possessed. This is the land that remains, all the districts of the Philistines and the Gerishites, from Shihor east of Egypt to the border of Ekron on the north, considered to be the Canaanite territory. The 5 Philistine rulers, Gaza, Ashdod, Ashkelon, Gath, and Ekron, as well as the Avites. In the south, all the land of the Canaanites, from Arah of the Sidonians to Apec, as far as the border of the Amorites, the land of the Gebalites, and all of Lebanon, east of Baal-Gad, below Mount Hermon, to the entrance of Hamath. All the inhabitants of the hill country, from Lebanon to Meshphamaim, all the Sidonians, I will drive them out before the Israelites. Only distribute land as an inheritance for Israel, as I have commanded you. Therefore, divide this land as an inheritance to the 9 tribes and half the tribe of Manasseh. With the other half of the tribe of Manasseh, the Reubenites and the Gadites have received an inheritance Moses gave them beyond the Jordan to the east, just as Moses, the Lord's servant, had given them. From Arar to the rim of Aron Valley, along with the city in the middle of the valley, all the Medeba plateau as far as Dibon, and all the cities of King Sihon of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, to the border of the Ammonites. Also Gilead and the territory of the Gershites and Machites, all Mount Hermon, and all Bashan to Sakon. The whole kingdom of Og in Bashan, who reigned in Ashroth, and Edrei, who was one of the remaining Rephaim. Moses struck them down and drove them out. But the Israelites did not drive out the Gershites and Machites, so Gersher and Machah still live in Israel today. He did not, however, give any inheritance to the tribe of Levi. This was their inheritance, just as he had promised, the food offerings made to the Lord, the God of Israel. To the tribe of Reuben's descendants, by their clans, Moses gave this as a territory: from Aaron to the rim of Arnon Valley, along with the city in the middle of the valley, and the whole plateau as far as Medeba, with Heshbon and all its cities on the plateau, Dibon, Bathmuel, Bethel Balaam, Jasu, Kenamoth, Mepheth, Kermethi, Sibimon, Zeramoth on the hill of the valley, Beth Por and the slopes of Pitgosh, and Beth Jesimoth, all the cities on the plateau, and all the kingdom of Sihon of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon. Moses had killed him, the chiefs of Midian, Eve, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the princes of Shihon who lived in the land. Along with those the Israelites put to death, they also killed the diviner Balaam, son of Behor, with the sword. The border of the Reubenites was the Jordan and its plain. This was the inheritance of the Reubenites by their clans, with the cities and their settlements. To the tribe of the Gadites by their clans, Moses gave this as their territory: Jazar and all the cities of Gilead, and half the land of the Ammonites, to Aurora near Rahab, from Hezbon to Ramoth and Beatom, and from Maham to the border of Debir. In the valley, Beth Haram, Beth Nefer, Succom, and Zaphon, the rest of the kingdom of the king Zihon of Heshbon. Their land also included the Jordan and its territory as far as the edge of the sea of Chinnereth, on the east side of Jordan. This was the inheritance of the Gadites by their clans, with the cities and their settlements. And on half the tribe of Manasseh, that is, half of the tribe of Manasseh's descendants by their clans, Moses gave this as their territory: from Maham through all of Bashan, all the kingdom of King Og of Bashan, including all of Jair's villages that are in Bashan, 60 cities, but half of Gilead and Og's royal cities in Bashan. Asheroth and Edar are for the descendants of Machir, son of Manasseh, and this half the descendants of Machir by their clans. These were the portions of Moses gave them on the plains of Moab before Jordan, east of Jericho. But Moses did not give the portion of the tribe of Levi. The Lord God of Israel was their inheritance, just as he had promised them. The Israelites received their portion that the priest Eleazar, Joshua, son of Nun, and the family heads of the Israelite tribes gave them in the land of Canaan. Their inheritance was by lot, as the Lord commanded through Moses, for the 9.5 tribes. Because Moses had given the inheritance to the 2.5 tribes beyond the Jordan, but he gave no inheritance among them to the Levites. The descendants of Joseph became 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim. No portion of the land was given to the Levites except cities to live in, along with pasture lands for their cattle and livestock. So the Israelites did as the Lord commanded Moses, and they divided the land. The descendants of Judah approached Joshua at Gilgal, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, said to him, "You know what the Lord promised Moses, the man of God, at Kadesh Barnea, about you and me. I was 40 years old when Moses, the Lord's servant, sent me from Kadesh Barnea to scout the land, and I brought back an honest report. My brothers who went with me caused the people to lose heart, but I followed the Lord my God completely. On that day Moses swore to me, the land where you have set foot will be an inheritance for you and your descendants forever, because you have followed the Lord God completely. As you see, the Lord has kept me alive these 45 years as he has promised. Since the Lord spoke this word to Moses while Israel was in the wilderness, here I am today, 85 years old. I am as strong today as I was the day Moses sent me out. My strength for battle and for daily tasks is now as it was then. Now give me the hill country the Lord promised me on that day, because you heard then that Ankanim are there, as well as the large fortified cities. Perhaps the Lord will be with me, and I will drive them out as the Lord promised. Then Joshua blessed Caleb, son of Jephunneh, and gave him Hebron as an inheritance. Therefore Hebron still belongs to Caleb, son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, as an inheritance today, because he followed the Lord, the God of Israel, completely. Hebron's name used to be Kira Arba. Arba was the greatest man among the Anakim. After this, the land had rest from war. Now the allotment of the tribe of the descendants of Judah by their clans was in the southernmost region, south to the wilderness of Zin, and over to the border of Edom. Their southern border began at the tip of the Dead Sea on the south bay, and went south of the Scorpions, ascent, proceeded to Zin, ascended to the south of Kadesh Barnea, past Hezron, ascended to Adar, and turned to Karka. It proceeded to Azmon and to the brook of Egypt, and so the border ended at the Mediterranean Sea. This is your southern border. Now the eastern border was along the Dead Sea to the mouth of the Jordan. The border of the north side was to the bay of the sea at the mouth of the Jordan. It ascended to Beth Holgah, proceeded north to Beth Arab, and ascended to the stone of Bohan, son of Reuben. Then the valley border descended to Debir, the valley of Achor, turning north to Gilgal, that is opposite of the ascent of Edom, which is south of the ravine. The border proceeded to the waters of Eremish and ended in Ilgaral. From there, the border ascended Ben Hethmon Valley to the southern Jebusite slope, that is Jerusalem, and ascended to the top of the hill that faces the Hemon Valley on the west, and at the northern end of the Rephaim Valley. From the top of the hill, the border curved to the spring of the waters of Nephtali, went to the cities of Mount Ephraim, and then curved to Bala, that is Kiriath Jearim. The border turned westward from Bala to Mount Seir, went to the northern slope of Mount Jearim, that is Chesalon, descended to Beth Shemesh, and proceeded to Timnah. The border reached to the slope north of Ekron, curved to Shechem, proceeded to Mount Bala, went to Jabneel, and ended at the Mediterranean Sea. Now, the western border was the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. This was the boundary of the descendants of Judah around their clans. He gave Caleb, son of Jephunneh, the following portion along the descendants of Judah, based on the Lord's instruction to Joshua. Kirbath, that is Hebron. Arba was the father of Anak. Caleb drove out from there the three sons of Anak, Shishani, Ahiman, and Talmai, descendants of Anak. From there he marched against the inhabitants of Debir, which used to be called Kiriath. And Caleb said, whoever attacks and captures Kiriath, I will give my daughter Akishon to be his wife. So Othniel, son of Caleb's brother, Kenezi, captured it, and Caleb gave his daughter Ashka to him as his wife. When she married, she persuaded Othniel to ask her father for her field. As she got off her donkey, Caleb asked her, what can I do for you? She replied, give me a blessing, since you have given me the land in Negev. Give me a spring also. So he gave her the upper and lower springs. Judah's cities. This was the inheritance of the tribe of the descendants of Judah by their clans. These were the outermost cities of the tribe of the descendants of Judah toward the border of Edom in the Negev, and Kabzeel, Eder, and Jaguar. Kenam, Dimam, Adidah, Kadesh, Hazor, Ithan, Ziph, Telem, Baaloth, Hazor Hadath, Kiroeth Hezron, that is Hazor, Ammon, Shimi, Moladah, Hazar Gadah, Heshmon, Beth Pelet, Hazar Shalu, Beersheba, Bezaveh, Baal, Ezem, Etal, Chilish, Hormah, Ziklag, Madama, Sanash, Liboth, Shilhim, Aon, Remin, 29 cities in all and their settlements. In the Judean foothills, Eshtaol, Zorah, Ashan, Zorah, Eganath, Taphath, Enem, Jermuth, Edulam, Saka, Ezekiah, Sahriam, Edith, Jederah, and Jederathaim, 14 cities with their settlements. Zenan, Hadash, Megadala, Gad, Delon, Mesphana, Jokathel, Lachish, Boskaketh, Eglon, Kabdan, Lahaman, Chitalish, Geradith, Belgladon, Naham, and Megiddo, 16 cities with their settlements. Libnah, Esther, and Ashkan, Ifnah, Ashnabah, Nezabib, Kali, Azabib, and Manerish, 9 cities with their settlements. Ekron with its surrounding villages and settlements, from Ekron to the sea, and all the cities near Ashdod with their villages. Ashdod with its surrounding villages and settlements. Gaza with its villages and settlements, to the brook of Egypt and to the coastline of the Mediterranean Sea. In the hill country, Shamir, Jatir, and Sokoth, Danal, that is Debir, Anab, Eshlam, Anim, Goshen, Holam, and Gelah, 11 cities with their settlements. Arab, Damah, Eshphon, Kanim, Beth Tappa, Aphekah, Humatah, that is Hebron, and Zair, 9 cities with their settlements. Moan and Caramel, Ziph and Jitha, Jezreel, Jokadim, Zananah, Cain, Gibeah, and Tibnah, 10 cities with their settlements. Hazulah, Beth Zur, Gedor, Merimoth, Beth Anal, and Elkatan, 6 cities with their settlements. Merith, Benouth, and Elkanah, 6 cities with their settlements. Jerebeth, that is Kiriath-Jearim, and Rabbon, 2 cities with their settlements. In the wilderness, Beth Harab and Midland, Seknot, Nib-Shannon, the city of salt, and Igladis, 6 cities with their settlements. But the descendants of Judah could not drive out the Jebusites who lived in Jerusalem. So the Jebusites still live in Jerusalem among the descendants of Judah today. The allotment of the descendants of Joseph went from the Jordan at Jericho to the waters of Jericho on the east, through the wilderness, ascending Jericho into the hill country of Bethel. From Bethel it went to Luz and proceeded to the border of the Arachites by Ataroth. It then descended westward to the border of the Jephthalites, as far as the border of lower Beth-horon, then to Jazer, and ended at the Mediterranean Sea. So Ephraim and Manasseh, the sons of Joseph, received their inheritance. This was the territory of the descendants of Ephraim by their clans. The border of the inheritance went from Atharon to the east of the upper Bethron. In the northern border, went westward to Milcamath. It turned eastward to the Tanah Shiloh, and passed to the east of Genoa. From Genoa it descended to Ataroth and Naharah, and then reached Jericho and went to the Jordan. From Taphah the border went westward along the brook of Canaan and ended in the Mediterranean Sea. This was the inheritance of the tribe of the descendants of Ephraim by their clans, together with the cities apart for the descendants of Ephraim within the inheritance of the descendants of Manasseh. All these cities were their settlements. However, they did not drive out the Canaanites who lived in Geser. So the Canaanites still live in Ephraim today, but they are forced laborers. This was the allotment for the tribe of Manasseh, as Joseph's firstborn. Gilead and Bashan were given to Machir, the firstborn of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, because he was a man of war. So the allotment was for the rest of Manasseh's descendants by their clans, for the sons of Ebzar, Helek, Hezri, Shakim, Hephner, and Shemida. These are the male descendants of Manasseh, son of Joseph, by their clans. Now Zalvidah, son of Hephner, son of Gilead, son of Machir, son of Manasseh, had no sons, only daughters. These are the names of his daughters: Maliah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tezrah. They came before the priests of Eleazar, Joshua, son of Nun, the leaders, saying, "The Lord commanded Moses to give us an inheritance among our male relatives." So they gave them an inheritance among their father's brothers, in keeping with the Lord's instructions. As a result, 10 tracts fell to Manasseh beside the land of Gilead and Bashan, which are beyond the Jordan, because Manasseh's daughters received an inheritance among his sons. The land of Gilead belonged to the rest of Manasseh's sons. The border of Manasseh went from Asher to Milcanath near Shechem. It then went southward toward the inhabitants of En-Tapha. The region of Tapha belonged to Manasseh, but Tapha itself on Manasseh's border belonged to the descendants of Ephraim. From there, the border descended to the brook of Canaan, south of the brook. Cities belonged to Ephraim along the Manasseh's cities. Manasseh's border was the north side of the brook and ended at the Mediterranean Sea. Ephraim's territory was to the south, and Manasseh's to the north, with the sea as its border. They reached Asher on the north and Issachar on the east. With Issachar and Asher, Manasseh had Beth-shean, Iblim, and inhabitants of Dor with their surrounding villages, and inhabitants of Endor, Tanakh, and Migdal, the 3 cities of Napham and their surrounding villages. The descendants of Manasseh could not possess these cities because of the Canaanites who were determined to stay. However, when the Israelites grew stronger, they imposed forced labor on the Canaanites, but did not drive them out completely. Joseph's descendants said to Joshua, "Why did you give us only a tribal allotment as an inheritance? We have many people because the Lord has been blessing us greatly." "If you have so many people," Joshua replied to them, "go to the forest and clear an area for yourselves there in the land of the Perizzites and the Rephaim, because Ephraim's hill country is too small for you." But the descendants of Joseph said, "The hill country is not enough for us, and all the Canaanites who inhabit the valley area have iron chariots, both of Beth-shean with its surrounding villages in the Jezreel Valley." So Joshua replied to Joseph's family, that is Ephraim and Manasseh, "You have many people and great strength. You will not have just one allotment, because the hill country will be yours. It is a forest, clear it, and its outlying areas will be yours. You can also drive out the Canaanites, even though they have iron chariots and are strong." The entire Israelite community at Shiloh and set up the tent of meeting there. The land had been subdued before them, but 7 tribes among the Israelites were left who had not been divided up their inheritance. So Joshua asked the Israelites, "How long will you delay to take possession of the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, gave you? Appoint for yourselves 3 men from each tribe, and I will send them out. They are to go and survey the land, write a description of it for the purpose of their inheritance, and return to me. Then they are to divide it into 7 portions. Judea is to remain in its territory in the south, and Joseph's family in the territory in the north. When you have written a description of the 7 portions of land and brought it to me, I will cast lots for you here in the presence of the Lord our God. But the Levites among you do not get a portion, because their inheritance is in the priesthood of the Lord. Gad, Reuben, and half the tribe of Manasseh have taken their inheritance beyond the Jordan to the east, which Moses, the Lord's servant, gave them." As the men prepared to go, Joshua commanded them to write down a description of the land, saying, "Go and survey the land, write a description of it, and return to me. I will then cast lots for you here in Shiloh in the presence of the Lord." So the men left, went through the land, and described it by the towns in a document of 7 sections. They returned to Joshua at the camp of Shiloh. Joshua cast lots for them at Shiloh in the presence of the Lord, where he distributed the land and the Israelites according to their divisions. The lot came up to the tribe of Benjamin's descendants by their clans, and their allotted territory lay between Judea's descendants and Joseph's descendants. Their border on the north side began at the Jordan and ascended to the slope of Jericho on the north, through the hill country westward, and it ended at the wilderness of Bethaven. From there the border went towards Luz, to the southern slope of Luz, that is Bethel. It then went down to Atharod, over the hills south of the lower Beth Horon. On the west side, from the hill facing Beth Horon on the south, the border curved, turning southward, and ended at Kibrah, that is Kirath Jearim, a city of the descendants of Judah. This was the west side of the border. The south side, at the edge of Keretha, the border extended westward, and it went to the spring of the waters of Nephto. The border descended on the foot of the hill that faces Ben Haman Valley at the northern end of Rephaim Valley. It ran down Haman Valley toward the south Jebusite slope and downward to En Rogel. It curved northward and went to Igamesh and on to Gilgathel, which is opposite the ascent of Adullam, and continued down the stone of Bohan, son of Reuben. Then it went north to the slope opposite of Arabah and proceeded to the plains. The border continued to the north slope of Bethgol and ended at the northern bay of the Dead Sea, at the southern end of the Jordan. This was the southern border. The Jordan formed the border of the east side. This was the inheritance of Benjamin's descendants by their clans, according to its surrounding borders. These were the cities of the tribe of Benjamin's descendants by their clans: Jericho, 14 cities with their descendants. This was the inheritance of Benjamin's descendants by their clans. The second lot came out for Simeon, for the tribe of his descendants by their clans. But their inheritance was within the inheritance of Judea's descendants. Their inheritance included Beersheba or Sheba, Moladah, Hazmarah, Bala, Ezam, Etidolaed, Bethul, Hormah, Ziklag, Bethel Mekarabah, Hazar, Bethel Laban, and Sheruthan, 13 cities with their settlements. Aon, Rimmon, Ither, and Ashon, 4 cities with their settlements, and all the settlements surrounding these cities, as far as Baalabir, Ramon in the south. This was the inheritance of the tribe of Simeon's descendants by their clans. The inheritance of Simeon's descendants was within the territory of Judea's descendants, because the share of Judea's descendants was too large. So Simeon's descendants received an inheritance within Judah's portion. The third lot came up for Zebulun's descendants by their clans. The territory of their inheritance stretched as far as Zarid. Their border went up westward to Merilah, reached Dabanesh, and met the brook of Jokinam. From Zarid it turned due east along the border of Jishloth Tabor, went to Debereth, and went up to Jephthah. From there it went due west to Jath Hiram and to Eth Kazan. It extended to Ramon, curving from Neah. The border then circled around Neah on to the north of Hanatha and ended up in the Ithon Valley, along with Kadath, Nahal, Shimron, Idalah, and Bethlehem, 12 cities with their settlements. This was the inheritance of Zebulun's descendants by their clans, these cities with their settlements. The fourth lot came out for the tribe of Ishkar, descendants by their clans. Their territory went to Jezreel and included Chishaloth Shulu, Hephron, Shilah, Anaroth, Rebidath, Kishon, Ebez, Remeth, En-Ganim, En-Hadam, and Beth Pazah. The border reached Tabor, Shahazam, and Beth Shenish, and ended at the Jordan, 16 cities and their settlements. This was the inheritance of the tribe of Issachar, descendants by their clans, and cities with their settlements. And the fifth lot came on the tribe of Asher, descendants by their clans. Their border included Helkah, Hali, Beten, and Ashkava. Alamelech, Ammonad, Mishal, and reached westward of Carmel and Shur-Lebeth. It turned eastward to Beth Dagon, reached Zebulun and the Ephraim valley, north toward Beth Emek and Nile, and went north of Kabul, Ebram, Rahab, Haman, and Canaan, as far as the greater Sidon. The border then turned to Raham, as far as the fortified city of Tyre. It turned back to Hosah and ended it at the Mediterranean Sea, including Mahalab, Agazib, Umah, Aflek, and Rehob, 22 cities with their settlements. This was the inheritance of the tribe of Asher's descendants by their clans. These cities were their settlements. The sixth lot came out of Naphtali's descendants by their clans. Their border went to Heleph, and from Oak to Zamani, including Adamazah and Kabneel, as far as Lacom, and ended at the Jordan. To the west, the border turned on to Askla Tabor and went from the Hakak, reaching Zebulun on the south, Asher on the west, and Judah at the Jordan on the east. The fortified cities were Ziddim, Zir, Hamath, Rekath, Chinnereth, Hadam, Rahah, Hazor, Kadesh, Edirai, in Hazor, Iron, Migdalah, Horam, Bethanal, Beth Shemesh, 19 cities with their settlements. This was the inheritance of the tribe of Naphtali's descendants by their clans, and the cities with their settlements. The seventh lot came out to the tribe of Dan's descendants for their clans. The territory of the inheritance included Zerah, Eshtal, Ir-Shemesh, Shabulin, Ai, Jalon, Ithal, Elon, Timnah, Ekron, Elateka, Gibeathon, Balath, Jahud, Beni Barak, Gath Ramon, Me Jekaron, and Rakan, with their territory facing Joppa. When the territory of the descendants of Dan slipped out of their control and went up and fought against Leshem, captured it, and struck it down with the sword. They took possession of it, lived there, and renamed Leshem after their descendants, after their ancestor Dan. This was the inheritance of the tribe of Dan's descendants and their clans. These cities were their settlements. When they had finished distributing the land into its territories, the Israelites gave Joshua, son of Nun, an inheritance among them. By the Lord's command, they gave him the city of Tifnasirah in the hill country of Ephraim, which he requested. He rebuilt the city and lived in it. These were the portions that the priest Eleazar, Joshua son of Nun, and the family heads distributed to the Israelite tribes by the lot of Shiloh in the Lord's presence at the entrance of the tent of meeting. So they finished dividing up the land. Then the Lord God spoke to Joshua. Tell the Israelites, select your cities of refuge as I instructed you through Moses, so that a person who kills someone unintentionally or accidentally may flee there. These will be your refuge from the avenger of blood. When someone flees to one of these cities, stands at the entrance of the city gate, and states his case before the elders of the city, they are to bring him into the city and give him a place to live among them. And if the avenger of blood pursues him, they must not hand the one over who committed manslaughter over to him, for he killed his neighbor accidentally and did not hate him beforehand. He's to stay in that city until he stands trial before the assembly, until the death of the high priest serving at the time. then the one who committed manslaughter may return home to his own city from which he fled. So they designated Kadesh in the hill country of Naphtali in Galilee, Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim, and Kiriath, that is Hebron, in the hill country of Judea. Across the Jordan east of Jericho, they selected Bezer on the wilderness plateau from Reuben's tribe, Ramoth in Gilead from Gad's tribe, and Golan and Bashan from Manasseh's tribe. These are the cities appointed for all the Israelites and the aliens residing among them, so that anyone who kills a person unintentionally may flee there and not die at the hand of the avenger of blood until he stands before the assembly. The Levite family heads approached the priest Eleazar, Joshua son of Nun, and the family heads of the Israelite tribes. At Shiloh in the land of Canaan, they told them, the Lord commanded through Moses that we be given cities to live in with their pastures for our livestock. So the Israelites, by the Lord's command, gave the Levites these cities with their pasture lands from their inheritance. The lot came out for the Cohenite clans. The Levites, who were the descendants of the priest Aaron, received 13 cities by a lot from the tribes of Judah, Simon, and Benjamin. The remaining descendants of Kohath received 10 cities by the lot of the clans of the tribes of Ephraim, Dan, and half the tribe of Manasseh. Geshurun's descendants received 13 cities by the lot of the clans of the tribes of Issachar, Asher, Naphtali, and half the tribes of Manasseh in Bashan. Merari's descendants received 12 cities from their clans, from the tribes of Reuben, Gad, and Zebulun. The Israelites gave these cities with their pasture lands around them to the Levites by lot, as the Lord had commanded through Moses. The Israelites gave these cities by name from the tribes of the descendants of Judah and Simeon to the descendants of Aaron from the Kohathite clans of the Levites, because they received the first lot. They gave them Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron. Arba was the father of Anak, with its surrounding pasture lands in the hill of Judea. But they gave the fields and the settlements of the city to Caleb, son of Jephunneh, as his possessions. They gave to the descendants of the priest Aaron Hebron, the city of refuge, for the one who commits manslaughter, with its pasture lands. Libnah as its pasture lands, Jeter with its pasture lands, Ishlamoah with its pasture lands, Holon with its pasture lands, Debir with its pasture lands, Ain with its pasture lands, and Judah with its pasture lands, and Beth Shemesh with its pasture lands. 9 cities from these 2 tribes. From the tribe of Benjamin they gave Gibeon with the pasture lands, Geba with its pasture lands, Anath with its pasture lands, and Almon with its pasture lands. 4 cities. All 13 cities with their pasture lands were for the priests and the descendants of Aaron. The allotted cities to the remaining clans of Kohath's descendants, who were Levite, came from the tribe of Ephraim. The Israelites gave Shechem the city of refuge for the one who commits manslaughter, with its pasture lands in the hill country of Ephraim, Gezer with its pasture lands, Kibziam with its pasture lands, and Beth Horon with its pasture lands. 4 cities from the tribe of Dan they gave: Ethkete with its pasture lands, Gibbethon with its pasture lands, Ai Jalon with its pasture lands, and Gath Ramon with its pasture lands. 4 cities. From half the tribe of Manasseh they gave Tanakh with its pasture lands, and Gath Ramon with its pasture lands, 2 cities. All 10 cities with their pasture lands were for the clans of Kohath's others descendants. From half the tribe of Manasseh they gave to the descendants of Geshurun, who were one of the Levite clans, Golan, the city of refuge, for those who commit manslaughter, with its pasture lands in Bashan, and Beth Bishtera with its pasture lands, 2 cities. From the tribe of Issachar they gave Kishon with its pasture lands, Dabaroth with its pasture lands, Jarmuth with its pasture lands, and Iganim with its pasture lands, 4 cities. And from the tribe of Asher they gave Mishkah with its pasture lands, Abdon with its pasture lands, Helkath with its pasture lands, Rehoboth with its pasture lands, 4 cities. From the tribe of Naphtali they gave Kadesh in Galilee, the city of refuge for the one who commits manslaughter, with its pasture lands, Hamath Dor with its pasture lands, and Kartan with its pasture lands, 3 cities. All 13 cities with their pasture lands were for the Gershonites by their clans. From the tribe of Zebulun they gave to the clans of the descendants of Merari, who were the remaining Levites, Jokanam with their pasture lands, Kartah with its pasture lands, Dimnah with its pasture lands, and Naphal with its pasture lands, 4 cities. From the tribe of Reuben they gave Bezener with its pasture lands, Gaza with its pasture lands, Chemodath with its pasture lands, and Mephtah with its pasture lands, 4 cities. From the tribe of Gad they gave Ramoth and Gilead, the city of refuge, for the one who commits manslaughter, with its pasture lands, Mahamenah with its pasture lands, Heshbonah with its pasture lands, and Jazer with its pasture lands, 4 cities in all. All 12 cities were allotted to the clans of Merariah's descendants, the remaining Levite clans. Within the Israelite possession there were 48 cities in all, their pasture lands for the Levites. Each of these cities had its own surrounding pasture lands. This was true for all the cities. So the Lord gave Israel all the land he had sworn to give their ancestors, and they took possession of it and settled there. The Lord gave them rest on every side, according to all he had sworn to their ancestors. None of their enemies were able to stand against them, for the Lord handed over all the enemies to them. None of the good promises the Lord had made to the house of Israel failed. Everything was fulfilled. Joshua summoned the Reubenites, Gadites, and half the tribe of Manasseh, and told them, "You have done everything Moses the Lord's servant commanded you, and have obeyed me in everything I commanded you. You have not deserted your brothers even once this whole time, but have carried out the requirement of the command of the Lord your God. Now that he has given your brothers rest, just as he promised them, return to your homes in your own land that Moses the Lord's servant gave you across the Jordan. Only carefully obey the command and instruction that Moses the Lord's servant gave you, to love the Lord your God, walk in all his ways, keep his commands, be loyal to him, and serve him with all your heart and all your soul." Joshua blessed them and sent them on their way, and they went their homes. Moses had given territory to half the tribes of Manasseh and Bashan, but Joseph had given territory to the other half with their brothers on the west side of the Jordan. When Joshua sent them to their homes and blessed them, he said, "Return to your homes with great wealth, a huge number of cattle and silver, gold, bronze, iron, and a large quantity of clothing. Share the spoil of your enemies with your brothers."
The Reubenites, Gadonites, and half the tribe of Manasseh left the Israelites at Shiloh in the land of Canaan to return to their own land of Gilead, which they took possession of according to the Lord's command through Moses. When they came to the region of the Jordan in the land of Canaan, the Reubenites, Gadites, and half the tribe of Manasseh built a large, impressive altar there by the Jordan. Then the Israelites heard it said, "Look, the Reubenites, Gadonites, and half the tribe of Manasseh have built an altar in the frontier of the land of Canaan at the region of the Jordan on the Israelite side." When the Israelites heard this, the entire Israelite community assembled at Shiloh to go to war against them. The Israelites sent Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the priest of the Reubenites, Gadites, and half the tribe of Manasseh in the land of Gilead. They sent tent leaders with them, one family leader from each tribe of Israel. All of them were heads of their ancestral families among the clans of Israel. They went to the Reubenites, Gadites, and half the tribe of Manasseh, and said in the land of Gilead, and told them, "This is what the Lord's entire community says. What is this treachery you have committed today against the God of Israel by turning away from the Lord and building an altar for yourselves, so that you are in rebellion against the Lord today? Wasn't the iniquity of Pur, which brought a plague in the Lord's community, enough for us?" We have not cleansed ourselves from it even to this day. And now, would you turn away from the Lord? If you rebel against the Lord today, tomorrow, he will be angry with the entire community of Israel. But if the land you possess is defiled, cross over to the land of the land the Lord possesses, where the Lord's tabernacle stands, and take possession of it among us. But don't rebel against the Lord or against us by building for yourselves an altar other than the altar of the Lord our God. Wasn't Achan, son of Zerah, an unfaithful regarding what was set apart for destruction, bringing wrath on the entire community of Israel? He was not the only one who perished because of this iniquity. The Reubenites, Gadites, and half the tribe of Manasseh answered the heads of the Israelite clans, "The mighty one God the Lord, the mighty one God the Lord, he knows, and may Israel also know. Do not spare us today, if it was in rebellion or treachery against the Lord, that we have built for ourselves an altar to turn away from him. May the Lord himself hold us accountable if we intended to offer burnt offerings and grain offerings on it, or to sacrifice fellowship offerings on it. We actually did this from a specific concern that in the future your descendants might say to our descendants, 'What relationship do you have with the Lord, the God of Israel?' For the Lord has made the Jordan a border between us and you, descendants of Reuben and Gad. You have no share in the Lord, so your descendants may cause our descendants to stop fearing the Lord. Therefore we said, let's take action and build an altar for ourselves, but not for burnt offering or sacrifice. Instead, it is to be a witness between us and you, and between the generations after us, so that we may carry out the worship of the Lord in his presence with our burnt offerings, sacrifices, and fellowship offerings. Then in the future, your descendants will not be able to say to our descendants, 'You have no share in the Lord.'" We thought that if they said this to us or our generations in the future, we would reply, "Look at the replica of the Lord's altar that our ancestors made, not for burnt offerings or sacrifice, but as a witness between us and you." We would never, ever rebel against the Lord or turn away from him today by building an altar for burnt offering, grain offering, or sacrifice, other than the altar of the Lord of our God, which is in the front of his tabernacle. When the priest Phinehas and the community leaders and the heads of Israel clans were with him, heard what the descendants of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh had to say, they were pleased. Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the priest, said to the descendants of Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh, "Today we know that the Lord is among us, because you have not committed this treachery against him. As a result, you have rescued the Israelites from the Lord's power." Then the priest Phinehas, son of Eleazar, and the teachers returned from the Reubenites and the Gadites in the land of Gilead to the Israelites in the land of Canaan, and brought back a report to them. The Israelites were pleased with the report, and they blessed God. They spoke no more about going to war against them to ravage the land where the Reubenites and the Gadites lived. So the Reubenites and the Gadites named the altar, "It is a witness between us and the Lord is God." A long time after the Lord had given Israel rest from all the enemies around them, Joshua was old, advanced in age. So Joshua summoned all Israel, including its elders, leaders, judges, and officers, and said to them, "I am old, advanced in age, And you have seen for yourselves everything the Lord your God did to all the nations on your account, because it was the Lord your God who was fighting for you. See, I have allotted these remaining nations to you as an inheritance for your tribes, including all the nations I have destroyed from the Jordan westward to the Mediterranean Sea. The Lord your God will force them back on your account and drive them out before you, so that you can take possession of their land, as the Lord your God promised you. Be very strong and continue obeying all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, so that you do not turn from it to the right or left. And so that you do not associate with these nations remaining among you, do not call on the names of their gods or make an oath to them. Do not serve them or bow in worship to them. Instead, be loyal to the Lord your God, as you have been to this day. The Lord has driven out great and powerful nations before you, and no one is able to stand against you to this day. One of you routed 1,000, because the Lord your God was fighting for you, as he promised. So diligently watch yourselves, love the Lord your God. If you ever turn away and become loyal to the rest of these nations remaining among you, and if you intermarry or associate with them, and they with you, know for certain that the Lord your God will not continue to drive these nations out before you. They will become a snare and a trap for you, a sharp stick for your sides and thorns in your eyes, until you disappear from this good land the Lord God has given you. I am now going the way of the whole earth, and you know with all your heart and all your soul that none of the good promises of the Lord your God made to you has failed. Everything was fulfilled for you. Not one promise has failed. Since every good thing that the Lord your God promised you has come about, so he will bring on you every bad thing until he has annihilated you from this good land the Lord your God has given you. If you break the covenant of the Lord your God, which he commanded you, and go and serve other gods, and bow and worship to them, the Lord's anger will burn against you, and you will quickly disappear from the good land he has given you. Joshua assembled all the tribes of Israel at Shechem, and summoned Israel's elders, leaders, judges, and officers, and they presented themselves before God. Joshua said to all the people, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Long ago your ancestors, including Terah and the father of Abraham and Nahor, lived beyond the Euphrates River and worshipped other gods. But I took your father Abraham from the region beyond the Euphrates River, led him throughout the land of Canaan, and multiplied his descendants. I gave him Isaac. And to Isaac I gave Jacob and Esau. I gave the hill country of Seir and east to Esau as a possession. Jacob and his sons, however, went down to Egypt. I sent Moses and Aaron, and I defeated Egypt by what I did within it, and afterward I brought you out. When I brought your ancestors out of Egypt and you reached the Red Sea, the Egyptians pursued your ancestors with chariots and horsemen as far as the sea. Your ancestors cried out to the Lord, so he put darkness between you and the Egyptians and brought the sea over them, engulfing them. Your own eyes saw what I did in Egypt. After that, you lived in the wilderness a long time. Later, I brought you to the land of the Amorites, who lived beyond the Jordan. They fought against you, but I handed them over to you. You possessed their land, and I annihilated them before you. Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, set out to fight against Israel. He sent for Balaam, son of Beor, to curse you. But I would not listen to Balaam. Instead, he repeatedly blessed you, and I rescued you from him. You then crossed the Jordan and came to Jericho. Jericho's citizens, as well as the Amorites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hittites, Hivites, and Jebusites, fought against you, but I handed them over to you. I sent hornets ahead of you, and they drove out the 2 Amorite kings before you, but was not by your sword or bow. I gave you land you did not labor for, and cities you did not build. Though you live in them, you are eating from the vineyards and olive groves you did not plant. Therefore, fear the Lord and worship him in sincerity and truth. Get rid of the gods your ancestors worshiped beyond the Euphrates River in Egypt and worship the Lord. But if it doesn't please you to worship the Lord, choose for yourselves today which you will worship. The gods your ancestors worshiped beyond the Euphrates River, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you are living. As for me and my family, we will worship the Lord. The people replied, we will certainly not abandon the Lord to worship other gods. For the Lord our God brought us and our ancestors out of the land of Egypt, out of the place of slavery, and performed these great signs before our eyes. He also protected us all along the way we went, and among all the peoples whose lands we traveled through. The Lord drove out before us all the peoples, including the Amorites who lived in the land. We too will worship the Lord because he is our God. But Joshua told the people, you will not be able to worship the Lord because he is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your transgressions and sins. If you abandon the Lord and worship foreign gods, he will turn against you, harm you, and completely destroy you after he has been good to you. No, the people answered Joshua, we will worship the Lord. Joshua then told the people, you are witness against yourselves that you yourselves have chosen to worship the Lord. We are witnesses, they said. Then get rid of the foreign gods that are among you and turn your hearts to the Lord, the God of Israel. So the people said to Joshua, we will worship the Lord our God and obey him. On that day, Joshua made a covenant for the people at Shechem and established a statute and ordinance for them. Joshua recorded these things in the book of the law of God. He also took a large stone and set it up under the oak at the sanctuary of the Lord. And Joshua said to all the people, you see this stone? It will be a witness against us. For it has heard all the words the Lord said to us, and it will be a witness against you. So you will not deny your God. Then Joshua sent the people away, each to his own inheritance. After these things, the Lord's servant Joshua, son of Nun, died at the age of 110. They buried him in his allotted territory at Timnath Serah on the hill country of Ephraim, north of Mount Gash. Israel worshiped the Lord throughout Joshua's lifetime and during the lifetimes of elders who outlived Joshua and who had experienced all the works of the Lord had done for Israel. Joseph's bones, which the Israelis brought up from Egypt, were buried at Shechem in a parcel of land Jacob had purchased from the sons of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of silver. It was an inheritance for Joseph's descendants. The Eleazar, son of Aaron, died. They buried him in Gibeath, which had been given to his son Phinehas on the hill country of Ephraim. The book of Judges. After the death of Joshua, the Israelites inquired of the Lord, who will be the first to fight against the Canaanites? The Lord answered, Judah is to go. I have handed the land over to him. Judah said to his brother Simeon, come with me to my allotted territory and let's fight against the Canaanites. I will also go with you to your allotted territory. So Simeon went with him. When Judah attacked, the Lord handed the Canaanites and the Perizzites over to them. They struck down 10,000 men in Bezek. They found Adoni-Bezek in Bezek, fought against him, and struck down the Canaanites and the Perizzites. When Adoni-Bezek fled, they pursued him, caught him, and cut off his thumbs and big toes. Adoni-Bezek said, 70 kings with their thumbs and big toes cut off used to pick up scraps under my table. God has repaid me for what I've done. They brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. The men of Judah fought against Jerusalem, captured it, and put to it the sword, and set the city on fire. Afterward, the men of Judah marched down to fight against the Canaanites, who were living in the hill country of Negev and Judah and the Judean foothills. Judah also marched against the Canaanites, who were living in Hebron. They struck down Shalashai, Alhamai, and Talmai. From there they marched against the residents of Debir. Caleb said, "Whoever attacks and captures Kirath Scepter, I will give my daughter Ashad to him as a wife." So Othniel, son of Kenaz, Caleb's youngest brother, captured it, and Caleb gave his daughter to him as his wife. When she arrived, she persuaded Othniel to ask their father for a field. As she got off her donkey, Caleb asked her, "What do you want?" She answered him, "Give me a blessing. Since you have given me land in Negev, give me springs also." So Caleb gave her both the upper and lower springs. The descendants of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, had gone up with the men of Judah from the city of palms to the wilderness of Judah, which was in the Negev of Arad. They went to live among the people. Judah went with his brother Simeon, struck the Canaanites who were living in Zapheth, and completely destroyed the town. So they named the town Hormah. Judah captured Gaza and its territory, Ashkelon and its territory, and Ekron and its territory. The Lord was with Judah and enabled him to take possession of the hill country, but they could not drive out the people who were living in the plain, because those people had iron chariots. Judah gave Hebron to Caleb, just as Moses had promised. Then Caleb drove out the 3 sons of Anak who lived there. At the same time, the Benjamites did not drive out the Jebusites who were living in Jerusalem. The Jebusites have lived among the Benjamites in Jerusalem to this day. The house of Joseph was attacked. The house of Joseph also attacked Bethel, and the Lord was with them. They sent spies to Bethel. The town was formerly named Luz. The spies saw a man coming out of the town and said to him, "Please show us how to get into town, and we will show you kindness." When he showed them the way to the town, they put the town to the sword, but released the man and his entire family. Then the man went to the land of the Hittites, built a town and named it Luz. That is the name still today. At that time, Manasseh failed to take possession of Beth Shan and Tanakh and their surrounding villages, or the residents of Dor and Megiddo and their surrounding villages. The Canaanites were determined to stay in this land. When Israel became stronger, they made the Canaanites serve as forced labor, but never drove them out completely. At that time, Ephraim failed to drive out the Canaanites who were living in Gezer, so the Canaanites have lived among them in Gezer. Zebulun failed to drive out the residents of Kitron and the residents of Nahalo, so the Canaanites lived among them and served as forced labor. Asher failed to drive out the residents of Akko, or of Sidon, or Alhab, or Rehob. The Asherites lived among the Canaanites who were living in the land, because they failed to drive them out. Naphtali did not drive out the residents of Beth Shemeshesh, or the residents of Beth Anah. They lived among the Canaanites who were living in the land, but the residents of Beth Shemeshesh and Beth Anah served as their forced labor. The Amorites forced the Danites to the hill country and did not allow them to go down into the valley. The Amorites were determined to stay in Har Hirish, Aljalon, and Shalbim, where the house of Joseph got the upper hand. The Amorites were made to serve as forced labor. The territory of the Amorites extended from the Scorpion's ascent, that is from Salah upward. The angel of the Lord went up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, I brought you out of Egypt and led you into the land I had promised to your ancestors. I also said, I will never break my covenant with you. You are not to make a covenant with the inhabitants of this land. You are not to tear down their altars. No, you are to tear down their altars, but you have not obeyed me. What have you done? Therefore now I say, I will not drive out these people before you. They will be thorns in your sides, and their gods will be a trap for you. When the angel of the Lord had spoken these words to all the Israelites, the people wept loudly. So they named the place Bochim and offered sacrifices there to the Lord. Previously, when Joshua had sent people away, the Israelites had gone to take possession of the land, each to his own inheritance. The people worshiped the Lord throughout Previously, when Joshua had sent the people away, the Israelites had gone to take possession of the land, each to his own inheritance. The people worshiped the Lord throughout Joshua's lifetime and during their lifetimes of the elders who outlived Joshua. They had seen all the Lord's great works and had done for Israel. Joshua, son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died at the age of 110. They buried him in the territory of his inheritance in Timnath Heres on the hill country of Ephraim, north of Mount Gash. The whole generation was also gathered to their ancestors. After them, another generation rose up who would not know the Lord or the works he had done for Israel. The Israelites did what was evil in the Lord's sight. They worshiped the Baals and abandoned the Lord and the God of their ancestors who had brought them out of Egypt. They followed their gods from the surrounding peoples and bowed down to them. They angered the Lord. For they abandoned him and worshipped Baal and the Ashereths. The Lord's anger burned against Israel, and he handed them over to marauders who raided them. He sold them to the enemies around them, and they could no longer resist their enemies. Whenever the Israelites went out, the Lord was against them and brought disaster on them, just as he had promised and sworn to them, so they suffered greatly. The Lord raised up judges who saved them from the power of their marauders. But they did not listen to their judges. Instead, they prostituted themselves with other gods, bowing down to them. They quickly turned from the way of their ancestors who had walked in obedience to the Lord's commands. They did not do as their ancestors did. Whenever the Lord raised up a judge for the Israelites, the Lord was with him and saved the people from the power of their enemies while the judge was still alive. The Lord was moved to pity whenever they groaned because of those who were oppressing and afflicting them. Whenever the judge died, the Israelites would act even more corruptly than their ancestors, following other gods to serve them and bow and worship to them. They did not turn from their evil practices or their obstinate ways. The Lord's anger burned against Israel, and he declared, because this nation has violated my covenant that I made with their ancestors and disobeyed me, I will no longer drive out before them any of the nations Joshua left when he died. I did this to test Israel and to see whether or not they would keep the Lord's way by walking in it as their ancestors had. The Lord left these nations and did not drive them out immediately. He did not hand them over to Joshua. These are the nations the Lord left in order to test all those in Israel who had experienced none of the wars of Canaan. This was to teach the future generations of the Israelites how to fight in battle, especially those who had not fought before. These nations included the 5 rulers of the Philistines, all the Canaanites, the Sidonians, and the Hivites, who lived in the Lebanese mountains from Mount Baal Hermon as far as the entrance to Hamath. the Lord left them to test Israel, to determine if they would keep the Lord's commands he had given their ancestors through Moses. But they settled among the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. The Israelis took their daughters as wives for themselves, gave their own daughters to their sons, and worshiped their gods. The Israelites did what was evil in the Lord's sight. They forgot the Lord their God and worshiped Baals and Asheroths. The Lord's anger burned against Israel, and he sold them to King Cushan of Aram, and the Israelites served him 8 years. The Israelites cried out to the Lord. So the Lord raised up Othniel, son of Kenaz, Caleb's youngest brother, as a deliverer to save the Israelites. The Spirit of the Lord came on him, and he judged Israel. Othniel went out to battle, and the Lord handed over King Cushan to him, so that Othniel overpowered him. Then the land had peace for 40 years, and Othniel, son of Kenaz, died. The Israelites again did what was evil in the Lord's sight. He gave King Eglon of Moab power over Israel, because they had done what was evil in the Lord's sight. After Eglon convinced the Amorites and the Amalekites to join forces with him, he attacked and defeated Israel and took possession of the city of palms. The Israelites served King Elgon of Moab 18 years. Then the Israelites cried out to the Lord, and he raised up Ud, son of Gera, a left-handed Benjamite, as a deliverer for them. The Israelites sent him with the tribute for King Elgon of Moab. Ud made himself a double-edged sword 18 inches long. He strapped it to his right thigh under his clothes, and brought the tribute to King Elgon of Moab, who was an extremely fat man. When Ud had finished presenting the tribute, he dismissed the people who had carried it. At the carved image of Gilgal, he returned and said, King Elgon, I have a secret message for you. And the king said, Silence. And all his attendants left him. Then Ud approached him while he was sitting alone in his upstairs room where it was cool, and Ud said, I have a message from God for you. And the king stood up from his throne. Ud reached with his left hand, took the sword from his right thigh, and plunged it into Elgon's belly. Even the handle went in after the blade, and Elgon's fat closed in over it, so that Elgon did not withdraw the sword from his belly, and the waist came out. Ud escaped by the way of the porch, closing and locking the doors of the upstairs room behind him. Ud was gone when Elgon's servants came in. They looked and found the doors of the upstairs room locked, and thought he was relieving himself in the cool room. The servants waited until they became embarrassed and saw that he had still not opened the doors of the upstairs room. So they took the key and opened the doors. And there was their lord lying dead on the floor. Ud escaped while the servants waited. He passed the Jordan near the carved images and reached Sarah. After he arrived, he sounded the ram's horn throughout the hill country of Ephraim. The Israelites came down with him from the hill country, and he became their leader. He told them, Follow me, because the Lord has handed over your enemies, the Moabites, to you. So they followed him, captured the fords of the Jordan leading to Moab, and did not allow anyone to cross over. At that time they struck down about 10,000 Moabites, all stout and able-bodied men. None of them escaped. Moab became subject to Israel that day, and the land had peace for 80 years. After Ud, Shamgar, son of Anath, became judge. He also delivered Israel, striking down 600 Philistines with a cattle prod. The Israelites did what was evil in the sight of the Lord after Ud had died. So the Lord sold them to King Jabin of Canaan, who reigned in Hazor. The commander of his army was Sisera, who lived in Harosheth of the nations. When the Israelites cried out to the Lord because Jabin had 900 iron chariots, and he harshly oppressed them 20 years. Deborah, a prophetess and the wife of Lapidoth, was judging Israel at the time. She would sit under the palm tree of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the hill country of Ephraim, and the Israelites went up to her to settle disputes. She summoned Barak, son of Abinoam, from Kedesh in Naphtali, and said to him, "Hasn't the Lord, the God of Israel, commanded you? Go deploy the troops on Mount Tabor, and take with you 10,000 men from Naphtali's and Zebulunites. Then I will lure Sisera, commander of Jabin's army, his chariots, and his infantry at the Wadi Kishon to fight against you, and I will hand him over to you." Barak said to her, "If you will go with me, I will go, but if you will not go with me, I will not go." "I will gladly go with you," she said, "but you will receive no honor on the road you are about to take, because the Lord will sell Sisera to a woman." So Deborah got up, went with Barak to Kadesh. Barak summoned Zebulun and Naphtali to Kadesh. 10,000 men followed him, and Deborah also went with him. Now Heber the Kenite had moved away from the Kenites and sons of Hobab, Moses' father-in-law, and pitched his tent beside the oak tree of Zananim, which was near Kadesh. It was reported to Sisera that Barak, son of Abinoam, had gone up to Mount Tabor. Sisera summoned all his 900 iron chariots and all the troops who were with him from Harosheth of the nations. Then Deborah said to Barak, "Go, this is the day that the Lord has handed Sisera over to you. Hasn't the Lord gone before you?" So Barak came down from Mount Tabor with 10,000 men following him. The Lord threw Sisera, all his charioteers, and all his army into panic before Barak's assault. Sisera left his chariot and fled on foot. Barak pursued the chariots and the army as far as Harosheth of the nations, and the whole army of Sisera fell by the sword. Not a single man was left. Meanwhile, Sisera had fled on foot to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, because there was peace between King Jabin and the family of Heber of Kenite. Jael went out to greet Sisera and said to him, "Come in, my lord, come in with me, don't be afraid." So he went into her tent, and she covered him with a blanket. He said to her, "Please give me a little water to drink, for I am thirsty." She opened a container of milk, gave him a drink, and covered him again. Then he said to her, "Stand at the entrance of the tent. If a man comes and asks you, 'Is there a man there?' here, say no." While he was sleeping from exhaustion, Heber's wife Jael took a tent peg, grabbed a hammer, and went silently to Sisera. She hammered the peg into his temple and drove it to the ground, and he died. When Barak arrived in pursuit of Sisera, Jael went out to greet him and said to him, "Come, and I will show you the man you are looking for." So he went in with her, and there was Sisera lying dead with a tent peg through his temple. That day God subdued King Jabin of Canaan before the Israelites. The power of the Israelites continued to increase against King Jabin of Canaan until they destroyed him. On that day, Deborah and Barak, son of Abinomam, sang, when the leaders led in Israel, when the people volunteered, blessed be the Lord. Listen, kings, pay attention, princes. I will say to the Lord, I will sing praises to the Lord God of Israel. Lord, when you came from Seir, when you marched from the fields of Edom, the earth trembled, the skies poured rain, and the clouds poured water. The mountains melted before the Lord, even Sinai before the Lord and the God of Israel. The days of Shamgar, son of Anath, and the days of Jael, the main roads were deserted because travelers kept to the side roads. Villages were destroyed. They were deserted in Israel until I, Deborah, arose, a mother in Israel. Israel chose new gods. Then there was war in the city gates. Not a shield or spear was seen among 40,000 in Israel. My heart is with the leaders of Israel, with the volunteers of the people. Blessed be the Lord. You who rode on white donkeys, who sat in the saddle of blankets, and who traveled on the road, give praise. Let them tell the righteous acts of the Lord, the righteous deeds of the villagers in Israel, with the voices of the singers at the watering places. Then the Lord's people went down to the city gates. Awake, awake, Deborah, awake, awake. Sing a song. Arise, Barak, and take your prisoners, son of Abinom. Then the survivors came down to the nobles. The Lord's people came down to me against the warriors. Those with their roots in Amalek came to Ephraim. Benjamin came with your people after you. The leaders came down from Mechir, and those who carry a marshal's staff came from Zebulun. The princes of Issachar were with Deborah. Issachar was with Barak. They were under his leadership in the village. There was great searching of the heart among the clans of Reuben. Why did you sit among the sheep pens, listening to the playing of pipes for the flocks? There was great searching of heart among the clans of Reuben. Gilead remained beyond the Jordan. Dan, why do you linger at the ships? Asher remained at the seashore and stayed in his harbors. The people of Zebulun defied death. Naphtali also on the heights of the battlefield. Kings came and fought. Then the kings of Canaan fought at Tanakh by the waters of Megiddo. But they did not plunder the silver. The stars fought from the heavens. The stars fought with Sisera from their pass. The river Kishon swept away. The ancient river, the river Kishon, march on my soul in strength. The horse's hooves then hammered the galloping of his stallions. Curse Meroz, says the angel of the Lord. Bitterly curse her inhabitants, for they did not come to help the Lord with the warriors. Most blessed of women is Jael, the wife of Heber, the Kenite. She is most blessed among the tent-dwelling women. He asked for water, she gave him milk. She brought him cream in a majestic bowl. She reached for a tench peg, her right hand for a workman's hammer. Then she hammered Sisera. She crushed his head. She shattered and pierced his temple. He collapsed, he fell, he lay down between her feet. He collapsed, he fell between her feet. Where he collapsed, where he fell dead. Sisera's mother looked through the window. She peered through the lattice, crying out, "Why is his chariot so long in coming? Why don't I hear the hoofbeats of his horses?" Her wisest princess answered her. She even answers herself. Are they not finding and dividing the spoil? A girl or two for each warrior. the spoil of colored garments for Sisera, the spoil of an embroidered garment or two for my neck. Lord, may all your enemies perish as Sisera did, but may those who love him be like the rising of the sun in its strength. And the land had peace for 40 years. The Israelites did what was evil in the sight of the Lord, so the Lord handed them over to Midian 7 years, and they oppressed Israel. Because of Midian, the Israelites made hiding places for themselves in the mountains, caves, and strongholds. Whenever the Israelites planted crops, the Midianites, Amalekites, and people of the east came and attacked them. They encamped against them and destroyed the produce of the land, even as far as Gaza. They left nothing for Israel to eat, as well as no sheep, ox, or donkey. For the Midianites came with their cattle and their tents like a great swarm of locusts. They and their camels were without number, and they entered the land they lay waste to. So Israel became poverty-stricken because of Midian, and the Israelites cried out to the Lord. When the Israelites cried out to him because of Midian, the Lord sent a prophet to them. He said to them, "This is what the Lord God of Israel says. I brought you out of Egypt and out of the place of slavery. I rescued you from the power of Egypt and the power of all who oppressed you. I drove them out before you and gave you their land. I said to you, I am the Lord your God. Do not fear the gods of Amorites, whose land you live in. But you did not obey me." The angel of the Lord came and sat under the tree that was in Ophrah, which belonged to Joash. His son Gideon was threshing wheat in the winepress in order to hide it from the Midianites. Then the angel of the Lord appeared to him and said, "The Lord is with you, valiant warrior." Gideon said to him, "Please, my Lord, if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened? And where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about?" They said, "Hasn't the Lord brought us out of Egypt? But now the Lord has abandoned us and handed us over to Midian." The Lord turned to him and said, "Go in strength you have and deliver Israel from the grasp of Midian. I am sending you." He said to them, "Please, Lord, how can I deliver Israel? Look, my family is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the youngest of my father's family. But I will be with you," the Lord said to him. "I will strike Midian down as if it were one man." Then he said to him, "If I have found favor with you, give me a sign that you are speaking with me. Please do not leave this place until I return to you." "Let me bring my gift and set it before you," he said. "I will stay until you return." So Gideon went and prepared a young goat and unleavened bread from a half bushel of flour. He placed the meat in a basket and the broth in a pot, and he brought them out and offered them to him under the oak. The angel of God said to him, "Take the meat with the unleavened bread, put it on this stone, and pour the broth on it." So he did that. The angel of the Lord extended the tip of the staff of what that was in his hand and touched the meat and unleavened bread. Fire came up from the rock and consumed the meat and unleavened bread. Then the angel of the Lord vanished from his sight. When Gideon realized that he was the angel of the Lord, he said, "Oh no, Lord God, I have seen an angel of the Lord face to face." But the Lord said to him, "Peace to you, don't be afraid, for you will not die." So Gideon built an altar to the Lord there and called it "The Lord is Peace." It is still in Ophrah of the Abiezrites today. On that very night the Lord said to him, "Take your father's young bull and a second bull 7 years old, then tear down the altar of Baal that belongs to your father and cut down the Ashtoreth pole beside it. Build a well-constructed altar to the Lord your God on the top of this mound. Take the second bull and offer it as a burnt offering with the wood from the Ashereth pole you cut down. So Gideon took 10 of his male servants and did as the Lord had told him. But because he was too afraid of his father's family and the men of the city to do it in the daytime, he did it at night. When the men of the city got up in the morning, they found Baal's altar torn down, the Ashereth pole beside it cut down, and the second bull offered up on the altar that had been built. They said to each other, "Who did this?" After they made a thorough investigation, they said, "Gideon, son of Joash, did it." Then the men of the city said to Joash, "Bring out your son. He must die, because he tore down Baal's altar and cut down the Ashereth pole beside it." But Joash said to all who stood against him, "Would you plead Baal's case for him? Would you save him? Whoever pleads his case will be put to death by morning. If he is a god, let him plead his own case, because someone tore down his altar." That day Gideon was called Jerubbaal, since Joash said, "Let Baal contend with him," because he tore down his altar. All the Midianites, Amalekites, and people of the east gathered together, crossed over the Jordan, and camped in the Jezreel valley. The Spirit of the Lord enveloped Gideon, and he blew his ram's horn. The Abezerites rallied behind him. He sent messengers throughout all of Manasseh, who rallied behind him. He also sent messengers throughout Asher, Zebulun, Naphtali, who also came to meet him. Then Gideon said to God, "If you will deliver Israel by me, as you said, I will put a wool fleece here on the threshing floor. If dew is only on the fleece and all around the ground is dry, I will know that you will deliver Israel by me, as you said." And that is what happened. When he got up early in the morning, he squeezed the fleece and wrung it out, filling a bowl with water. Gideon then said to God, "Don't be angry with me. Let me speak one more time. Please allow me to make one more test with the fleece. Let it remain dry and the dew be all over the ground." That night God did as Gideon requested, only the fleece was dry and dew was all over the ground. Tony Hill. Jerubbaal and all the troops were with him, got up early and camped beside the spring of Harod, and the camp of Midian was north of them, below the hill of Moreth in the valley. The Lord said to Gideon, "You have too many troops for me to hand the Midianites over to them, or else Israel might elevate themselves over me and say, 'I saved myself.' Now announce to the troops, whoever is fearful and trembling may turn back and leave Mount Gilead." So 22,000 of the troops turned back, but 10,000 remained. Then the Lord said to Gideon, "There are still too many troops. Take them down to the water, and I will test them for you there. If I say to you, 'This one can go with you,' he can go. But if I say about anyone, 'This one cannot go with you,' he cannot go." So he brought the troops down to the water, and the Lord said to Gideon, "Separate everyone who laps water with his tongue like a dog. Do the same with everyone who kneels to drink." The number of those who lapped with their hands to their mouths was 300 men, and all the rest of the troops knelt to drink water. The Lord said to Gideon, "I will deliver you with 300 men who lapped with hand the Midianites over to you, but everyone else is to go home." So Gideon sent all the Israelites to their tents, but kept the 300 troops who took the provisions and their ram's horns. The camp of Midian was below him in the valley. That night the Lord said to him, "Get up and attack the camp, for I have handed it over to you. But if you are afraid to attack the camp, go down to Purah, your servant. Listen to what they say, and then you will be encouraged to attack the camp." So he went down to Purah, his servant, to the outpost of the troops who were in the camp. Now the Midianites, Amalekites, and all the people of the east had settled down in the valley like a swarm of locusts. Their camels were as innumerable as the sand on the seashore. When Gideon arrived, there was a man telling his friend about a dream. He said, "Listen, I had a dream. A loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midian camp, struck a tent, and it fell. The loaf turned the tent upside down so that it collapsed." His friend answered, "This is nothing less than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash, the Israelite. God has handed the entire Midian camp over to him." When Gideon heard the account of the dream and its interpretation, he bowed in worship. He returned to Israel's camp and said, "Get up. The Lord has handed over the Midian camp to you." Then he divided the 300 men into 3 companies and gave each of the men a ram's horn in one hand and an empty pitcher with a torch inside it in the other hand. "Watch me," he said to them, "and do what I do. When I come to the outpost of the camp, do as I do. When I and everyone with me blow our ram's horns, you are also to blow your ram's horns all around the camp. Then you will say, 'For the Lord is for the Lord and for Gideon.'" Gideon and the 100 men who were with him went to the outpost of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch after the sentries had been stationed. They blew their ram's horns and broke the pitchers that were in their hands. The 3 companies blew their ram's horns, shattered their pitchers. They held their torches in their left hands and their ram's horns to blow in their right hands, and they shouted, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." Each Israelite took his position around the camp, and the entire Midianite army began to run. They cried out as they fled. When Gideon's men blew their 300 ram's horns, the Lord caused the men in the whole army to turn on each other with their swords. They fled to Asadia house in the direction of Zerah, as far as the border of Abel near Tabbath. Then the men of Israel were called from Naphtali, Asher, and Manasseh, and they pursued the Midianites. Verse 24.
Gideon sent messengers throughout the hill country of Ephraim with this message: "Come down to intercept the Midianites and take control of the watercourses ahead of them as far as Beth Bar and the Jordan." So all men of Ephraim were called out, and they took control of the watercourses as far as Beth Bar and the Jordan. They captured Oreb and Zeb, the 2 princes of Midian. They killed Oreb at the rock of Oreb and Zeb, at the winepress of Zeb. While they were pursuing the Midianites, they brought the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon across the Jordan. The men of Ephraim sent to him, "Why have you done this to us, not calling us when you went to fight against the Midianites?" And they argued with him violently. So he said to them, "What have I done now compared to you? Is not the gleaning of Ephraim better than the grape harvest of Abiezer? God handed over to you Oreb and Zeb, the two princes of Midian. What was I able to do compared to you?" When he said this, their anger against him subsided. Gideon and the 300 men came to the Jordan and crossed it. They were exhausted, but still in pursuit. He said to the men of Succoth, "Please give some loaves of bread to the troops under my command, because they are exhausted, for I am pursuing Zeb and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian." But the princes of Succoth asked, "Are Zeb and Zalmunna now in your hands, that we should give bread into your army?" Gideon replied, "Very well. When the Lord has handed Zeb and Zalmunna over to me, I will tear your flesh with thorns and briars from the wilderness." He went from there to Peniel and asked the same thing from them. The men of Peniel answered just as the men at Succoth had answered. He also told the men of Peniel, when I return safely, I will tear down this tower." Now Zeb and Zalmunna were in Karkor, and with them was their army, about 15,000 men, who were all those left of the entire army of people. Of the east, those who had been killed were 120,000 armed men. You're on this page now. On this page. 11.
Gideon traveled on a caravan route east of Noah and Joga behind and attacked their army while their army felt secure. Zebah and Zalmunna fled, and he pursued them. He captured these two kings of Midian and routed their entire army. Gideon, son of Joshua, returned from the battle by the ancient heirs. He captured the youth from the men of Succoth and interrogated them. The youth wrote down for him the names of the 77 leaders and elders of Succoth. Then he went to the men of Succoth and said, "Here are Zabath and Zalmunna. You taunted me about them, saying, 'Are Zebah and Zalmunna now in your power that we should give bread to your exhausted men?' So he took the elders of the city, and he took some thorns and berries from the wilderness, and he disciplined them, the men was called with them. He also tore down the tower of Penuel and killed the men of the city. He asked Zebah and Zalmunna, 'What kind of men did you kill at Tabor?' They were like you, they said. each resembled the son of a king. So he said, they were my brothers, the sons of my mother. As the Lord lives, if you had let them live, I would not kill you. Then he said to Jether, his firstborn, get up and kill them. The youth did not draw his sword, for he was afraid because he was still a youth. Zebah and Zalmunna said, get up and strike us down yourself, for a man is judged by his strength. So Gideon got up and killed Zebah and Zalmunna and took the crescents from their ornaments and that there were around their necks of their camels. Gideon's legacy. Verse 22. Then the Israelites said to Gideon, rule over us, you as well as your sons and your grandsons, for you delivered us from the power of Midian. The Gideon said to them, I will not rule over you, and my sons will not rule over you. The Lord will rule over you. But then he said to them, let me make a request for you. Everyone give me an earring from his plunder. Now the enemy had the gold earrings because they were Ishmaelites. They said, we agreed to give them. So they spread out a cloak, and everyone threw an earring from his plunder on it. The weight of the gold earrings he requested was 43 pounds of gold, in addition to the crescents of the ornaments of the ear pendants and purple garments on the kings of Midian, and the chains on the necks of their camels. Gideon's made an ephod from all this and put it in an Ophrah, his hometown. Then all Israel prostitutes themselves by worship it there. And it became as a snare to the Gideon and its household. So Midian was subdued before the Israelites, and they were no longer a threat. The land had peace for 40 years during the days of Gideon. Jebrah, that is Gideon, son of Joshua, went back to live in his house. Gideon had 70 sons of his own offspring, since he had many wives. His concubines who were in Shem also bore him a son, and he named him Abimelech. Then Gideon, son of Joashua, died at a good old age and was buried in the tomb of his father Joashua in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. When Gideon died, the Israelites turned and prostituted themselves by worshiping Baals and made Baal's Berith their god. Did Israel should not remember the Lord their God, who had rescued them from the hands of their enemies around them. They did not show kindness to the house of Jebrah, that is Gideon, for all the good that he had done for Israel. Abimelech, the son of Jebrah, went to Shem and spoke to his uncles and to his mother who clanned, saying, please speak in the hearing of all the citizens of Shechem. It is better for you that the 70 men and all the sons of Jerubbaal rule over you, or that one man rule over you. Remember that I am your own flesh and blood. His mother and relatives spoke to all these words about him in the hearings of all the citizens of Shechem, and they were favorable to Abimelech, for they said, he is our brother. So they gave him 70 pieces of silver from the temple of Baal Berith. Abimelech used them to hire the worthless and reckless men, and they followed him. He went to his father's house at Ophrah and killed the 70 brothers, the sons of Jerubbaal, on top of a large stone. But Jotham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, survived because he hid. Then all the citizens of Shechem, and the Beth of Milo gathered together and proceeded to make Abimelech the king of the oak of the pillar of Shechem. When they told Jotham, he climbed to the top of the mount of Gerizim, raised his voice, and called to them, "Listen to me, citizens of Shem, and may God listen to you." The trees decided to anoint the king over themselves. They said to the olive tree, "Reign over us." But the olive tree said to them, "Should I stop giving my oil to the people to use to honor both God and man and rule over the trees?" Then the trees said to the fig trees, "Come and reign over us." But the fig tree said to them, "Should I stop giving my sweetness and my good fruit to rule over trees?" Later the tree said to the grapevine, "Come and reign over us." But the grapevine said to them, "Should I stop giving my wine and cheers both God and man and rule over trees?" Finally, all the trees said to bramble, "Come and reign over us." The bramble said to the trees, if you really are anointing me as king over you, come and find refuge in my shade. But if not, may fire come down from bramble and consume the cedars of Lebanon. Now, if you have acted faithfully and honestly in making Ashbelech king, if you have done well by Jerubbaal and his family, and you have rewarded him appropriately for what he did, for my father fought for you, risked his life, and rescued you from Midian. And now you have attacked my father's family today, killed his 70 sons on top of a large stone, and made Abimelech, the son of a slave woman, king over the citizens of Shem, because he is your brother. So if you have acted faithfully and honestly with Jerubbaal and his house this day, rejoice in Abimelech, and may he also rejoice with you. But if not, may fire come from Abimelech and consume the citizens of Shechem and Beth Milon, and may fire consume from the citizens of Shem and Beth Milo, and consume Abimelech. Then Jotham fled, escaping to Beer, and lived there because of his brother Abimelech. When Abimelech ruled over Israel 3 years, God sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the citizens of Shem. They treated Abimelech deceitfully, so that the crime against the 70 sons of Jerubbaal might come to justice, and their blood would be avenged on their brothers Abimelech, who killed them, and on the citizens of Shechem, who had helped him kill his brothers. The citizens of Shem rebelled against him, putting him in an ambush on the tops of the mountains, and they robbed him, and they robbed everyone who passed by them on the road. So this was reported to Abimelech. Keep bothering with the name. Galal, the son of Ebeded, came with his brothers and crossed into Shem, and the citizens of Shem trusted him. So they went out to the countryside and to harvest the grapes from their vineyards. They trampled the grapes and held a celebration. Then they went to the house of their God, and as they ate and drank, they cursed Abimelech. Galal, son of Ebed, said, "Who is Abimelech, and who is Shem, that we should serve him? Isn't he the son of Jerubbaal, Bala? And isn't Zabul, his officer, you are to serve men of Hamor and the father of Shem. Why should we serve Abimelech? If only these people were in my power, I would remove Abimelech. So he said to Abimelech, gather your army and come out. When Zabul, the ruler of the city, heard the words of Galal and Ebed, he was angry. So he secretly sent a messenger to Abimelech, saying, beware of Galal, son of Ebed, and his brothers have come to Shechem, and they are turning the city against you. Now tonight, you and the troops with you come and wait in the bush and ambush the countryside. Then get up early and at sunrise, attack the city. When he and the troops who are with him come out against you, do to him whatever you can. So Abimelech and all his troops with him got up at night and waited in ambush for Shem and for his units. Caleb, the son of Ebed, went out and stood at the entrance of the city gate. Then Abimelech and his troops who were with him got up from their ambush. When Caleb saw the troops, he said to Zabul, look, troops are coming down from the mountaintops. But Zabul said to him, the shadows of the mountains look like men to you? Then Caleb spoke again, look, troops are coming down from the central part of the land, and one unit is coming from the direction of the diviner's oak. Zabul replied, what do you have to say now? You said, who is Abimelech? What we should serve him. Aren't these the troops you despised? Now go and fight them. So Galad went to leading the citizens of Shem and fought against Abimelech. But Abimelech pursued him, and Galad fled before him. The numerous bodies were strewn as far as the entrance of the city gate. Abimelech strayed in Armah, and Zabul drove Galad and his brothers from Shem. The next day, when the people of Shem went to the countryside, this was reported to Abimelech. He took the troops and divided them into 3 companies and waited in the ambush of the countryside. He took the people. He looked, and the people were coming out of the city. So he arose again against them and struck them down. Then Abimelech and the units that were with him rushed forward and took their stand at the entrance of the city of the gate. The other 2 units rushed against all who were at the countryside and struck them down. So Abimelech fought against the city the entire day, captured it, and killed the people who were in it. Then he tore down the city and sowed it with salt. When all the citizens of the tower of Shem heard, they entered the inner chamber of the temple of El-Berith. Then it was reported to Abimelech that all the citizens of the tower of Shem had gathered. So Abimelech and his troops who went with him went up to Mount Salmon, and Abimelech took his axe in his hand and cut a branch from the trees. He picked up a branch and put it on his shoulder and said to the troops who were with him, "Are there, and do you do what you want, what you have seen me do?" Each of the troops also cut down his own branch and followed Abimelech. They put the branches against the inner chamber and set it on fire. About 1,000 men and women died, including all the men of the tower of Shem. Abimelech went to the Bez, camped against it, and captured it. There was a strong tower inside the city, and all the men and women and citizens of the city fled there. They locked themselves in and went up to the roof of the tower. When Abimelech came to attack the tower, he approached its entrance to set it on fire. But a woman threw the upper portion of a millstone on Abimelech's head, and it fractured his skull. He quickly called his armor bearer and said to him, "Draw your sword and kill me, so they will say about me, a woman killed him." So his armor bearer ran him through, and he died. When the Israelites saw Amalek was dead, they all went home. In this way, God brought back Amalek's evil, the evil that Amalek had done to his father when he killed his 70 brothers. God also brought back to the men of Shem all their evil. So the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal, came up upon them. After Amalek Tolah's son Pua, son of Dodo, became judge and began to deliver Israel, he was from Issachar and lived in Shamir in the hill country of Ephraim. Tolah judged Israel 23 years, and when he died, was buried in Shamir. After him came Jair, the Galadite, who judged Israel 22 years. And he had 30 sons who rode on the 30 donkeys. They had 30 towns in Gilead, which are still called Jair's village today. When Jair died, he was buried in Kaman. Then the Israelites again did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. They worshipped Baals and Ashtaroth, in the gods of Aram and Sidon and Moab, and the gods of the Amorites and the Philistines. They abandoned the Lord and did not worship him. So the Lord's anger burned against Israel, and he sold them to the Philistines. They shattered and crushed the Israelites that year. And for 18 years, they did the same to all the Israelites who were on the other side of the Jordan, in the land of the Amorites of Gilead. The Amorites who crossed the Jordan to fight against Judah and Benjamin and the house of Ephraim. Israel was also greatly oppressed. So they cried out to the Lord, saying, "We have sinned against you. We have abandoned our God and worshipped the Baal." The Lord said to the Israelites, "When the Egyptians and the Amorites and the Anamites and the Philistines, the Sidonians and the Amalekites and the Mennonites oppressed you, and you cried out to me, did I not deliver you from them? But you have abandoned me and worshiped other gods. Therefore, I will not deliver you against them. Go and cry to the gods you have chosen. Let them deliver you whenever you are oppressed." But the Israelites said, "We have sinned. Deal with us. You see fit. You only rescue us today." So they got rid of all the foreign gods among them and worshiped the Lord, and became weary of Israel's misery. The Anamites were called together, and they camped in Gilead. So the Israelites assembled and camped in Mizpah. The rulers of Gilead said to one another, "Which man will begin the fight against the Amorites? He will be the leader of all the inhabitants of Gilead." Jephthah the Gileadite was a valiant warrior, but he was a son of a prostitute, and Gilead was his father. Gilead's wife bore him a son, and when he grew up, They drove Jephthah out and said to him, "You will have no inheritance in our father's family, because you are the son of another woman." So Jephthah fled from his brothers and lived in the land of Tob. Then some worthless men joined Jephthah and went on raids with him. Sometime later, the Amorites fought against Israel. When the Amorites made war with Israel, the elders of Gilead went to Jephthah from the land of Tob. They said to him, "Come, be our commander, and let us fight the Amorites." Jephthah replied to the elders of Gilead, Did you hate me and drive me out of my own father's family? Why then have you come to me now when you are in trouble?" They answered Jephthah, "That's true, but we now turn to you. Come with us, fight the Amorites, and you will become leader of all the inhabitants of Gilead." So Jephthah said to them, "If you are bringing me back to fight the Amorites, and the Lord gives them to me, I will be your leader." The leaders of Gilead said to Jephthah, "The Lord is our witness. The Lord is our witness. If we don't do as you say." So Jephthah went to the elders of Gilead. The people made him the leader, and the commander of Jephthah repeated all his terms in the presence of the Lord at Mizpah. Jephthah sent a messenger to the king of the Amorites, asking, "What do you have against me, that you have come to fight me in my land?" The king of the Amorites said to the messenger, "When Israel came from Egypt, they seized my land from Aran and to Jabbok, and the Jordan now restored its peace." Jephthah again sent a messenger to the king of the Amorites. "Tell him, this is Jephthah says, Israel did not take away the land of Moab or the land of the Amorites, but when they came from Egypt, Israel traveled through the wilderness at the Red Sea and came to Kadesh. Israel sent a messenger to the king of Edom, saying, "Please let us travel through your land." But the king of Edom would not listen. They also sent a messenger to the king of Moab, but he refused. So Israel stayed in Kadesh. Then they traveled through the wilderness and around the lands of Edom and Moab. They came to the east side of the land of Moab and camped on the other side of Aran, but did not enter into the territory of Moab, for Aran was the boundary of Moab. Then Israel sent a message to Sihon, the king of the Amorites, king of Heshbon of Israel, said to him, "Please let us travel through your land to our country." But Sihon would not listen to Israel, would not trust Israel to pass through the territory. Instead, Sihon gathered all his troops, camped at Jahaz, and fought with Israel. Then the Lord God of Israel handed over Sihon and all his troops to Israel and defeated them. So Israel took possession of the entire land of the Amorites who lived in that country. They took the possessions of all the territories of the Amorites and Aran to Jabbok, and from the wilderness to the Jordan. The Lord of Israel has now driven out the Amorites before the people of Israel, and will now force us out. Isn't it true that you came to have whatever your God Shamash conquers for you? And we can have whatever the Lord our God conquers for us. Now, are you any better than Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever contend with Israel to fight against them? while Israel lived 300 years in Heshbon and Aurora and their surrounding villages, and all the cities that are in the banks of Arnon. Didn't you take them back time after time? I have not sinned against you, but you are doing me wrong by fighting against me. The Lord, who is the judge, decided today between the Israelites and the Ammonites. But the king of the Ammonites would not listen to Jephthah, message that he sent him. The Spirit of the Lord came to Jephthah, who traveled through Gilead and Manasseh. And then he through Mizpah of Gilead. He crossed over the Amorites from Mizpah and Gilead. Jephthah made his vow to the Lord, if you, in fact, hand over the Amorites to me, whoever comes out the doors of my house to greet me when I return safely from the Amorites will belong to the Lord, and I will offer that person as a burnt offering. Jephthah crossed over the Amorites, the Edomites, to fight against them, and the Lord handed them over to him. He defeated them. He defeated 20 cities with a great slaughter of Aurora, and over all the way of the entrance of Menith and Abel Kiram. So the Edomites were subdued before the Israelites. When Jephthah went to his home in Mizpah, there was his daughter coming out to meet him with tambourines and dancing. She was his only child. He had no other son or daughter beside her. When he saw her, he tore his clothes and said, not my daughter. You have devastated me. You have brought great misery over me. I have given my word to the Lord and cannot take it back. Then he said to him, my father, you have given me your word to the Lord. Do to me as you have said. For the Lord brought vengeance to your enemies, the Amorites. So she also said to her father, let me do this one thing. Let me wander 2 months through the mountains with my friends and mourn my virginity. Go, he said, and he sent her away 2 months. So she left with her friends and mourned her virginity as she wandered through the mountains. At the end of the 2 months, she returned to her father, and he kept his vow that he had made about her. And she had never been intimate with the man. Now it became custom in Israel that 4 days each year, the young women of Israel would commemorate the daughter of Jephthah and Gilead. The men of Ephraim were called to gather across the Jordan to Zephon. They said to Jephthah, why have you crossed over to fight against the Amorites? But he didn't call us to go with you. We will burn out the house. We will burn your house within it. Jephthah said to them, my people, I had a bitter conflict with the Amorites, so I called for you, but you didn't deliver me from their power. When I saw that you weren't going to deliver me, I took my life in my own hands and crossed over to the Amorites, and the Lord handed them over to me. Why then have you come today to fight against me? Then Jephthah gathered all the men of Gilead. They fought and defeated the Ephraimites, because of the Ephraim had said, you, the Gileadites, are Amorites fugitives in the territories of Ephraim and Manasseh. The Gileadites captured the fords of the Jordan, leading the Ephraimites whenever a fugitive from Egypt, from Ephraim, said, "Let me cross over." The Gileadites asked him, "Are you Ephraimite?" If he answered no, they told him, "Please say Shibboleth." If he said Shibboleth, because he had not pronounced it correctly, they seized him and executed him at the fords of the Jordan. At the time, 42,000 from the Ephraim died. Jephthah judged Israel 6 years, and when he died, he was buried in one of the cities of Gilead. What time are you guys going to read, brother? At 9? That's what? Okay. God is good. Isban, who was from Bethlehem, judged Israel after Jephthah, and had 30 sons. He gave his 30 daughters in marriage to the men outside the tribe, and brought back 30 wives for his sons from outside of the tribe. Ibzan judged Israel for 7 years. And when he died, he was buried in Bethlehem. Elon, who was from Zebulun, judged Israel after Isbam had judged Israel 10 years. And when he died, he was buried in Aijalon, the land of Zebulun. After Elon and Abalon and Hillel, who was from Pirathon, judged Israel, he had 40 sons and 30 grandsons who rode 70 donkeys. Abaddon judged Israel for 8 years. And when he died, he was buried in Pirathon, in the land of Ephraim, and in the hill of the country of the Amalekites. The Israelites again did what was evil in the Lord's sight, so the Lord handed them over to the Philistines for 40 years. There was a certain man of Zorah from the family of Dan, whose name was Manoah. His wife was unable to conceive and had no children. The angel of the Lord appeared to the woman and said to her, "Although you are unable to conceive and have no children, you will conceive and give birth to a son. Now please be careful. Do not drink wine or beer, nor anything unclean. For indeed you will conceive and give birth to a son. You must never cut his hair, because he is a boy who will be Nazarite to God from birth. And he will begin to save Israel from the power of the Philistines." Then the woman went and told his husband, "A man of God came to me. He looked like the all offspring of an angel of God. I didn't ask him where he came from. He didn't tell me his name. He said to me, 'You will conceive and give birth to a son. Therefore do not drink wine or beer. Do not eat anything unclean, because the boy will be a Nazarite to God from birth until the day of his death.' Manoah prayed to the Lord and said, 'Please, Lord, let the man of God you sent come again to each of us. Should do for the boy who will be born.' God listened to Manoah, and the angel of God came again to the woman. She was sitting on the field, and her husband Manoah was not with her. The woman quickly ran to her husband and told him, 'The man who came to me the other day just came back.' So Manoah got up and followed his wife. When he came to the man, he asked, 'Are you the man who spoke to my wife?' 'I am,' he said. Manoah asked him, when your words come true, what will be the boy's responsibility and work? The angel of the Lord answered Manoah, your wife needs to do everything I told her. She must not eat anything that comes from the grapevine or drink wine or beer. She must not eat anything unclean. Your wife must do everything I have commanded her. Please stay here, Manoah told him, and we'll prepare a young goat for you. The angel of the Lord said to him, if I stay, I won't eat your food, but if you want to prepare it as a burnt offering, offer it to the Lord. Manoah did not know he was an angel of the Lord. Then Manoah said to him, what is your name, so that we may honor you with our words to come true? Why do you ask my name? The angel of the Lord asked him, since it is beyond understanding. Manoah took the young goat and the grain offering and offered them on the rock to the Lord, who did something miraculous. While Manoah and his wife were watching, when the flame went up from the altar to the sky, the angel of the Lord went up in the flame. Manoah and his wife saw this and fell face down on the ground. The angel of the Lord did not appear again to Manoah and his wife. Then Manoah realized that it was an angel of the Lord. We are certainly going to die, he said to his wife, because we have seen God. But his wife said to him, if the Lord had intended to kill us, he wouldn't have accepted a burnt offering or the grain offering from us, and he would have not have shown us all these things or spoken to us like this. So the woman gave birth to a son and named him Samson. The boy grew, and the Lord blessed him. The Spirit of the Lord began to stir in him in the camp again. The Spirit of the Lord began to stir him in the camp of Dan, between Zepron and Istal. Samson went down to Timnah and saw a young Philistine woman there. He went back to and told his father and his mother, I have seen a young Philistine woman in Timnah. Now get her for me as a wife. But his father and mother said to him, can you find a young woman among your relatives or among your people? Must you go out to the uncircumcised Philistines for a wife? But Samson told his father, get her for me. She is the right one for me. Now his father and his mother did not know that this was from the Lord, who wanted the Philistines to provide an opportunity of confrontation at that time. The Philistines ruled over Israel. Samson went down to Timnah with his father and his mother and came to the vineyards of Timnah. Suddenly a young lion came roaring at him. The Spirit of the Lord came powerfully on him, and he tore the lion apart with his bare hands, as he might have torn a young goat. But he did not tell his father or mother what he had done. Then he went and spoke to the woman, because he seemed right to Samson. After some time, he went and returned to marry her. He left the road to see the lion's carcass, and there was a swarm of bees with honey in the carcass. He scooped up some of the honey into his hands, and he ate as he went along. When he came to his father and mother, he gave some of them, and they ate it, but did not tell them they had scooped the honey from the lion's carcass. His father went to visit the woman, and Samson prepared a feast there, as a young man were accustomed to do. When the Philistines saw him, they brought 30 men to accompany him. Let me tell you a riddle, Samson said to them. If you can explain it to me during the 7 days of the feast, and figure it out. I will give you 30 linens of garments and 30 chains of clothes. But if you can't explain it to me, you must give me 30 linen garments and 30 changes of clothes. Tell us your riddle, they replied. Let us hear it. So he said to them, out of the eater came something sweet to eat, something to eat. And out of the strong came something sweet. There are 3 days they were unable to explain the riddle. On the 4th day, they said to Samson's wife, persuade your husband to explain the riddle to us, or we will burn you and your father's family to death. Did you invite us here to rob us? So Samson and his wife came to him, weeping, and said, you hate me and don't love me. You told my people the riddle, but haven't explained it to me. Look, he said, I haven't explained it to my father or my mother, so why should I explain it to you? She wept the whole 7 days and feasted, and at last the 7th day he explained it to her because she had nagged him so much. Come on. Then he explained it to her, to the people. On the 7th day before sunset, the men of the city said to him, what is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion? So he said to them, if you hadn't plowed with your young cow, you wouldn't have known my riddle now. The Spirit of the Lord came powerfully on him, and when he went down to Ascalon, he killed the 30 men and stripped them and gave their clothes to those who had explained the riddle in rage. Samson returned to his father's house, and his wife was given to one of the men who had accompanied him. Later, during the wheat harvest, Samson took a young goat as a gift and visited his wife. I want to go to my wife in her room, he said, but her father wouldn't let him enter. I was sure you hated her, her father said, so I gave her to one of the men who accompanied you. Isn't there a younger sister more beautiful than she is? Why don't you take her instead? Samson said to them, this time I will be blameless when I harm the Philistines. So he went out and caught up with the 300 foxes. He took the torches and turned the foxes' tails and put the torch between each of the pair of tails. Then he ignited the torches and released the foxes into the standing grain of the Philistines. He burned the piles of grains and the standing of grains, as well as the vineyards and the olive groves. The Philistines asked, who did this? They were told that it was Samson, the Timnite son-in-law, because he took Samson's wife and gave his companion. So the Philistines went back to her and to her father and burned them to death. Samson told them, because you did this, I swear that I won't rest until I have taken vengeance on you. He tore them limb from limb, and then went down and stayed in a cave at the rock of Itham. The Philistines went up and camped in the Jordan, in Judah, and he raided the Lephi. So the men of Judah said, why have you attacked us? They replied, we have come to Samson up to pay him back for what he did to us. Then the 3,000 men of Judah went back to the cave at the rock of Itham and asked Samson, don't you realize that the Philistines rules us? What have you done to us? I have done to them what they have done to me, he answered. They said to him, We have come to tie you up and hand you over to the Philistines. Then Samson told them, swear to me that you yourselves won't kill me. No, they said, we won't kill you, but we will tie you up and secure the hands to you over to them. They tied him up with 2 new ropes and led away from the rock. When he came to Lehi, the Philistines came to meet him, shouting, the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully on him, and the ropes were on his arms and on his wrists became like burnt flax and fell off. He found fresh jawbone of a donkey and reached out his hand and took it and killed 1,000 men with it. Then Samson said, the jawbone of the donkey, I pulled them in the heaps. With the jawbone of a donkey, I have killed 1,000 men. When he finished speaking, he threw away the jawbone and named that place Jawbone Hill. He became very thirsty and called out to the Lord, you have accomplished this great victory through your servant. Must I now die of thirst and fall into the hands of the uncircumcised? So God spit a hollow place into the ground at the thigh, and water came out of it. After Samson drank and his strength returned, he was revived. That is why they named the Hawkrook Spring, which is still in Nephi today. And he judged Israel 20 years, the same days of the Philistines. Samson went to Gaza, where he saw a prostitute and went to bed with her. When the Gazanites heard that Samson was there, they surrounded the place, and they waited to ambush him. And all the night at the city gate, he kept quiet all night, saying, let us wait until dawn, then we will kill him. But Samson stayed in bed until midnight. Then he got up and took hold of the door of the city gate, along with 2 gateposts, and pulled them out of the bar and all. He put them on his shoulder and took them to the top of the mountain overlooking Hebron. Sometime later, he fell in love with a woman named Delilah, who lived in the Sork Valley. The Philistine leaders went to her and said, persuade him to tell you where his great strength comes from, so we can overpower him, tie him up, and make him helpless. Each of us will then give you 1,100 pieces of silver. So Delilah said to Samson, please tell me, where does your great strength come from? How could someone tie up and make you helpless? Samson told her, if they tie me up with 7 fresh bowstrings and seven fresh bowstrings that have not been dried, I will become as weak and be like the other men. The Philistine leaders brought her 7 fresh bowstrings that had not been dried, and she tied them up with them. While the men were in ambush, were waiting in the bed in her room, she called out to him, Samson, the Philistines are here. But he snapped the bowstrings as a standyard snaps when it touches fire. The secret of this strength remains unknown. Then Delilah said to Samson, you have mocked me and told me lies. Won't you please tell me how you can be tied up? He told her, if they tie me up new ropes, they have never been used. I will not break I will become weak and will be like the other men. Delilah took new ropes and tied them up and them and shouted, Samson, the Philistines are here. But while the men ambushed and were waiting in her room, he snapped the ropes off his arms like a thread. Then Delilah said to Samson, you have mocked me all along and told me lies. Told me how you can be tied up. He told her, if you weave 7 braids of my head into a fabric on a loom and fasten the braids with a pin and called him Samson, the Philistines were here. He awoke from his sleep and pulled out the pin with the loom in his web. How can you say, I love you, she told him, when your heart is not with me? This is the 3rd time you have mocked me and not told me what makes your strength so great. Because she nagged him that day after day, he pleaded and pleaded with him until she wore him out. He told her the whole truth and said to her, my hair has never been cut because I am a Nazarite to God from birth. If I am shaved of my strength, my strength will leave me, and I will become weak and be like any other man. When Delilah realized that he had told her the whole truth, she sent for a messenger to the Philistines' leaders. Come one more time, for he has told me the whole truth. The Philistine leaders came to her and brought her the silver with them. Then she said to him, fall asleep on her lap, and called a man to shave off 7 braids of his head. In this way, she made him helpless in the strength that left him. Then she cried out, Samson, the Philistines are here. When he woke up from his sleep, he said, I will escape as I did before and shake myself free. But he did not know that the Lord had left him. The Philistines seized him and gouged out his eyes. They brought him down to the Gaza and bound him with the bronze shackles, and he was forced to be a grind grain in the prison. But his hair began to grow back after it had been shaved. Now the Philistine leaders gathered together to offer a great sacrifice to their god Dagon. They rejoiced and said, our God has handed over the enemy Samson to us. When the people saw him, they praised their God and said, our God has handed over to us the enemy who has destroyed our land and multiplied our dead. When they were in good spirits, they said, bring Samson here to entertain us. So they brought Samson from the prison and entertained them. They had him stand between the pillars. Samson said to the young man who was leading him by the hand, lead me where I can feel the pillars supporting the temple, so I can lean against them. The temple was full of men and women, and the elders of the Philistines were there. And about 3,000 men and women were on the roof watching Samson entertain them. He called out to Lord God, please remember me, strengthen me. God, just this once more. With one act of vengeance, let me pay back the Philistines for my 2 eyes. Samson took hold of the 2 middle pillars supporting the temple and leaned against them, the one on his right hand and the other on his left. Samson said, let me die with the Philistines. He pushed with all his might, and the temple fell upon the leaders and all the people in it. And those killed at his death were more than those that he had killed in his life. Then his brothers and his father, his whole family came down and carried him back and buried him in between Zorah and Zeptal in the tomb of his father Manoah. So he judged Israel for 20 years. You want to start now? Yeah. They put you on chapter 17. Try to adjust it when you can, brother.
You got small break. I'm gonna have to use my. Hallelujah. Thank you, Lord. Let's see if I can even see that. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Lord, you love God. Okay. There was a man from the hill country of Ephraim named Micah, and he said to his mother, "The 1,000 pieces of silver taken from you, and that I heard you place a curse there here on the silver, and I took it." And his mother said, "My son, may you have blessed by the Lord." He returned the 1,100 pieces of silver to his mother, and his mother said, "I personally can consecrate the silver to the Lord for my son's benefit, to make a carved image of silver, and I will give it back to you." So he returned the the silver to his mother, and she took 5 pounds of silver and gave it to the silversmith. He made it into a carved image of silver idol, and it was in Micah's house. This man Micah had a shrine, and he had made an ephod to the household idols and installed one of his sons to be his priest. In those days, there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what seemed right to him. There was a young man, a Levite from Bethlehem in Judah, who was staying with in the clan of Judah. The man left the town of Bethlehem in Judah to stay wherever he could find a place. On his way, he came to Micah's home in the hill country of Ephraim. "Where do you come from?" Micah asked him. He answered him, "I am a Levite from Bethlehem in Judah. I am going to stay wherever I can find a place." Micah replied, "Stay with me and be my father and priest, and I will give you 4 ounces of silver a year, along with your clothes and provisions." So the Levite went in and agreed to stay with the man, and his young man became like one of his sons. Micah consecrated the Levite, and the young man became his priest and lived in Micah's house. Then Micah said, "Now I know that the Lord will be good to me, because a Levite has become my priest." In those days there was no king in Israel, and the Danite tribe was looking for territory to occupy. Up at the time, no territory had been captured by them among the tribes of Israel. So the Danites set out 5 brave men from all the clans, from Zorah and Eshtaol, to scout out the land and explore it. They told them, "Go and explore the land." They came to the hill country of Ephraim as far as the home of Micah, and spent the night there. While they were near Micah's home, they recognized the accent of the young Levite. So they went over to him and asked, "Who brought you here?" "What are you doing in this place that has kept you here?" And he told them, "This is what Micah has done for me. He has hired me, and I became his priest." Then they said to him, "Please inquire of God for us to determine if this will be a successful journey." And the priest told them, "Go in peace. The Lord is watching over the journey you are going on." And the 5 men left and came to Lachish. They saw the people where they were living securely, and they came that way to the Sidonians, quiet and unsuspecting. There was nothing lacking in the land, and there was no oppressive ruler. They were far from the Sidonians, having no alliance with anyone. When the men went back to their relatives at Zorah and Eshtaol, their relative asked them, "What did you find out?" They answered, "Come on, let us attack them, for we have seen the land, and it is very good." "Why wait? Don't hesitate. Go and invade and take possession of the land. When you get there, you will come upon an unsuspecting people in a spacious land, and God has handed it over to you. It is a place where nothing on earth is lacking." 600 Danites departed from Zorah and Eshtaol, armed with weapons of war. They went up to and camped at Kermeth-Sem in Judah. This is why the place is called the Camp of Dan today. It is west of Kermeth-Jearim. From there they traveled to the hill country of Ephraim and arrived at Micah's house. The 5 men who had gone to scout out the land of Lash told their brothers, "Did you know that they are from Ephod household, gods and carved images of silver in these houses? Now think about what you should do." So they detoured there and went to the house of the young Levite at the home of Micah and greeted him. 600 Danite men were standing by the entrance of the city gate, armed with weapons of war. Then the 5 men who had gone to scout out the land went in and took the carved image, the ephod, and the household idols, and the silver idol, while the priest was standing by the entrance of the city gate, and with 600 men armed with weapons of war. When they entered Micah's house, they took the carved image, the ephod, and the household idols, and the silver idol, and the priest said to them, "What are you doing?" They told them, "Be quiet, keep your mouth shut. Come with us and be a father and a priest to us. It is better for you to be a priest for the house of one person, or for a priest for the tribe of family in Israel." So the priest was pleased and took the ephod, household idols, and carved images and went with the people. They prepared to leave, putting their dependents, livestock, and possessions in front of them. After they were some distance from Micah's house, the men who were in the house here were mustered and caught up with the Danites. And they called to the Danites, who turned to face them and said to Micah, "What's the matter with you, that you have mustered the men?" He said, "You took the gods I had made and the priest and went away. What do I have left? How can you say to me, 'What's the matter with you?'" The Danites said to them, "Don't raise your voice against us, or angry men will attack you, and you will and your family will lose your lives." The Danites went on to their way, and Micah turned and go back home, because he saw that they were stronger than he was. After they had taken the gods Micah had made and the priest that belonged to him, they went to Lachish and the quiet and unsuspecting people. They killed them with the sword and burned their city. There was no one to rescue them because it was far from Sidon, and it had no alliance with anyone. It was in a valley and belonged to Beth Rob. They rebuilt the city and lived in it. They named the city Dan, after the name of their ancestor Dan, who was born to Israel. And the city formerly named Lachish. The Danites set up a carved image for themselves. Jonathan, son of Gisham, son of Moses, and his sons were priests for the Danites tribe until the time of the exile from the land. So they set up for themselves Micah's carved image, and he had made, and it was there as long as the house of God was in Shiloh. In those days, when there was no king in Israel, the Levites stayed in the remote part of the hill country of Ephraim, acquiring a woman from Bethlehem in Judah as a concubine. But she was unfaithful to him, and he left him and her father's house in Bethlehem in Judah. She was there for 4 months. Then her husband got up and followed her to speak kindly to her and to bring her back. He had a servant with him and a pair of donkeys, so she brought him with her father's house. And when the girl's father saw him, he gladly welcomed him. Donkeys will do. Hallelujah. His father-in-law and the girl's father detained him, and they stayed with him for 3 days. They ate and drank and spent nights there. On the 4th day, they got up early in the morning and prepared to go. But the girl's father said to the son-in-laws, "Have something to eat and keep up your strength, and so they can go." So they sat down, and the two of them ate and drank together. Then the girl's father said to the man, "Please agree to stay overnight and enjoy yourself." The man got up to go, but his father-in-law persuaded him. So he stayed and spent a night there again. He got up early in the morning of the 5th day to leave, but the girl's father said to him, "Please keep up your strength." So they waited until the afternoon, and to two of them. And the man got up to go with his concubine and his servant. When the father-in-law and the girl's father said to him, "Look, night is coming. Please spend the night. See, the day is almost over. Spend the night here and enjoy yourself. Then you can get up and early in the morning for your journey to go home." But the man was unwilling to spend the night. He got up, departed, and arrived opposite Jebus, that is Jerusalem. The man had his 2 saddled donkeys and his concubine with him. When they were near Jebus on that day, almost gone, the servant said to the master, "Please, why not let us stop at the Jebusite city and spend the night there?" But the master replied to him, "We will not stop at a foreign city where there is no Israelites. Let's move to Gibeah." "Come on," he said, "let's try to reach one of these places and spend the night in Gibeah or Ramah." So he continued on their journey, and the sun set and neared Gibeah in Benjamin. They stopped to go in and spend the night in Gibeah. The Levite went in and sat down at the city square, but no one took them in their home to spend the night. In the evening, the old man came in from the work in the field, and he was from the hill country of Ephraim, but he was residing in Gibeah, where the people were Benjamites. When he looked up and saw the travelers in the city square, the old man asked, "Where are you going, and where did you come from?" He answered him, "We are traveling from Bethlehem to in Judah to the remote hill country of Ephraim, where I am from, and went to Benjamin in Judah, and now I am going to the house of the Lord. No one has taken me into their home. Although there's straw and feed for the donkeys, I have no bread and wine for me and my concubine and the servant with us. There is nothing we lack. Welcome, said the old man. I'll take care of everything you need. Only don't spend the night in the square. So he brought him into the house and fed the donkeys. Then they washed their feet and ate and drank. While they were enjoying themselves, all of a sudden, wicked men of the city surrounded the house, beat on the door. They said to the old man, "Who was the owner of this house? Bring out that man who came to your house, so we have sex with him." The owner of the house went out and said to them, "Please don't do this evil, my brothers. After all, the man has come into my house. Don't commit a horrible outrage." There he let me bring out the virgin daughter and the man's concubine now. Abuse them. Do whatever you want to them, but don't commit these outrageous things against the man. But the men would not listen to him. So the man seized his concubine and took her outside to them. They raped her and abused her all night long until morning. At the daybreak, they let her go. Early that morning, the woman made her way back and was getting light. She collapsed at the doorway of the man's house where her master was. When her master got up in the morning, opened the door of the house, and went out to leave for his journey, there was the woman, his concubine, collapsed near the doorway of the house, with her hands on the threshold. "Get up," he told her. "Let's go." But there was no response, so the man put her on the donkey and set out for home. When he entered the house, he picked up a knife and took of his concubine, cut her into 12 pieces, limb by limb, then sent her through the territory of Israel. Everyone who saw it said, "Nothing like this has ever happened or has been since the day of the Israelites come out of the land of Egypt until now. Think it over, discuss it, and speak up." All the Israelites from Dan to Beersheba and from the land of Gilead come out to the community assembled as one body before the Lord of Mizpah. The leaders of the people and all the tribes of Israel presented themselves in assembly of God's people, 400,000 armed foot soldiers. The Benjamites heard that the Israelites had gone to Mizpah, and the Israelites asked, "Tell us, how did this evil act happen?" The Levites and the husband of the murdered woman answered, "I went to Gizbah in Benjamin with my concubine to spend the night. Citizens of Gizbah came to attack me and surrounded the house at night. They intended to kill me, but they raped my concubine and she died. Then I took the concubine and cut her pieces and sent her through the Israelites' territory, because they have committed a wicked outrage in Israel. Look, all of you Israelites, give your judgment and verdict here and now." Then all the people stood united and said, "None of us will go to his tent and return to his house. Now this is what we will do in Gibeah, and we'll attack it by lot. We will take the 10 men of every 100 from all the tribes of Israel, and 100 out of every 1,000, and 1,000 out of every 10,000 to get provisions for the troops, and they will go to Gizbah in Benjamin and punish them for the outrage they committed in Israel." So all the men of Israel gathered united against the city. Then the tribes of Israel sent men throughout the tribes of Benjamin, saying, "What is this evil act that has happened among you? Hand over the wicked men in Gizbah, so they may put to death and purge the evil from Israel." But the Benjamites would not listen to the fellow Israelites. Instead, the Benjamites gathered together in the cities of Gibeah and go out and fight against the Israelites. On that day, the Benjamites mobilized 26,000 armed men from their cities, besides 700 fit young men rallied by the inhabitants of Gizbah. There were 700 fit young men that were left-handed among all of these troops, who could sling the stones, and their hair did not miss. The Israelites, part of Benjamin, mobilized 400,000 armed men, every one of them experienced warriors. They set out, went to Bethel, and inquired of God. The Israelites asked, "Who is this to go out first to fight for us against the Benjamites?" And the Lord answered, "Judah will be first." In the morning, the Israelites set out and camped near Gizbah. The men of Israel went out into to fight against Benjamin and took their battle provisions against Gizbah. The Benjamites came out to Gizbah and slaughtered 22,000 men of Israel on the field that day. But the Israelites' troops rallied and took the battle provisions and came to the place where they positioned themselves on the first day. They went up, wept before the Lord until evening, and inquired of him, "Should we go and attack the brothers of Benjamites?" And the Lord answered, "Fight against them." On that second day, the Israelites advanced against the Benjamites. And that same day, the Benjamites came out from Gizbah and met them and slaughtered them. Addition 18,000 Israelites on the field were armed. The whole Israelite army went to Bethel, where they wept and sat before the Lord and fasted that day until evening, and offered burnt offerings and fellowship offerings to the Lord. Then the Israelites inquired to the Lord in those days. The ark of the covenant of God was there, and Phinehas' son Eleazar, the son of Aaron, was serving before it. And the Israelites asked, "Should we again fight against our brothers, the Benjamites, and should we stop?" The Lord answered, "Fight, because I will hand them over to you tomorrow." So Israel set up an ambush around Gizbah. On the third day, the Israelites fought against the Benjamites and took their battle positions against Gizbah as before. Then the Benjamites came out against the troops and were drawn away from the city. They began to attack the troops as before, killing about 30 men of Israel on the highways, on which one goes to the Bethel and the other to Gizbah through the open country. The Benjamites said, we will defeat them as before." But the Israelites said, "Let's flee and draw them away from the city and to the highways." So the men of Israel got up from their places and took the battle positions at Baal Tamar, while the Israelites in ambush charged out of the places west of Geba. Then 10,000 young fit men from all Israel made a frontal assault against Gizbah, and the battle was fierce. But the Benjamites did not know that disaster was about to strike them. The Lord defeated Benjamin in the presence of Israel. And on that day, and the Israelites slaughtered 25,100 men of Benjamites. All were armed. Then the Benjamites rallied and realized that they had been defeated. And the men of Israel had retreated before Benjamin because they were confident of the ambush that they had set at Gizbah. The men in ambush had rushed quickly against Gizbah, and they advanced and put the whole city to the sword. The men of Israel had a prearranged signal for the men of ambush that they would set a great cloud of smoke from the city. The men of Israel would return to the battle when Benjamin had begun to strike them down, killing about 30 men of Israel. And they said, they're defeated before us, just as they were in the first battle. But when the column of smoke began to go up from the city, Benjamin looked behind them, and the whole city was going up in smoke. Then the men of Israel returned, and the men of Benjamin were terrified and realized the disaster had struck. They retreated before the men of Israel toward the wilderness, but the battle overtook them, and those who came out from the cities slaughtered those between them. They surrounded the Benjamites, pursued them, and easily overtook them near Gizbah toward the east. There were 18,000 men who died from Benjamin. All were warriors. Then Benjamin turned and fled toward the wilderness to Rimmon Rock, and Israel killed 5,000 men on the highways. They overtook them at Gibeon and struck 2,000 more dead. All the Benjamites who died that day were 25,000 armed men. All were warriors. But 600 men escaped into the wilderness to Rimmon Rock and stayed there 4 months. The men of Israel turned back against the other Benjamites and killed them with the sword. The entire city and the animals and everything that remained, they were also burned, all the cities that remained. The men of Israel had swords and an oath of Mizpah. None of us will give his daughter to the Benjamite in marriage. So the people went to Bethel and sat before their God until evening. They wept loudly and bitterly. They cried out, "Why, Lord, God of Israel, has this occurred, that one tribe is missed in Israel today?" The next day the people got up early and built an altar there and offered burnt offerings and fellowship offerings. The Israelites asked, "Who of all the tribes of Israel didn't come to the Lord with the assembly?" For a great oath had been taken that anyone who had not come to the Lord of Mizpah would certainly be put to death. But the Israelites had compassion on the brothers of Benjamites and said, "Today a tribe has been cut off from Israel. What should we do about the wives for the survivors? We sworn to the Lord not to give any of them of our daughters as wives." They asked. "Which city among the tribes of Israel didn't come to the Lord at Mizpah?" It turned out that the one of the Jabesh Gilead had come to the camp and the assembly. For when the roll was called, no men were from the inhabitants of Gishpa Gilead. The congregation sent 12,000 brave warriors there and commanded them, "Go and kill the inhabitants of Gishpa Gilead with the sword. Include women and dependents. This is what you should do: completely destroy every male as well as every woman who has gone to bed with a man." They found among the inhabitants of Gishpa Gilead 400 young virgins who had not been intimate with a man, and they brought them to the camp of Shiloh in the land of Canaan. The whole congregation sent a message of peace to the Benjamites and were at Rimmon's rock. Benjamin returned at the time, and Israel gave them to the women that they had kept alive at Gishpa Gilead. But there were not enough for them. The people had compassion on Benjamin because of the Lord had made this gap in the tribes of Israel. The elders of the congregation said, "What will we do about the wives for those who are left, since the women of Benjamin have been destroyed?" They said, "There must be heirs for the survivors of Benjamin, so that the tribe of Israel will not be wiped out. But we can't give them our daughters as wives." For the Israelites had sworn, "Anyone who gives a wife to the Benjamite is cursed." They said, "Look there and at the annual festival of the Lord in Shiloh, which is north of Bethel, east of the highway." And go up from Bethel and Shechem and south of Lebanon. When they commanded the Benjaminites to go and hide in the vineyards, watch and you will see young women from Shiloh come out and perform the dances. Each of you leave the vineyard and catch a wife for yourself and young women of Shiloh, and go to the land of Benjamin. When their fathers and brothers come to us to protest, we will tell them, "Show them favor, since we did not get enough wives for each of them in the battle. You didn't actually give the women to them, so you are not guilty of breaking the oath." The Benjamites did this and took the number of women they needed from the dancers they caught. They went back to their own inheritance, excuse me, rebuilt the cities and lived in them. At that time, each of the Israelites returned to their own tribe and family. Each returned from there and his own inheritance. In those days, there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what seemed right to them. Ruth. You want to read Ruth? Come on. No, you want to? Okay. You want me to start? Okay. Oh. Okay. Hallelujah.
Let's see. Oh boy, hallelujah. I hope I can see for these. Let's see. Oh no, nope. Okay, hallelujah. Ruth. Naomi's family in Moab. During that time of Judges, there was a famine in the land. A man left Bethlehem in Judah with his wife and 2 sons to stay in the territory of Moab for a while. The man's name was, Eli Melechek, I guess, and his wife was Naomi. The names of the 2 sons were Mohalan and Chilion. They were Ephraimite. How do you say that, honey? Ephraimites from Bethlehem in Judah. They entered the fields of Moab and settled there. Naomi's husband died, and she was left with her 2 sons. Her sons took Moabite women as their wives. One was Ophrah, and the second was named Ruth. After they lived in Moab about 10 years, both sons died, and the women were left without her 2 children and without her husband. She and her daughter in law set out to return from the territory of Moab because she had heard in Moab that the Lord had paid attention to his people's needs by providing them food. She left the place where she had been living, accompanied by her 2 daughters in law, and traveled along the road leading back to the land of Judah. Naomi said, "Each of you go back to your mother's homes. May the Lord show kindness to you as you have shown to the dead and to me. May the Lord grant each of you rest in the house of a new husband." She kissed them and they wept loudly. They said to her, "We insist on returning with you to your people." But Naomi replied, "Return home, my daughters. Why do you want to go with me? I am able to have any more am I able to have any more sons who could become your husbands? Return home, my daughters. Go on, for I am too old to have another husband. Even if I thought there was still hope for me to have a husband tonight to bear sons. Would you be willing to wait for them to grow up? Would you restrain yourselves from remarrying? No, my daughters, my life is too bitter for you to share, because the Lord's hand was turned against me." Again they wept loudly, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth clung to her. Naomi said, Look, your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and to her gods. Follow your sister-in-law." But Ruth replied, Don't plead with me to abandon you or to return and not follow you. For wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you live, I will live. Your people will be my people, and your God will be my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May the Lord punish me and do so severely. Are you ready to read? Oh, okay, gotcha. And do so severely if anything but death separates you from me. When Naomi saw that Ruth was determined to go with her, she stopped talking to her. The 2 of them traveled until they came to Bethlehem. When they entered Bethlehem, the whole town was excited about their arrival, and the local women exclaimed, "Can this be Naomi? Don't call me Naomi, call me Mara." She answered, "For the Almighty has made me very bitter. I went away full, but the Lord has brought me back empty. Why do you call me Naomi, since the Lord has opposed me and the Almighty inflicted me?" So Naomi came back from the territory of Moab with her daughter-in-law Ruth, the Moabitess. They arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. Honey, hand me my phone. I'm going to use the magnifier to try to see it a little better. Okay, chapter 2. Now Naomi had a relative on her husband's side. He was a prominent man of noble character from Elimelech's family. His name was Boaz. They didn't for me. I mean, they were blurry. It was too much. Open magnifier. Okay, so Ruth, the Moabitess, let me just make it this small. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, go ahead right there. Okay, Ruth, the Moabitess, asked Naomi, I still can't see. It doesn't matter. I'll just do. So Ruth, the Moabitess, asked Naomi, what? Oh, they are? Oh, gotcha. Well, that's okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll try to do at least through Ruth. You know what I would, can you do me a favor though? Can you go to the bus and get that magnifier thing? Okay, yeah, the sheet. It is actually in the bedroom in that little, my little bucket that's got it. It's right on the corner there. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. Ruth the Moabitess asked Naomi, "Will you let me go into the fields and gather fallen grain behind someone with whom I find favor?" Naomi answered her, "Go ahead, my daughter." So Ruth left and entered the field to gather grain behind the harvesters. She happened to be in the portion of the field belonging to Boaz, who was from Elimelech, I can't say his name, family. I'm in verse 2, Ruth chapter 2, and I'm starting on verse 3. So Ruth left and entered the field to gather grain behind the harvesters. Oh, I already read. Well, that didn't matter. She happened to be in the portion of the field belonging to Boaz, who was from Elimelech. I can't say it. Anyway, family. Later, when Boaz arrived from Bethlehem, he said to the harvesters, "The Lord be with you. The Lord bless you," they replied. Boaz asked his servant, who was in charge of the harvesters, "Whose young woman is this?" The servant answered, "She is the young Moabite who returned with Naomi from the territory of Moab. She asked, 'Will you let me gather fallen grain among the bundles behind the harvesters?' She came and has been on her feet." Oh, let me see if they'll help. Oh, God. Actually, they are a little better. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Okay, let's see. So Ruth entered the field. We are here. Okay, all right. The servant. No, we're not there. We are a little further down. Okay, we're here. She asked, "Will you let me gather fallen grain among the bundles behind the harvesters?" She came and has been on her feet since early morning, except that she rested a little in the shelter. Then Boaz said to Ruth, "Listen, my daughter, don't go and gather grain in another field, and don't leave this one, and stay here close to my female servants. See which field they are harvesting and follow them. Haven't I ordered the young men not to touch you? When you are thirsty, go and drink from the jars the young men have filled." She fell face down, bowed to the ground, and said to him, "Why have I found favor with you, so that you notice me, although I am a foreigner?" Boaz answered her, "Everything you have done for your mother-in-law since your husband's death has been fully reported to me. How you left your father and mother and your native land, and how you came to a people you didn't previously know. May the Lord reward you for what you have done, and may you receive a full reward from the Lord of Israel, under whose wings you have come for refuge." "My Lord," she said, "I have found favor with you, for you have comforted and encouraged your servant, although I am not like one of your female servants." At mealtime, Boaz told her, "Come over here and have some bread and dip in the vinegar sauce." So she sat beside the harvesters and he offered her roasted grain. She ate and was satisfied and had some left over. When she got up to gather grain, Boaz ordered the young men, "Let her even gather grain among the bundles, and don't humiliate her. Pull out some stalks from the bundles for her and leave them for her to gather. Don't rebuke her." So Ruth gathered grain in the field until evening. She beat out what she had gathered. Oh, praise God. I got these readers too, though. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I better stick with the readers. But thank you, honey. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. She gathered the grain. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Ruth gathered grain in the field until evening. She beat out what she had gathered, and it was about 26 quarts of barley. She picked up the grain and went into the town where her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned. She brought out what she had left over from her meal and gave it to her. Her mother-in-law said to her, "Where did you gather barley today, and where did you work? May the Lord bless the man who noticed you." Ruth told her mother-in-law, whom she had worked with, and said, "The name of the man I worked with today is Boaz." Then Naomi said to her to her daughter-in-law, "May the Lord bless him, because he has not abandoned his kindness to the living or the dead." Naomi continued, "The man is a close relative. He is one of our family redeemers." Ruth the Moabitess said, "He also told me, 'Stay with my young men until they have finished all of my harvest.'" So Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, Ruth, "My daughter, it is good for you to work with his female servants, so that nothing will happen to you in another field." Ruth stayed close to Boaz's female servants and gathered grain until the barley and the wheat harvests were finished, and she lived with her mother-in-law. Now we're in chapter 3 now. Ruth's mother-in-law, Naomi, said to her, "My daughter, shouldn't I find rest for you so that you will be taken care of? Now, isn't Boaz our relative? Haven't you been working with his female servants? This evening he will be winnowing barley on the threshing floor. Wash, put on perfumed oil, and wear your best clothes. Go down to the threshing floor, but don't let the man know you are there until he has finished eating and drinking. When he lies down, notice the place where he's lying. Go in and uncover his feet and lie down. Then he will explain to you what you should do." So Ruth said to her, "I will do everything you say." She went to the threshing floor and did everything her mother-in-law had charged her to do. After Boaz ate, drank, and was in good spirits, he went to lie down at the end of the pile of barley. And she came secretly, uncovered his feet, and lay down. At midnight, Boaz was startled, turned over, and there, lying at his feet, was a woman. And he asked, "Who are you?" "I am Ruth, your servant," she replied. "Take me under your wing, for you are a family redeemer." Then he replied, "May the Lord bless you, my daughter. You have shown more kindness now than before, because you have not pursued younger men, whether rich or poor. Now don't be afraid, my daughter. I will do for you whatever you say, since all the people in my town know that you are a woman of noble character. Yes, it is true that I am a family redeemer, but there is a redeemer closer than I am. Stay here tonight, and in the morning, if he wants to redeem you, that's good. Let him redeem you. But if he doesn't want to redeem you, as the Lord lives, I will. Now lie down until morning." So she lay down at his feet until morning, but got up while it was still dark. Then Boaz said, "Don't let it be known that a woman came to the threshing floor." And he told Ruth, "Bring the shawl you're wearing and hold it out." When she held it out, he shoveled 6 measures of barley into the shawl, and she went into the town. She went to her mother-in-law, Naomi, who asked, "What happened, my daughter?" Then Ruth told her everything the man had done. She said, "He gave me 6 measures of barley because he said, 'Don't go back to your mother-in-law empty-handed.'" Naomi said, "My daughter, wait until you find out how things go, for he won't rest unless he resolves this today." That's interesting. Boaz went to the gate of the town and sat there. Soon the family redeemer Boaz had spoken about came by. Boaz said, "Come over here and sit down." So he went over and sat down. Then Boaz took 10 men of the town's elders and said, "Sit here," and they sat down. He said to the Redeemer, "Naomi, who has returned from the territory of Moab, is selling the portion of the field that belonged to our brother I can't say his name. At any rate, verse 4. I thought I should inform you, but if in the presence of those seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people, if you want to redeem it, do it. But if you do not want to redeem it, tell me so that I will know, because there isn't any other than you to redeem it, and I am next after you. I will redeem it, he answered. Then Boaz said, on the day you buy the field from Naomi, you will acquire Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of the deceased man, to perpetrate, or I can't say that word, perpetuate, the man's name on his property. The Redeemer replied, I can't redeem it myself, or I will ruin my own inheritance. Take my right of redemption, because I can't redeem it. At an earlier period in Israel, a man removed his sandal and gave it to the other party in order to make the manner legally binding concerning the right of redemption or the exchange of property. This was the method of legally binding a transaction in Israel. So the Redeemer removed his sandal and said to Boaz, buy back the property yourself. Boaz said to the elders and all the people, you are witnesses today that I am buying from Naomi everything that belonged, to her husband and her sons. I have acquired Ruth the Moabitess, the widow, as my wife to perpetuate, I can't say it, sorry y'all, perpetuate, okay, thanks, the deceased man's name on his property, so that his name will not disappear among the relatives from the gate of his hometown. You are witnesses today. All the people were at the city gate, including the elders, said, we are witnesses. May the Lord make the woman who is entering your home like your house, like Rachel and Leah, who together built the house of Israel. May you be powerful in, oh Lord, here we go, Ephraim something. And may your name may your name well known in Bethlehem. May your house become like the house of Perez, the son of Tamar, born in Judah. Because of the offspring the Lord will give you by this young woman. Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife. She slept with him, and the Lord granted conception to her. She gave birth to a son. The women said to Naomi, blessed be the Lord, who has not left you without a family redeemer today. May his name become well known in Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. Indeed, your daughter-in-law, who loves you and is better to you than 7 sons, has given birth to him. Naomi took the child, placed him on her lap, and became a mother to him. The neighbor women said, a son has been born to Naomi, and they named him Obed. He was the father of Jesse, the father of David. Now these are the family records of Perez. Perez, here we go, fathered Hezron. Hezron fathered Ram. Ram fathered Amminadab maybe. Amminadab maybe fathered Nashon. Nashon fathered Salmon. Solomon fathered Boaz. Boaz fathered Obed. And Obed fathered Jesse. And Jesse fathered David. Hallelujah. Next. Okay, it starts 1 Samuel. That's a good one. That's a good one. Come on back. No, these are, yeah, I don't know if make sure I get them back. I
1 Samuel. There was a man from Ramath Ephraim in the hill country of Ephraim. His name was Elkanah, son of Joachim, son of Elu, son of Tohu, son of Zuphah, the Ephraite. He had two wives, the first named Hannah and the second Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah was childless. This man would go up to the town every year and worship and sacrifice to the Lord of the armies of Shiloh, where Eli's two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, were Lord's priests. Whenever Elkanah offered a sacrifice, he always gave portions of the meat to his wife Peninnah and to each of her sons and daughters. But he gave a double portion to Hannah, for he loved her even though the Lord had kept her from conceiving. Her rival would taunt her severely just to provoke her, because the Lord had kept Hannah from conceiving. Year after year, when she went up to the Lord's house, her rival taunted her in this way. Hannah would weep and would not eat. Hannah, why are you crying? Her husband Elkanah would ask. Why won't you eat? Why are you troubled? Am I not better than 10 sons? On one occasion, Hannah got up after they ate and drank in Shiloh, and the priest Eli was sitting on a chair by the doorpost of the Lord's temple. Deeply hurt, Hannah prayed to the Lord and wept with many tears. Making a vow, she pleaded, Lord of armies, if you will take notice of your servant's affliction, remember that, not forget me, and I will give you servant a son, and I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and his hair will never be cut. While she continued praying in the Lord's presence, Eli watched her mouth. Hannah was praying silently, and though her lips were moving, her voice could not be heard. Eli thought she was drunk and said to her, How long are you going to be drunk? Get rid of your wine. No, my lord, Hannah replied. I am a woman of a broken heart. I haven't had any wine or beer. After I've been pouring out my heart before the Lord. Don't think of me as a wicked woman. I've been praying from the depth of my anguish and resentment. Eli responded, Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant the request you have made to him. May your servant find favor with you, she replied, and Hannah went on her way. She ate and no longer looked despondent. The next morning, Elkanah and Hannah got up early and worshiped before the Lord. After they returned home to Ramah, and Elkanah was intimate with his wife, Hannah, and the Lord remembered her. After some time, Hannah conceived and gave birth to a son. She named him Samuel, because she said, I requested him from the Lord. When Elkanah and his household went up to make annual sacrifice, his vow offering to the Lord, Hannah did not go, and explained to her husband, After the child is weaned, I'll take him to appear at the Lord's presence and stay there permanently. Her husband Elkanah replied, Do what you think is best, and stay there until you've weaned him. May the Lord confirm your word. So Hannah stayed there and nursed her son, and she weaned him. When she weaned him, she took him to Shiloh. And there was a 3-year-old bull, half a bushel of flour, and a clay jar of wine. Though the boy was still young, she took him to the Lord's house in Shiloh. Then they slaughtered the bull and brought the boy to Eli. Please the Lord, she said, as surely as you live, my Lord, I am a woman who stood here beside you praying to the Lord. I prayed for a boy, and since the Lord gave me what I asked of him, I now give this boy to the Lord. As for young as he lives, as long as he lives, he will be given to the Lord. Then he worshiped the Lord there. Hannah prayed, my heart rejoices in the Lord. My horn is lifted up by the Lord. My mouth boasts over my enemies, because I rejoice in your salvation. There is no holy one like the Lord. There is no one besides you. There is no rock like our God. Do not boast so proudly, or let arrogant words come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge and action, and weighted by him. The bows of the warriors are broken, and the feeble are clothed with strength. Those who are full hire themselves out for food. For those who are starving hunger no more. The woman who will be childless gives birth to 7, but the woman with many sons pines away. The Lord brings death and gives life. He sends some down to Sheol and raises others up. The Lord brings poverty and gives wealth. He humbles and he exalts. He raises the poor from the dust and lifts the needy from the trash heap. He seats them with the noblemen and gives them the throne of honor. For the foundations of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world on them. He guards the steps of the faithful ones, and the wicked perish in darkness. For the person does not prevail by his own strength. Those who are opposite of the Lord will be shattered. He will thunder in the heavens against them, and the Lord will judge the ends of the earth. He will give power to his kings, and he will lift up the horn of his anointed. Elkanah went home to Ramah, but the boy served the Lord in the presence of the priest Eli. Eli's son was wicked men. They did not respect the Lord. In their priests they shared the sacrifices from the people. When anyone offered sacrifice, the priest's servant would come with a 3-pronged meat fork while the meat was boiling, and plunged it into the container, kettle, cauldron, or cooking pot. The priest would claim it for himself. Whatever the meat fork brought up, this is what they treated all the Israelites who came there to Shiloh. Even before the fat was burned, the priest's servant would come and say to the one who is sacrificing, give the priest some meat to roast, because he won't accept boiling meat from you, only raw. If the person said to them, the fat must be burned first, then you can take whatever you want for yourself. The servant replied, no, I insist that you hand over right now. If you don't, I'll take it by force. So the servant's sin was very severe in the presence of the Lord, because the men treated the Lord's offering with contempt. Samuel served in the Lord's presence, and a mere boy was dressed in the linen ephod. Each year his mother made him a little robe and took it to him as she went with her husband to offer the annual sacrifice. Eli would bless Elkanah and his wife. May the Lord give you children by this woman, and place them in ones that she had given to the Lord. Then they would go home, and the Lord's attention to Hannah needed. And she conceived and gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. Meanwhile, the boy Samuel grew up in the presence of the Lord. Now Eli was very old. He heard about everything his sons were doing in Israel, and now they were sleeping with the women who served the entrance of the tent all meeting. He said to them, "Why are you doing these things? I have heard about your evil actions from all these people. No, my sons, the news I hear is the Lord's people spread is not good. If one person sins against another, God can intercede for him. But if a person sins against the Lord, who can intercede against him?" But they would not listen, and their father, since the Lord intended to kill them. By contrast, the boy Samuel grew up in stature and favor with the Lord and with the people. A man of God came to Eli and said to him, "This is what the Lord says. Didn't I reveal myself to you and your father's family when they were in Egypt and belonged to Pharaoh's place? Out of all the tribes of Israel, I chose your house to be my priests and offer sacrifices on my altar, and the burnt incense were the ephod in my presence. I also gave your forefathers' family all the Israelite food offerings. Why then do you despise my sacrifices and offerings? And I require that your place of worship. You have honored your sons more than me by making themselves fat in the part of all the offerings of my people of Israel. Therefore, this is the declaration of the Lord of Israel. I did say to that family and to the forefathers' family, you walk with me forever. But now this is the Lord's declaration. No longer for those honor me I will honor, but those who despise me will be disgraced. Look, in the days of coming when I cut off your strength and the strength of your forefathers' family, so that none of your family will reach old age. You will see distress in the places of worship. Despite all the good in Israel, no one in your family will ever again reach old age. Any man from the family I do not cut off from the altar will bring grief and sadness to you. All of your descendants will die violently. This will be the sign that will come to you concerning your two sons, Hophni and Phinehas. Both of them will die on the same day. Then I will rise up a faithful priest for myself, and will do whatever is in my heart and mind, and I will establish a lasting dynasty for him. And he will walk before my anointed one all the time. Anyone who has left in your family will come and bow down to him for a piece of silver or a loaf of bread. He will say, please appoint me to some priestly office so that I can have a piece of bread to eat. The boy Samuel served the Lord in Eli's presence in those days, and the word of the Lord was rare, and the prophetic vision was not widespread. One day Eli, those whose eyesight was failing, and was lying in his usual place before the lamp of God had gone out. Samuel was lying down in the temple and of the Lord, and the ark of God was located. Then the Lord called Samuel, and he answered, "Here am I." He ran to Eli and said, "Here am I. You called me." "I didn't call," Eli replied. "Go back and lie down." So he went and laid down. Once again the Lord called, "Samuel." Samuel got up and entered Eli. "Here I am. You called me." "I didn't call you, my son," he replied. "Go back and lie down." Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord, because the word of the Lord had not yet been revealed to him. Once again, for the third time, the Lord called, "Samuel." He got up and went to Eli and said, "Here I am. You called me." Then Eli understood what the Lord was calling the boy. He told Samuel, "Go and lie down. If he calls you again, say, 'Lord,' for your servant is listening." So Samuel went and lay down in the place. The Lord came and stood there and called before Samuel. "Samuel, Samuel," responded. "Speak, for the servant is listening." The Lord said to Samuel, I am about to do something in Israel that will cause everyone who hears about it to shudder. On that day I will carry out against Eli everything that I said about his family from the beginning to the end. I told him that I am going to judge his family forever because of the iniquity he knows about, and his sons are cursed of God, and he will not stop them. Therefore I have sworn to Eli's family, the iniquity of Eli's family will never be wiped out by either sacrifice or offering. Samuel lay down until the morning, and then he opened up the door of the Lord's house, and he was afraid to tell Eli's vision. But Eli called to him and said, Samuel, my son. Here I am, answered Samuel. What is the message he gave you? Eli asked. Don't hide from me. May God punish you and do severely to you. Hide anything from me that he told you. So Samuel told him everything and did not hide anything from him. Eli responded, He is the Lord. Let him do what he thinks is good. Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and he fulfilled everything Samuel prophesied. All Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, grew, knew that Samuel was confirmed prophet of the Lord. The Lord continued to appear in Shiloh, because he would reveal himself to Samuel by his word. The Samuel's word came to all of Israel. Israel went out to meet the Philistines in the battle and camped by Ebenezer, while the Philistines encamped by Aphek. The Philistines lined up for battle in formation against Israel. But the battle intensified. Israel was defeated, and the Philistines, who struck down about 400,000 men on the battlefield. When the troops returned to the camp, the elders of Israel asked, Why did the Lord defeat us in the day before the Philistines? Let us bring the ark of the Lord's covenant from Shiloh. Then they will go with us and save us from the enemies. So the people sent out to Shiloh to bring back the ark of the covenant to the Lord's armies, who was enthroned between cherubim. Eli's two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, were there with the ark of the covenant of God. When the ark of the covenant of the Lord entered the camp, all the Israelites raised such a loud shout that the ground shook. The Philistines heard the sound of the cry and asked, What this loud shout in the Hebrews' camp? When the Philistines discovered that the ark of the Lord had entered the camp, they panicked. A god has entered their camp, they said. Woe to us! Nothing like this has happened before. Woe to us! Who will rescue us from the magnificent God? These are the gods that slaughtered the Egyptians from all kinds of plagues in the wilderness. Show some courage to be men, Philistines. Otherwise you will serve the Hebrews just like they served you. Now be men and fight. So the Philistines fought, and Israel was defeated. And each man fled to his tent, and the slaughter was severe. 30,000 of the Israelite foot soldiers fell. The ark of God was captured, and Eli's two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, died. That same day, the Benjamite ran from the battle and came to Shiloh. His clothes were torn, and there was dirt on his head. When he arrived, there was Eli sitting on the chair beside the road, waiting because of his anxious about the ark of God. When the man entered the city and gave the report, the entire city cried out. Eli heard the outcry and asked, What's this commotion? The man quickly came and reported to Eli. At that time, Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes didn't move because he couldn't see. The man said to Eli, I am the one who came from the battle. I fled there in that day. What happened, my son? Eli asked. The messenger answered to Israel, has fled from the Philistines, and there was a great slaughter among the people. Your 2 sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are both dead, and the ark had been captured. When he mentioned the ark of God, Eli fell backward off the chair by the city gate, and since he was old and heavy, his neck broke and he died. Eli had judged Israel 40 years. Eli's daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was pregnant and about to give birth. When she heard the news of the capture of the ark and the deaths of the father-in-law and her husband, she collapsed and gave birth because her labor pains came on her. As she was dying, the woman taking care of her said, "Don't be afraid. You gave birth to a son." But she did not respond or pay attention. She named the boy Ichabod, saying, "The glory has departed from Israel," referring to the capture of the ark of God and the deaths of her father-in-law and her husband. "The glory has departed from Israel," she said, because the ark of God had been captured. After the Philistines had captured the ark of God, they took it up from Ebenezer to Ashdod, brought it forth into the temple of Dagon, and placed it next to his statue. When the people of Ashdod got up early the next morning, there was Dagon fallen on his face to the ground before the ark of God. So they took Dagon and returned him to his place. But when they got up early the next morning, they were in Dagon, fallen with his face on the ground before the ark of God. And the time Dagon's head and both of his hands were broken off and lying on the threshold. Only Dagon's torso remained. That is why still today the priests of Dagon and everyone who enters the temple of Dagon in Ashdod do not step on Dagon's threshold. The Lord's hand was heavy on the people of Ashdod. He terrified the people of Ashdod and the territory and afflicted them with tumors. When the people of Ashdod saw what was happening, they said, "The ark of Israel's God must not stay here with us, because his hand is strongly against us and our God Dagon." So they called to the Philistine rulers to gather and asked, "What should we do with the ark of Israel's God?" "The ark of Israel's God should be moved to Gath," they replied. So they moved the ark of Israel's God. After they had moved, the Lord's hand was against the city of Gath, causing great panic. He afflicted the people with the city, and the youngest to the oldest, with the outbreak of tumors. The people of Gath then sent the ark to Ekron. Where it got there, the Ekronites cried out, "They moved the ark of Israel's God to us, to kill us and our people." The Ekronites called to the Philistine rulers together and said, "Send the ark of Israel's God away. Let it return to the place where it won't kill us from our people, and from the fear of the death pervade in the city." God's hand was oppressed them. Those who did not die were afflicted with tumors, and the outcry of the city went up to heaven. When the ark of the Lord had been in the Philistine territory for 7 months, the Philistines summoned the priests and the diviners and pleaded, "What should we do with the ark of the Lord? Tell us where to send it, what place." They replied, "If you send the ark of Israel God's way, do not send it without an offering. Send back a guilt offering to him, and you will be healed." Then then the reason his hand hasn't been removed from you will be revealed. They asked, what guilt offering should we send back to him? And they answered, 5 gold tumors and 5 gold mice, and corresponding to the number of the Philistine rulers, since there was no plague for both you and your rulers. Make images of your tumors, and out of your mice they will be destroyed in the land. Give glory to Israel's God, and perhaps he will stop oppressing you, your gods, and your land. Why harden your hearts as Egypt and Pharaoh hardened theirs when he afflicted them? Didn't they send Israel away and Israel left? Now then, perhaps one new cart and 2 milk cows, and whatever they can be yoked. Hitch the cows in the cart and take them away, and the calves away and pen them up. Take the ark of the Lord, place it on the cart, and put the gold objects that you've sent to him and the guilt offering in the box besides the ark. Send it off and let it go its way. Then watch. If it goes up the road and its homeland towards Beth Shirma, it is the Lord's, who has made the terrible for us. However, if it doesn't, we will know that it is his hand to punish us, and just something has happened to us by chance. The men did this. They took 2 milk cows, hitched it to the cart, and confined it in the calves. Then they put the ark of the Lord on the cart, along with the box containing the gold mice and the images of their tumors. And the cows went straight up the road to Beth Shirma, and they stayed on the highway, lowering as it went, and they never strayed right to left. The Philistine rulers were walking behind them to the territory of Beth Shemesh. The people of Beth Shemesh were harvesting wheat in the valley, and when they looked up and saw the ark, they were overjoyed to see it. The cart came to the field of Joshua and in Beth Shemesh and stopped there near the large rock. The people of the city chopped up the cart and offered the cows as burnt offerings to the Lord. The Levites removed the ark from of the Lord with a box containing the golden objects and placed them in a large rock. That day the people of Beth Shemesh offered burnt offerings and made sacrifices to the Lord. When the 5 Philistine rulers observed this, they returned to Ekron that same day. As a guilt offering to the Lord, the Philistines had sent back 1 gold tumor for each city: Ashdod, Gaza, Ashdod, Gath, and Ekron. The number of gold mice were corresponded to the number of Philistine cities and the 5 rulers, fortified cities, and the outlying villages. The large rock on which the ark of the Lord was placed is still in the field of Joshua in Beth Shemesh today. God struck down the people of Beth Shemesh because they looked inside the ark of the Lord. He struck down 70 people, and the people mourned because the Lord struck them down a great slaughter. The people of Beth Shemesh asked, "Who is able to stand in the presence of the Lord, thy holy God? To whom should the ark go from here?" They sent messengers to the residents of Kiriath Jearim, saying, "The Philistines have returned the ark of the Lord. Come down and get it." So the people of Kiriath Jearim came to the ark of the Lord and took it to Abinadab's house on the hill. They consecrated his son Eleazar to take care of it. The time went by until 20 years had passed since the ark had been taken to Kiriath Jearim, and the whole house of Israel along of the Lord. Samuel told them, "If you are return to the Lord with all your heart, get rid of the foreign gods and the Ashtods that are among you, and the heart of the Lord, and worship only him. Then he will rescue you from the Philistines. So the Israelites removed Baals and Ashods and only worshiped the Lord. Samuel said, gather all the Israelites at Mizpah, and I will pray to the Lord on your behalf. When they gathered at Mizpah, they drew water and poured it out in the Lord's presence. They fasted that day, and they confessed they had sinned against the Lord. And Samuel judged the Israelites at Mizpah. When the Philistines heard that the Israelites had gathered in Mizpah, their rulers marched up towards Israel. When the Israelites heard about it, they were afraid of the Philistines. The Israelites said to Samuel, don't stop crying out to the Lord of God for us, so they will have us and the Philistines. And Samuel took the young lamb and offered the whole burnt offering to the Lord. He cried out in the Lord on his behalf in Israel, and the Lord answered him. Samuel was offering a burnt offering as the Philistines approached to fight against Israel. The Lord thundered loudly and against the Philistines that day, and drew them into such a confusion that they were defeated by Israel. Then the men of Israel charged out of Mizpah and pursued the Philistines, striking them down as they were a place below Beth-kar. Afterwards Samuel took a stone and set it upright between Mizpah and Shen, and named it Ebenezer, explaining, the Lord has helped us to this point. So the Philistines were subdued and did not invade Israel's territory again. And the Lord's hand was against the Philistines all the Samuel's life. The cities from Ekron to Gath, which they were taken from Israel, were restored in Israel and rescued their surrounding territories from the Philistine control. There was a peace between Israel and the Amorites. Samuel judged Israel throughout his life. Every year he would go to the circuit in Beth and Gal and Mizpah, and he would judge Israel of all the locations. Then he would return to Ramah, and because his house was there, and judged Israel there, and he built an altar to the Lord there. When Samuel grew old, he appointed his sons to judge over Israel. His firstborn son, named Joel, and his second son, Abiah. They were judges in Beersheba. However, his sons did not walk in the ways. They turned towards dishonest profit, took bribes, and perverted justice. So all the elders of Israel gathered together and went to Samuel in Ramah. And they said to him, look, you are old, and your sons do not walk in your ways. Therefore, appoint a king to judge as the same as the others' name. Nations have. Then he said, give us a king to judge us. Samuel considered their demand wrong, so he prayed to the Lord. But the Lord told him, listen to the people and everything they say. They have not rejected you, they have rejected me as their king. Ouch. They are doing the same thing to you that they have done to me. Since the day I have brought them out of Egypt until this day, abandoning me and worshiping other gods. Listen to them, but solemnly warn them and tell them about the customary rights of a king who will reign over them. Samuel told the Lord's words to the people and asked for a king. He said, these are the rights of the king. He will reign over you. He will take your sons and put them to use in his chariots and on his horses and run in front of his chariots. He will appoint them as commanders and thousands of commanders and 50s, to plow the ground and to reap his harvest, and to make his weapons of war and equip for his chariots. He will take the daughters to become perfumers and cooks and bakers. He can take your best fields, your vineyards, your olive orchards, and give them to his servants. He can take a tenth of your grain and your vineyards and give them to his officials and servants. He can take your male servants and your female servants, your best cattle, your donkeys, and use them for his work. He can take a tenth of your flocks, and you yourselves can become his servants. When that day comes, you will cry out because of the kings you've chosen for yourselves, but the Lord won't answer you in that day. The people refused to listen to Samuel. Said, "No," he said, "we must have a king over us. Then we'll be like the other nations. Our king will judge us and go out before us and fight our battles." Samuel listened to them and the people's words, and he repeated them to the Lord. "Listen to them," the Lord told Samuel. "Appoint a king for them." Then Samuel told the men of Israel, "Each of you go back to your cities." There was a prominent man in Benjamin named Kish, son of Abiel, son of Zair, son of Bechor, son of Abda, son of the Benjamite. And he had a son named Saul, an impressive young man. There was no one more impressive among the Israelites than he stood head taller than anyone else. One day the donkeys of Saul's father Kish wandered off. Kish said to his son Saul, "Take one of the servants with you and go look for the donkeys." Saul and his servant went through the hill country of Ephraim and through the regions of Shalish, but they didn't find them. And they went through the region of Shalom, nothing. When they went through the Benjamite region, but still didn't find them. When they came to the land of Zupha, Saul said to the servant who was with him, "Come on, let's go back, or our father will stop worrying about his donkeys and start worrying about us." Look, the servant says, "There's a man of God in the city here, highly respected. Everything he says is sure to come true. Let's go there. Maybe he'll tell us which way that we should go." "Suppose we should go," Saul said to his servant. "What do we take the man? The food from our packs is gone, and there's no gift to take to the man of God. What do we have?" The servant answered Saul, "Here I have a little silver. I'll go back to the man of God, and he will tell us which way to go." Formerly of Israel, a man was going to inquire of God, would say, "Come, let us go to the seer, to the prophet of today," and formerly called the seer. "Good," Saul replied to his servant. "Come on, let's go." So they went to the city of where the man of God was. And they were climbing in the hill to the city and found some young women coming out to draw water, and asked, "Is the seer here?" The woman answered, "Yes, he is ahead of you. Hurry, he is just now entering the city, because there is a sacrifice for the people of the high priest today. As soon as you enter the city, you will find him as he goes to the high place to eat. The people won't eat until he comes, because he must bless the sacrifice. After that, the guests can eat. Go immediately, and you can find him." So they went up towards the city. Saul and his servants entered into the city. They saw Samuel coming towards them, and they saw in the high place. Now the day before Saul's arrival, the Lord had informed Samuel, "At this time tomorrow I will send you a man from the land of Benjamin. Appoint him ruler over my people Israel. He will save them from the Philistines, because I have seen the affliction of my people, for the cry has come to me." When Samuel saw Saul, the Lord told him, "Here I am. I told you about you. I will govern my people. Saul approached Samuel in the city and as the gate. Would you please tell me where the seer's house is? I am the seer, Samuel answered. Go up ahead of me in the high place and eat with me today. When I send you off in the morning, I'll tell you everything that's in your heart. As for the donkeys, they wandered away and go 3 days. Don't worry about them because they have been found. And who does all Israel's desire, but all your father's family? Saul responded, I am not a Benjamite from the smallest of Israel's tribes. And isn't my clan the least important of all the clans of the Benjamite tribe? So why have you said something like that to me? Samuel took Saul and his servants and brought them to the banquet hall and gave them a piece of the head of the 30 of men that had been invited. The Samuel said to the cook, get the portion of meat that I gave to you and set it aside. The cook picked up the thigh and was attached to it and set it before Saul. Then Samuel said, notice that their reserved piece is set before you. Eat it because it was saved for you for a solemn event at the time I said. I invited the people. So Saul ate with Samuel that day. Got it there, brother? I am 9:25. Samuel 9:25. Oh my.
Afterwards, they went down from the high place to the city of Samuel spoke with Saul on the roof. They got up early, just before dawn. Samuel called to Saul on the roof, get up and I'll send you on your way. Saul got up and both he and Samuel went outside. As they were going down to the edge of the city, Samuel said to Saul, tell the servant to go ahead of us, but stay for a while, and I will reveal the word of God to you. So the servant went on. Samuel took the flask of oil, poured it on Saul's head, kissed him, and said, Hasn't the Lord anointed you rule over all his inheritance? What you love, baby? Today, when you leave me, you'll find 2 men in Rachel's grave. You're too loud. 2 men in Rachel's grave at Zelah, in the territory of Benjamin. They will say to you, the donkeys you went looking for have been found, and now your father has stopped it, being concerned about the donkeys, and it is worried about you, asking, what should I do about my son? You will proceed from there until you come to the oak of the Tabor. Baby, you're being too loud. I can hear you all the way over here. Then I will ask how you are to give your 2 loaves of bread, which you accept for them. And after that, you will come to Gibeah of God, where the Philistines garrisons. When you arrive to the city, you will meet a group of prophets coming down from the high place prophesying. They will be preceded by harps and tambourines, flutes and lyres. The Spirit of the Lord will come powerfully on you. You will prophesy with them, and you will be transformed. When these signs have happened to you, do whatever your circumstances require, because God is with you. Afterwards, go ahead of me to Gilgal. I will come to you to offer burnt offerings and to sacrifice fellowship offerings. Wait 7 days until I come to you and show you what to do. When Saul turned to leave Samuel, God changed his heart, and all the signs came about that day. When Saul saw his servants arrive at Gibeah, a group of prophets met him. Then the Spirit of God came powerfully over him, and he prophesied along with him. Everyone who knew him previously and saw him prophesy with the prophets asked each other, "What has happened to the son of the king of Kish?" It's Saul also among the prophets. Then a man who was from there asked, "And who is their father?" As a result, it is Saul also among the prophets became popular, saying. Then Saul finished prophesying and went to the high place. Saul's uncle asked him and his servants, "Where did you go?" To look for donkeys," Saul answered. "When we saw they weren't there, we went to Samuel." "Tell me," Saul asked the uncle, "what Samuel say to you?" Saul told him. He assured us the donkeys had been found. However, Saul did not tell him what Samuel had said about the matter of the kingship. Samuel received as king. Samuel summoned the people to the Lord of Mizpah and said to the Israelites, This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I brought you out of Egypt and rescued you from the power of the Egyptians and all the kingdoms that were oppressing you. But today you have rejected your God, who saves you from all your troubles and afflictions. You said to him, you must set a king over us. Now therefore present yourselves before the Lord by the tribes of the clans. Samuel and all the tribes of Israel come forward to the tribe of Benjamin was selected. Then he had the tribe of Benjamin come forward by its clans, and the Martite clan was selected. Finally, Saul's, the son of Kish, was selected, but when they searched for him, they could not find him. They again inquired of the Lord, has a man come here yet? The Lord replied, there he is, hidden among the supplies. They ran and got him from there. When he stood among the people, he stood a head taller than anyone else. Samuel said to the people, do you see the one the Lord has chosen? There is no one like him among the entire population. And all the people shouted, long live the king. Samuel proclaimed to the people the right of kingship. He wrote them on a scroll, which was placed in the presence of the Lord. Then Samuel sent all the people home. Saul also went to his home in Gibeah, and brave men whose hearts God had touched went with him. But some wicked men said, how can this guy save us? They despised him and did nothing, and did not bring him a gift. But Saul said nothing. Saul's deliverance of Beshach Gilead. Nahash, the Aramite, came up with came up and laid siege on Jabesh Gilead. All the men of Jabesh said to him, "Make a treaty with us, and we will serve you." Nahash the Amorite replied, "I make one with you in this condition. I gouge out everyone's right eye and humiliate all of Israel. Don't do anything to us for 7 days." The elders of Jabesh said to him, "And let us send messengers throughout the territory of Israel. If no one else saves us, we will surrender to you." When the messengers came from Jabesh, Saul's hometown, and told the terms to the people, all wept aloud. Just as Saul was coming in from the fields behind the oxen, "What's the matter with the people? Why are they weeping?" Saul inquired, and they repeated to him the words of all the men from Jabesh. When Saul heard these words, the Spirit of God suddenly came powerfully on him, and his anger burned furiously. He took a team of oxen, cut them in pieces, and sent them throughout the territory of Israel by the messengers who said, "This is what will be done to the oxen of anyone who doesn't march behind Saul and Samuel." As a result of the territory, the Lord fell upon the people, and they went out united. Saul counted them at Bezek. There were 300,000 Israelites and 3,000 men of Judah. He told the messengers who had come, "Tell this to the men of Jabesh and Gilead. Deliverance will be yours tomorrow by the time the sun is hot." So the messengers told the men of Jabesh, and they rejoiced. Then the men of Jabesh said to Nahash, "Tomorrow we will come out, and you can do whatever you want to us." The next day, Saul organized the troops into divisions. During the morning watch, they invaded the Ammonite camp and slaughtered them until the heat of the day. There were survivors, but there were scattered that no two of them were left together. Saul's confirmation as king. Verse 12. Afterwards, the people said, "Samuel, who said that Saul should not reign over us, give us those men so we can kill them." But Saul ordered, "No one will be executed this day, for today the Lord has provided deliverance in Israel." Then Samuel said to the people, "Come, let's go to Gilgal, so we can renew the kingship there." So all the people went to Gilgal, and there, in the Lord's presence, they made Saul king. There they sacrificed fellowship offerings in the Lord's presence, and Saul and all the men of Israel rejoiced greatly. Samuel's final public speech. Then Samuel said to Israel, "I have carefully listened to everything you've said to me and placed a king over you. Now you can see that the king's leading you. As for me, I am old and gray. My sons are here with you. I had led you from my youth until now. Here I am. Bring charges against me before the Lord and his anointed. Whose ox or donkey have I taken? Who have I wronged or mistreated? Who gave me a bribe to overlook something? I'll return it to you. You haven't wronged us. You haven't mistreated us. You haven't taken anything from anyone," they responded. He said to them, "The Lord is a witness against you, and his anointed is a witness today that you haven't found anything in my hand." "He is a witness," they said. Then Samuel said to the people, "The Lord who appointed Moses and Aaron, and who brought your ancestors up from the land of Egypt is a witness. Now present yourselves so I may confront you before the Lord about all the righteous acts that he has done for you and your ancestors. When Jacob went to Egypt, your ancestors cried out to the Lord, and he sent them Moses and Aaron, who led their ancestors out of Egypt and settled them in this place. But they forgot that the Lord their God, so he handed them over to Syria and commanders of their armies of Hazor, to the Philistines, and to the king of Moab. These enemies fought against you. They cried out to the Lord and said, we have sinned, for we have abandoned the Lord and worshiped Baals and Ashtoreths. Now rescue us from the power of our enemies, and we will serve you. So the Lord sent Jerubbaal and Barak and Jephthah and Samuel. He rescued you from the powers of your enemies around you. You lived securely. But when you saw the Nashan king of the Aramites was coming against you, you said to me, now we must have a king to reign over us, even though the Lord your God is your king. Now here is a king you have chosen, the one you requested. Look, this is a king the Lord has placed over you. If you fear the Lord, worship and obey him. If you don't, rebel against the Lord's command, then both you and your king who reigns over you will follow the Lord your God. However, if you disobey the Lord and rebel against his command, the Lord's hand will be against you, and it was against your ancestor. Now, therefore, present yourselves and see the great things that the Lord will do before your eyes. Is it not that wheat harvest today? I will call the Lord, and he will send thunder and rain, so that you will recognize what an immense evil you committed in the Lord's sight by requesting a king over yourselves. Samuel called on the Lord and on that day, and the Lord sent thunder and rain as a result. All the people greatly feared the Lord and Samuel. They pleaded with Samuel, pray to the Lord your God for your servants, so that we won't die. For we have added to all our sins the evil of requesting a king for ourselves. Samuel replied, don't be afraid, even though you have committed this evil. Don't turn away from following the Lord. Instead, worship the Lord with all your heart. Don't turn away the fellowship. Don't turn away to follow worthless things that can't profit or rescue you. They are worthless. The Lord will not abandon his people because of his great name, and because he is determined to make his own people. As for me, I vow that I will not sin against the Lord by ceasing to pray for you. I will teach you the good and the right way. Above all, fear the Lord and worship him faithfully with all your heart. Consider great things he has done for you. However, if you continue to do what is evil, both you and your king will be swept away. Saul's failure. Chapter 13. Saul was 30 years old when he became king, and he reigned for 42 years over Israel. He chose 3,000 men from Israel for himself. 2,000 were Saul's Mishmash, and in Bethel's hills country, and 1,000 were from Jonathan's Gilbad of Benjamin. He was sent the rest of the troops away, each to his own tent. Jonathan attacked the Philistines' garrisons in Gibeah, and the Philistines heard about it. So Saul blew a ram horn throughout the land, saying, "Let the Hebrews hear." And all of Israel heard the news. Saul has attacked the Philistines' garrisons, and Israel is now repulsive to the Philistine. Then the troops were summoned to join Saul at Gilgal. The Philistines also gathered to fight against Israel, 3,000 chariots, 6,000 horsemen, and troops as numerous as the sands of the seashore. They went up to the camp at Michmash, east of Beth-aven. The men of Israel saw that they were in trouble because the troops were in difficult situations. They hid in caves, in the thickets among the rocks, and in holes in their crevices. Some Hebrews even crossed the Jordan to the land of Gad and Gilead. Saul, however, was still in Gilgal, and his troops were gripped with fear. He waited 7 days to appointed time Samuel set, but Samuel didn't come to Gilad, where the troops were deserting him. So Saul said, "Bring me the burnt offering and the fellowship offering." Then he offered the burnt offering. Just as he finished the burnt offering, Samuel arrived. So Saul went out to greet him. And Samuel asked, "What have you done?" Saul answered, "When I saw that the troops were deserting me, and you didn't come within the appointed days, and the Philistines were gathering at Michmash, I thought, the Philistines will now descend on me at Gilgal, and I haven't sought the Lord's favor. So I forced myself to offer a burnt offering." Samuel said to Saul, "You have been foolish. You have not kept the commandment to the Lord your God gave you. It was at this time that the Lord would have permanently established your reign over Israel. But now the reign will not endure. The Lord has found a man after his own heart, and the Lord appointed him as ruler over his people, because you have not done what the Lord had commanded." Then Samuel went to Gilgal, to Gibeah in Benjamin. Saul registered the troops who were with him, about 600 men. Saul, his son Jonathan, and the troops who were with him were staying in Gibeah of Benjamin, and the Philistines were camped at Michmash. Raiding parties went out through the Philistines' camp in the 3 divisions. One division headed towards Ophrah road, leading to the land of Ishal. The next division headed out towards Bethorn, the road, and the last division headed down to the border road that looks over Zebulun Valley towards the wilderness. No blacksmith could be found in all the land of Israel, but the Philistines had said, "Otherwise the Hebrews will make swords and spears." So all the Israelites went to the Philistines to sharpen their plows and mattocks and axes and sickles. The price was 2/3 of a shekel for plows and mattocks, and 1/3 of a shekel for a pitchfork and axes, and for putting a point on the cattle prod. So on the day of the battle, not a sword or a spear could be found in the hand of any troop who were with Saul. And Jonathan, only Saul and his son Jonathan had weapons. Jonathan's victory over the Philistines, verse 23. Now the Philistine garrisons took control of the pass of Michmash. The same day, Saul, son of Jonathan, said to the attendant who carried his weapons, "Come on, let us cross over to the Philistines of Gerson on the other side." However, he did not tell his father. Saul was staying under the pomegranate tree in Megron, on the outskirts of Gibeah. The troops with him were numbered about 600. Elisha, who was wearing an ephod, was also there. He was the son of Ahitub. He was the brother of Inakub, the son of Phinehas, son of Eli, the Lord's priest at Shiloh. But the troops did not know that Jonathan had left there. There were sharp columns of rocks on both sides of the pass that Jonathan intended to cross to reach the Philistine garrison. One was named Boaz, and the other Seneth. One stood on the north in front of the Michmash, the other in the south front of Geba. Jonathan said to the attendant who carried the weapons, "Come, let us cross over to Garrison, to these uncircumcised men. Perhaps the Lord will help us. Nothing can keep the Lord from saving, whether by many or by few." His armor bearer responded, Do what is in your heart. Go ahead and complete with you. All right, Jonathan replied. We will cross over to the men, and then let them see us. If they say, "Wait until we reach you," then we will stay where we are and not go up to them. But if they say, "Come on up," then we will go up, because the Lord has handed them over to us. That will be our sign. They let themselves be seen by the Philistines of Gerson, and the Philistines said, "Look, the Hebrews are coming out of their holes where they were hiding." The men of Gerson called Jonathan and his armor bearer. "Come on up, and we'll teach you a lesson," they said. "Follow me," Jonathan told his armor bearer, "for the Lord has handed him over to Israel." Jonathan climbed up using his hands and feet with his armor bearer behind him. Jonathan cut them down, and his armor bearer followed and finished them off. In that first assault, Jonathan and his armor bearer struck down about 20 men in a half-acre field, defeated at the Philistines for the Philistines. Terror spread throughout the Philistines' camp and open fields of the troops. Even Garrison and the raiding parties were terrified. The earth shook and terror spread from God. When Saul's watchmen at Gibeah and Benjamin looked, they saw panicking troops scattering in every direction. So Saul said to the troops with him, call the roll, and determine who has left us." They called the roll and saw that Jonathan and his armor bearer were gone. Saul told Ahijah, "Bring the ark of God, for it was with the Israelites at that time." While Saul spoke to the priests, the panic of the Philistines' camp increased intensely. So Saul said to the priests, "Stop what you are doing." Saul and all the troops with him assembled and marched to the battle, and there the Philistines were fighting against each other in great confusion. There were Hebrews from the area who had gone earlier into the camp to join the Philistines, but even they joined the Israelites who were with Saul and Jonathan. When all the Israelite men who had been hiding in the hill country from Ephraim heard about the Philistines were fleeing, they also joined Saul and Jonathan in the battle. So the Lord saved Israel that day. Saul's rash oath. Verse 24. The battle extended beyond Bethaven, and all the men of Israel were worn out that day, for Saul had placed the troops under the oath. The man who eats food before evening, before I have taken vengeance of my enemies, is cursed. So none of the troops tasted any food. Everyone went into the forest. There was honey on the ground. When the troops entered the forest, they saw the flow of honey, but none of them ate any of it, because they feared the oath. However, Jonathan had not heard of his father make the troops swear the oath. He had reached out with the end of the staff he was carrying and dipped it into the honeycomb. When he ate the honey, he had renewed energy. The one of the troops said, "Your father made the troops solemnly swear, the man who eats the food today is cursed," and the troops were exhausted. Jonathan replied, "My father has brought trouble to the land. Just look at how I have renewed energy because tasting a little bit of honey. How much better if the troops had eaten freely today from the plunder they took from the enemies. Then the slaughter of the Philistines would have been so much greater." The Israelites struck down the Philistines that day at Michmash, all the way to Aijalon. Since the Israelites were completely exhausted, they rushed to the plunder, took sheep, goats, cattle, and calves, slaughtered them on the ground, and ate the meat with the blood still in it. Some reported to Saul, "Look at the troops are sinning against the Lord by eating the meat with the blood still in it." Saul said, "You have been unfaithful. Roll a large stone over here at once." He said then, "Go among the troops and say to them, let each man bring me his ox or his sheep. Do the slaughtering here, and then you can eat. Do this against the Lord by eating meat with blood in it." So every one of the troops brought his oxen that night and slaughtered it there. Then Saul built an altar to the Lord. It was the first time he had built an altar to the Lord. Saul said, "Let's go down after the Philistines tonight and plunder them until morning. Don't let even one remain. Do whatever you want," the troops replied. But the priest said, Let's approach God here." So Saul inquired of God, "Should I go after the Philistines? Will you hand them over to Israel?" But God did not answer him that day. Saul said, "All you leaders of the troops, come here. Let us investigate how this sin has occurred today. As surely as the Lord lives, who saves Israel, even if it is because of my son Jonathan, he must die." Not one of the troops answered him. So he said to all of Israel, "You will be on one side, and I and my son Jonathan will be on the other side." And all the troops replied, "Do whatever you want." So Saul said to the Lord, "God of Israel, why have you not answered me, your servant, today? If the unrighteousness is in me or in my son Jonathan, Lord God of Israel, give Urim. But if the fault is in your people Israel, give Thummim." Jonathan and Saul were selected the troops who were cleared of the charge. Then Saul said, "Cast a lot between me and my son Jonathan." And Jonathan was selected. Saul commanded him, "Tell me what you did." Jonathan told him, "I tasted a little bit of honey, and at the end of my staff I was carrying. I am ready to die. Saul declared to him, my God punished me and do so severely if you do not die, Jonathan. But the people said to Saul, must Jonathan die? He accomplished such a great deliverance for Israel. No, as the Lord lives, not a hair on his head will fall on the ground. For he worked with God's help today. So the people redeemed Jonathan as he did not die. Then Saul gave up the pursuit of the Philistines, and the Philistines returned to their own territory. The summary of Saul's kingship. When Saul assumed the kingship over Israel, he fought against all his enemies in every direction, against Moab and the Amorites, Edom and the kings of Zoan, and the Philistines. Whenever he turned, he caused havoc. He fought bravely and defeated the Amorites and rescued Israel from those who plundered them. Saul's sons were Jonathan, Ishiv, Malashua. The names of his two daughters were Merab, his firstborn, Kel, and the younger. The name of Saul's wife was Ahinoam, the daughter of Ahimaaz, and the name of the commander of the army was Abner, son of Saul's uncle Ner. Saul's father was Kish. Abner's father was Ner, son of Abiel. The conflict with the Philistines was fierce all of Saul's days, so where Saul noticed any strong or violent man, he listed him. Samuel told Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint you as king of his people of Israel. Now listen to the words of the Lord. This is what the Lord of the army says. I witnessed that the Amorites did to the Israelites when they opposed them along the way as they were coming out of Egypt. Now go and attack the Amorites and completely destroy everything they have done. Do not spare them. Kill men and women and infants and nursing babies, oxen and sheep, camels and donkeys. Then Saul summoned the troops and counted them at Telling, 200,000 foot soldiers, 10,000 men of Judah. Saul came to the city of Amalek and set up an ambush in the Wadi. He warned the Kenites, since you showed kindness to all the Israelites, then they came out of Egypt. Go and get away from the Amalekites, or I'll sweep you away with them. So the Kenites withdrew from the Amalekites. Then Saul struck down the Amalekites from Havilah all the way to Shur, which was next to Egypt. He captured the king of Agag and the Amalekites alive, but completely destroyed all the rest of the people with the sword. Saul and the troops spared Agag and the best of the sheep, goats, and cattle, the choice of animals, as well as young rams, the best of everything else. They were not willing to destroy them, but they did destroy all the worthless and unwanted things. Then the word of the Lord came to Samuel. I regret that I made Saul a king, for he has turned away from the following me and has not cried out in my instructions. So Samuel became angry and cried out to the Lord all night. Early in the morning, Samuel got up to confront Saul, but it was reported to Samuel. Saul went up to the Carmel, where he set up a monument for himself. Then he turned around and went down to Gilgal. When Samuel came to him, Saul said, "May the Lord bless you. I have cried out to the Lord's instructions." Samuel replied, "Then what is this? Sound of sheep and goats and cattle I hear?" Saul answered, "The troops brought them from the Amorites and spared the best sheep and goats and cattle in order to offer as a sacrifice to the Lord your God. But the rest were destroyed." "Stop," exclaimed Samuel. "Let me tell you what the Lord said to me last night." "Tell me," he replied. Samuel continued, although you once considered yourself an omnipotent, haven't you become the leader of the tribes of Israel? The Lord anointed you king over Israel, and then sent you on a mission and said, Go and complete and destroy the sinful Ammonites. Fight against them until you have annihilated them. So why didn't you obey the Lord? Why did you rush to the plunder and do what was evil in the Lord's sight?" "But I did obey the Lord," Saul answered. "I went up on the mission the Lord gave me. I brought back a King Agag of the Amalek, and I completely destroyed the Amorites. The troops took the sheep and goats and cattle from the plunder, the best of what was set apart from the destruction, to sacrifice to the Lord at Gilgal." Samuel said, "Doesn't the Lord take pleasure in burnt offerings and sacrifices as much as obeying the Lord? Look, to obey is better than the sacrifice. To pay attention to is better than the fat of some rams. For rebellion is like the sin of divination, and the defiance of like wickedness and idolatry. Because you have rejected the word of the Lord, he has rejected you as king." Saul answered, "I have sinned, I have transgressed the Lord's command and your words. Because I was afraid of the people, I obeyed them. Now therefore, please forgive my sin and return with me so I can worship the Lord." Samuel replied to Saul, "I will not return with you because you rejected the word of the Lord. The Lord has rejected you from being the king over Israel." When Samuel turned to go, Saul grabbed the corner of his robe and tore it. Samuel said, "The Lord has torn the kingship of Israel away from you today and has given it to your neighbor who is better than you. Furthermore, the Eternal One of Israel does not lie or change his mind, for he is not man who changes his mind." Saul said, "I have sinned. Please honor me now before the elders of my people and before Israel. Come back with me so I can bow and worship the Lord your God." Samuel went back following Saul, and Saul bowed down to the Lord. Samuel said, "Bring me King Agag and Amalek." Agag came to him trembling, for he thought certainly the bitterness of the death has come. Samuel declared, as your sword has made a woman childless, so your mother will be childless among women." Then he hacked Agag to pieces before the Lord at Gilgal. Samuel went to Ramah, and Saul went up to his home in Gilboa of Saul. Even on the day of his death, Samuel never saw Saul again. Samuel mourned for Saul, and the Lord regretted he had made Saul king of Israel. Chapter 16, 1 Samuel. The Lord said to Samuel, "How long are you going to mourn for Saul? Since I have rejected him as king over Israel, fill your horn with oil and go. I am sending you and Jesse to Bethlehem, because I have selected for myself a king from his sons. Samuel asked, how can I go? Saul will hear about it and kill me. The Lord answered, take a young cow with you and say, I have come to sacrifice to the Lord. Then invite Jesse to a sacrifice, and I will let you know what to do I will let you know what you are to do. You are to anoint for me one I indicate to you. Samuel did what the Lord directed and went to Bethlehem. When the elders of the town met with him, they trembled and asked, do you come in peace? And peace, he replied, I come to sacrifice to the Lord, to consecrate yourselves and come with me to the sacrifice. Then he consecrated Jesse and his sons and invited them to the sacrifice. When they arrived, Samuel saw Eliab and said, certainly the Lord's anointed one is here before him. But the Lord said to Samuel, do not look at his appearance or his stature, because I have rejected him. Humans do not see what the Lord sees, for humans see what is visible, but the Lord sees what is in the heart. Jesse called to Abinadab and presented him to Samuel. The Lord hasn't chosen this one either, Samuel said. Then Jesse presented Shammah. But Samuel said, the Lord hasn't chosen this one either. After Jesse presented his seven sons to him, Samuel told Jesse, the Lord hasn't chosen any of these. Samuel asked him, are these all your sons you have? There is still one, the youngest, he answered. Well, right now he's tending the sheep. Samuel told Jesse, send for him. We won't sit down to eat until he gets here. So Jesse sent out for him. He had beautiful eyes and a healthy, handsome appearance. Then the Lord said, anoint him, for he is the one. So Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the presence of his brothers. And the Spirit of the Lord came powerfully on David. And on that day forward, Samuel set out and went to Ram. ¿Quieres usar esa mesita? Está más corta porque ha parado el libro bien.
Now the Spirit of the Lord had left Saul, and an evil spirit sent from the Lord began to torment him. So Saul's servants said to him, you see that evil spirit from God is tormenting you. Let our Lord command your servants here in your presence to look for someone who knows how to play the lyre. Whenever the evil spirit from God comes on you, that person can play the lyre, and you will feel better. Then Saul commanded his servants, find me someone who plays well and bring him to me. One of the young men answered, I have seen the son of Jesse of Bethlehem who knows how to play the lyre. Is it lyre? Lyre. He is also a valiant man a warrior, eloquent, handsome, and the Lord is with him. Then Samuel dispatched messengers to Jesse and said, Send me your son David, who is with the sheep. So Jesse took a donkey loaded with bread, a wineskin, and one young goat, and sent them by his son David to Saul. When David came to Saul and entered his service, Saul loved him very much, and David became his armor bearer. Then Saul sent word to Jesse, Let David remain in my service, for he has found favor with me. Whenever the Spirit from God came on Saul, David would pick up his lyre and play, and Saul would then be relieved, feel better, and the evil spirit would leave him. The Philistines gathered forces for war at Socoh and Judah, and camped between Socoh and Azekah and Ephes Dimon. Saul and the men of Israel gathered and camped in the valley of Elah. Then they lined up in the battle formation to face the Philistines. The Philistines were standing on one hill, and the Israelites were standing on another hill, with a ravine between them. Then a champion named Goliath from Gath came out from the Philistine camp. He was 9 feet 9 inches tall. And wore a bronze helmet and bronze scale armor that weighed 125 pounds. There was bronze armor on his shins, and a bronze javelin was slung between his shoulders. His spear's shaft was like a weaver's beam, and the iron point of his spear weighed 15 pounds. In addition, a shield bearer was walking in front of him. He stood and shouted to the Israelite battle formations. Why do you come out to line up in battle formation? He asked them. Am I not a Philistine, and are you not servants of Saul? Choose one of your men and have them come down against me. If he wins in a fight against me and kills me, we will be your servants. But if I win against him and kill him, then you will be our servants and serve us. Then the Philistine said, I defy the ranks of Israel today. Send me a man who can fight each other. When Saul and all Israel heard these words from the Philistine, they lost their courage and were terrified. Now David was the son of Ephrathite from Bethlehem of Judah, named Jesse. Jesse had 8 sons, and during Saul's reign was already an old man. Jesse's 3 oldest sons had followed Saul to war, and their names were Eliab the firstborn, Abinadab the next, and Shammah the third. And David was the youngest. The 3 oldest had followed Saul, but David kept going back and forth from Saul to tend his father's flock in Bethlehem. Every morning and every evening for 40 days, the Philistines came forward and took his stand. One day Jesse had told his sons David, take this half bushel of roasted grain along with these 10 loaves of bread for your brothers, and hurry to their camp. Also take these 10 portions of cheese to the field commander. Check on the well-being of your brothers and bring a confirmation from them. They are with Saul and all the men of Israel in the valley of Elah fighting with the Philistines. So David got up early in the morning, left the flock with someone to keep it, loaded up, and set out as Jesse had charged him. He arrived at the perimeter of the camp as the army was marching out of his battle formation, shouting their battle cry. Israel and the Philistines lined up in battle formation facing each other. David left his supplies in the care of the quartermaster and ran to the battle line. When he arrived, he asked his brothers how they were. While he was speaking with them, suddenly the champion named Goliath, Philistine from Gath, came forward from the Philistine battle line and shouted his usual words, which David heard. When all the Israelite men saw Goliath, they retreated from him, terrified. Previously, an Israelite man had declared, "Do you see this man who keeps coming out? He comes to defy Israel. The king will make the man who kills him very rich and will give him his daughter. The king will also make the family of the man's father exempt from paying taxes in Israel." David spoke to the men who were standing with him. "What will be done for the man who kills that Philistine and removes his disgrace from Israel? Just who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should defy the armies of the living God?" The troops told him about the offer, concluding, "That is what will be done for the man who kills him." David's oldest brother, Eliab, listened as he spoke to the men, and he became angry with him. "Why did you come down here?" he asked. "Who did you leave those few sheep with in the wilderness? I know your arrogance and your evil heart. You came down to see the battle. What have I done now?" protested David. It was just a question. Then he turned from those beside him to others in front of him and asked about the offer. The people gave him the same answer as before. What David said was overheard and reported to Saul, so he had David brought to him. David said to Saul, "Don't let anyone be discouraged by him. Your servant will go and fight this Philistine." But Saul replied, "You can't go fight this Philistine. You're just a youth, and he's been a warrior since he was young." David answered Saul, "Your servant has been tending his father's sheep. Whenever a lion or a bear came and carried off a lamb from the flock, I went after it, struck it down, and rescued the lamb from its mouth. If it reared up against me, I would grab it by its fur, strike it down, and kill it." Your servant has killed lions and bears. This uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them, for he has defied the armies of the living God. Then David said, "The Lord who rescued me from the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear will rescue me from the hand of this Philistine." Saul said to David, "Go, and may the Lord be with you." Then Saul had his own military clothes put on David. He put a bronze helmet on David's head and had him put on armor. David strapped his sword on over the military clothes and tried to walk, but he was not used to them. "I can't walk in these," David said to Saul. "I'm not used to them." So David took them off. Instead, he took his staff in his hand and chose 5 smooth stones from the wadi and put them in his pouch and this shepherd's bag. Then with his sling in his hand, he approached the Philistine. The Philistine came closer and closer to David, with the shield bearer in front of him. When the Philistine looked and saw David, he despised him because he was just a youth, healthy and handsome. He said to David, "Am I a dog that you come against me with sticks?" Then he cursed David by his gods. "Come here," the Philistine called to David, "and I'll give you your flesh to the birds of the sky and the wild beasts." David said to the Philistine, "You come against me with a sword, spear, and javelin, but I come against you in the name of the Lord of armies, the God of the ranks of Israel. You have defied him. Today the Lord will hand you over to me today. I'll strike you down, remove your head, and give the corpse of the Philistine camp to the birds of the sky and the wild creatures of the earth. Then all the world will know that Israel has a God, and this whole assembly will know that it is not by sword or by spear that the Lord saves, for the battle is the Lord's. He will hand you over to us." When the Philistines started forward to attack him, David ran quickly to the battle line to meet the Philistine. David put his hand in the bag, took out a stone, slung it, and hit the Philistine on his forehead. The stone sank into his forehead, and he fell face down to the ground. David defeated the Philistine with a sling and a stone. David overpowered the Philistine and killed him without having a sword. David ran and stood over him. He grabbed the Philistine's sword, pulled it from his sheath, and used it to kill him. Then he cut off his head. When the Philistines saw that their hero was dead, they fled. The men of Israel and Judah rallied, shouting their battle cry, and chased the Philistines to the entrance of the valley and to the gates of Ekron. Philistine bodies were strewn all along the Sharaim road to Gath and Ekron. When the Israelites returned from the pursuit of the Philistines, they plundered their camps. David took Goliath's head and brought it to Jerusalem, but he put Goliath's weapons in his own tent. When Saul had seen David going out to confront the Philistine, he asked Abner, the commander of the army, "Whose son is this youth Abner?" "Your Majesty, as surely as you live, I don't know," Abner replied. The king said, "Find out whose son this young man is." When David returned from killing the Philistine, Abner took him and brought him before Saul with the Philistine's head still in his hand. Saul said to him, "Whose son are you, young man?" "The son of your servant Jesse of Bethlehem," David answered. When David had finished speaking with Saul, Jonathan was bound to David in close friendship and loved him as much as he loved himself. Saul kept David with him from that day on and did not let him return to his father's house. Jonathan made a covenant with David because he loved him as much as himself. Then Jonathan removed the robe he was wearing and gave it to David, along with his military tunic, his sword, his bow, and his belt. David marched out with the army and was successful in everything Saul sent him to do. Saul put him in command of the fighting men, which pleased all the people and Saul's servants as well. As the troops were coming back, when David was returning from killing the Philistine, the women came out from all the cities of Israel to meet King Saul, singing and dancing with tambourines, with shouts of joy, and with 3-stringed instruments. As they danced, the women sang, "Saul has killed his thousands, but David his 10,000s." Saul was furious and resented the song. "They credited tens of thousands to David," he complained, "but they only credited me with thousands. What more can he have but the kingdom?" So Saul watched David jealously from that day forward. The next day, an evil spirit sent from God came powerfully over Saul, and he began to rave inside the palace. David was playing the lyre as usual, but Saul was holding a spear. As he threw it, thinking, "I'll pin David to the wall." But David got away from him twice. Saul was afraid of David because the Lord was with David, but he had left Saul. Therefore Saul sent David away from him and made him commander over 1,000 men. David led the troops and continued to be successful in all his activities because the Lord was with him. When Saul observed that David was very successful, he dreaded him. But all Israel and Judah loved David because he was leading their troops. Saul told David, "Here is my oldest daughter, Merab. I'll give her to you as a wife if you will be a warrior for me and fight the Lord's battles." But Saul was thinking, "I don't need to raise a hand against him. Let the hand of the Philistines be against him." Then David responded, "Who am I, and what is my family or my father's clan in Israel, that I should become the king's son-in-law?" When it was time to give Saul's daughter Merab to David, she was given to Adriel, the Meholathite, as a wife. Now Saul's David, Michal, loved David, and when it was reported to Saul, it pleased him. "I'll give her to him," Saul thought. "She'll be a trap for him, and the hand of the Philistine will be against him." So Saul said to David a second time, "You can now be my son-in-law." Saul then ordered his servants, "Speak to David in private and tell him, 'Look, the king is pleased with you, and all his servants love you. Therefore you should become the king's son-in-law.'" Saul's servants reported these words directly to David, but he replied, Is it trivial in your sight to become the king's son-in-law? I am a poor commoner." The servants reported back to Saul, "These are the words David spoke." Then Saul replied, "Say this to David, the king desires no other bride price except 100 Philistine foreskins to take revenge on his enemies." Actually, Saul intended to cause David's death at the hands of the Philistines. When the servants reported these terms to David, he was pleased to become the king's son-in-law. Before the wedding day arrived, David and his men went out and killed 200 Philistines. He brought their foreskins and presented them as full payment to the king to become his son-in-law. Then Saul gave his daughter Michal to David as his wife. Saul realized that the Lord was with David and that his daughter Michal loved him, and he became even more afraid of David. As a result, Saul was David's enemy from then on. Every time the Philistine commanders came out to fight, David was more successful than all of Saul's officers, so his name became well known. Saul ordered his son Jonathan and all his servants to kill David, but Saul's son Jonathan liked David very much, so he told him, "My father, Saul, intends to kill you. Be on your guard in the morning and hide in the secret place and stay there. I'll go out and stand beside my father in the field where you are and talk to him about you. When I see what he says, I'll tell you." Jonathan spoke well of David to his father, Saul. He said to him, "The king should not sin against his servant David. He hasn't sinned against you. In fact, his actions have been a great advantage to you. He took his life in his hands when he struck down the Philistine, and the Lord brought about a great victory for all Israel. You saw it and rejoiced, so why would you sin against innocent blood by killing David for no reason?" Saul listened to Jonathan's advice and swore an oath, "As surely as the Lord lives, David will not be killed." So Jonathan summoned David and told him all these words. Then Jonathan brought David to Saul, and he served him as he did before. When war broke out again, David went out and fought against the Philistine. He defeated them with such great force that they fled from him. Now an evil spirit sent from the Lord came on Saul as he was sitting in his palace holding a spear. David was playing the lyre, and Saul tried to pin David to the wall with the spear. As the spear struck the wall, David eluded Saul, ran away, and escaped that night. Saul sent agents to David's house to watch for him and kill him in the morning. But his wife Michal warned David, "If you don't escape tonight, you will be dead tomorrow." So she lowered David from the window, and he fled and escaped. Then Michal took the household idol and put it on the bed, placed some goat hair on its head, and covered it with a garment. When Saul sent agents to seize David, Michal said, "He's sick." Saul sent the agents back to see David and said, "Bring him on his bed so I can kill him." When the agents arrived, to their surprise, the household idol was on the bed with some goat hair on its head. Saul asked Michal, "Why did you deceive me like this? You sent my enemy away, and he has escaped." She answered him, "He said to me, 'Let me go. Why should I kill you?'" So David fled and escaped and went to Samuel at Ramah and told him everything Saul had done to him. Then he and Samuel left and stayed at Naioth. When it was reported to Saul that David was at Naioth in Ramah, he sent agents to seize David. However, when they saw the group of prophets prophesying with Samuel leading them, the Spirit of God came to Saul's agents, and they also started prophesying. When they reported to Saul, he sent other agents, and they also began prophesying. So Saul tried again and sent a third group of agents, and even they began prophesying. Then Samuel himself went to Ramah. He came to the large cistern at Seku and asked, Where are Samuel and David?" "At Naioth in Ramah," someone said. So he went to Naioth in Ramah. The Spirit of God also came on him, and as he walked along, he prophesied until he entered Naioth in Ramah. Saul then removed his clothes and also prophesied before Samuel. He collapsed and lay naked. All that day and all that night, that is why they say, is Saul also among the prophets? David fled from Naioth in Ramah and came to Jonathan and asked, "What have I done? What did I do wrong? How have I sinned against your father so he wants to take my life?" Jonathan said to him, "No, you won't die. Listen, my father doesn't do anything, great or small, without telling me. So why would he hold this matter from me? This can't be true." But David said, "Your father certainly knows that I have found favor with you. He has said, 'Jonathan must not know of this, or else he will be grieved.'" David also swore, "As surely as the Lord lives and as you yourself live, there is but a step between me and death." Jonathan said to David, "Whatever you say, I will do for you." So David told him, "Look, tomorrow is a new moon, and I'm supposed to sit down and eat with the king. Instead, let me go, and I'll hide in the countryside for the next 2 nights. If your father misses me at all, say David urgently requested my permission to go quickly to his hometown, Bethlehem, for an annual sacrifice there involving the whole clan. If he says, 'Good,' then your servant is safe. But if he becomes angry, you will know he has evil intentions. Deal kindly with your servant, for you have brought me into a covenant with you before the Lord. If I have done anything wrong, then kill me yourself. Why take me to your father?" "No," Jonathan responded. "If I ever find out my father has evil intentions against you, wouldn't I tell you about it?" So David asked Jonathan, "Who will tell me if your father answers you harshly?" He answered David, "Come on, let's go out to the courtside." So both of them went out to the countryside. "By the Lord, the God of Israel, I will sound out my father by his name tomorrow or the next day. If I find out that he is favorable towards you, will I not send for you and tell you? If my father intends to bring evil on you, may the Lord punish Jonathan and do so severely, if I do not tell you and send you away so you may leave safely. May the Lord be with you, just as he was with my father. If I continue to live, show me kindness from the Lord. But if I die, don't ever withdraw your kindness from my household, not even when the Lord cuts off every one of David's enemies from the face of the earth." Then Jonathan made a covenant with the house of David, saying, "May the Lord hold David's enemies accountable." Jonathan once again swore to David in his love for him, because he loved him as he loved himself. Then Jonathan said to him, "Tomorrow is the new moon. You'll be missed because your seat will be empty. The following day, hurry down and go to the place where you hid on the day this incident began, and stay beside the rock Ezel. I will shoot 3 arrows beside it as if I'm aiming at a target. Then I will send a servant and say, 'Go and find the arrows.' Now if I expressly say to the servant, 'Look, the arrows are on this side of you, get them,' then come, because as the Lord lives, it is safe for you and there is no problem. But if I say this to the youth, 'Look, the arrows are beyond you,' then go, for the Lord is sending you away." It's getting blurry. As for the matter you and I have spoken about, the Lord will be a witness between you and me forever." So David hid in the countryside. At the new moon, the king sat down to eat the meal. He sat at his usual place on the seat by the wall. Jonathan sat facing him, and Abner took his place beside Saul, but David's place was empty. Saul did not say anything that day because he thought something unexpected has happened. He must be ceremonially unclean. Yes, that's it. He is unclean. However, the day after the new moon, the second day, David's place was still empty, and Saul asked his son Jonathan, "Why didn't Jesse son come to the meal either yesterday or today?" Jonathan answered, "David asked for my permission to go to Bethlehem. He said, 'Please let me go because our clan is holding a sacrifice in the town, and my brother has told me to be there. So now, if I have found favor with you, let me go so I can see my brothers.' That's why he didn't come to the king's table." Then Saul became angry with Jonathan and shouted, "You son of a perverse and rebellious woman, don't I know that you are siding with Jesse's son to your own shame and to the disgrace of your mother? Every day Jesse's son lives on earth, you and your kingship are not secure. Now send for him and bring him to me. He must die." Jonathan answered his father back, "Why is he to be killed? What has he done?" Then Saul threw his spear at Jonathan to kill him. So he knew that his father was determined to kill David. He got up from the table fiercely angry and did not eat any food that second day of the new moon. For he was grieved because of his father's shameful behavior towards David. In the morning, Jonathan went out to the countryside for the appointed meeting with David. A young servant was with him. He said to the servant, "Run and find the arrows I'm shooting." As the servant ran, Jonathan shot an arrow beyond him. He came to the location of the arrow that Jonathan had shot, but Jonathan called to him and said, "The arrow is beyond you, isn't it?" Then Jonathan called to him, "Hurry up and don't stop." Jonathan's servant picked up the arrow and returned to his master. He did not know anything, only Jonathan and David knew the arrangement. Then Jonathan gave his equipment to the servant who was with him and said, "Go, take it back to the city." When the servant had gone, David got up from the south side of the stone ezel, fell face down to the ground, and paid homage 3 times. Then he and Jonathan kissed each other and wept with each other, though David wept more. Jonathan then said to David, "Go in assurance. The 2 of us pledged in the name of the Lord when we said, 'The Lord will be a witness between you and me, and between my offspring and your offspring forever.'" Then David left, and Jonathan went to the city. David went to the priest Ahimelech at Nob. Ahimelech was afraid to meet David, so he said to him, "Why are you alone and no one is with you?" David answered the priest Ahimelech, "The king gave me a mission, but he told me, 'Don't let anyone know anything about the mission I'm sending you or on what I have ordered you to do. I have stationed my young men at a certain place. Now what do you have on hand? Give me 5 loaves of bread or whatever can be found." The priest told him, "There is no ordinary bread on hand. However, there is consecrated bread, but the young men may eat it only if they have kept themselves from women." David answered him, "I swear that women are being kept from us, as always when I go out into battle. The young men's bodies are consecrated even on an ordinary mission, so of course their bodies are consecrated today." So the priest gave him the consecrated bread, for there was no bread there except the bread of the presence that had been removed from the presence of the Lord. When the bread was removed, it had been replaced with warm bread. One of Saul's servants detained before the Lord was there that day. His name was Doeg, the Edomite, chief of Saul's shepherds. David said to Ahimelech, "Do you have a spear or sword on hand?" "I didn't even bring my sword or my weapons since the king's mission was urgent." The priest replied, "The sword of Goliath, the Philistine whom you killed in the valley of Elah, is here, wrapped in a cloth behind the ephod. If you want to take it for yourself, then take it, for there isn't another one here. There's none like it." David said, "Give it to me." Yeah, I gotta adjust my vision. David fled that day from Saul's presence and went to King Achish of Gath. But Achish's servants said to him, "Isn't this David the king of the land? Don't they sing about him during their dances?" Saul has killed his thousands, but David his 10,000 of thousands. David took this to heart and became very afraid of King Achish of Gath. So he pretended to be insane in their presence. He acted like a madman around them, scribbling on the doors of the city gate and letting saliva run down his beard. Look, you can see that this man is crazy. Achish said to his servants, "Why did you bring him to me? Do I have such a shortage of crazy people that you brought this one to act crazy around me? Is this one going to come into my house?" So David left Gath and took refuge in the cave of Adullam. When David's brother and his father's whole family heard, they went down and joined him there. In addition, every man who was desperate and dead or disconnected rallied around him, and he became their leader. About 400 men were with him. From there, David went to Mizpah of Moab, where he said to the king of Moab, "Please let my father and my mother stay with you until I know what God will do for them." So he left them in the care of the king of Moab, and they stayed with him the whole time David was in the stronghold. Then the prophet Gad said to David, "Don't stay in the stronghold. Leave and return to the land of Judah." So David left and went to the forest of Hereth. Saul heard that David and his men had been discovered. At that time, Saul was in Gibeah, sitting under the tamarisk tree at his high place. His spear was in his hand, and all his servants were standing around him. Saul said to his servants, "Listen, men of Benjamin, is Jesse's son going to give all of your fields and vineyards? Do you think he'll make all you commanders of thousands and commanders of hundreds?" Let me see if I can put it in.
That's why all of you have conspired against me. That's why all of you have conspired against me. Nobody tells me when my own son makes a covenant with Jesse's son. None of you cares about me or tells me what my son has stirred up in my own servants to wait in ambush for me. And in this case, today, then Dog, the Ammonite, who was in the charge of Saul's servants, answered, "I saw Jesse's son come to Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub and Nob. Ahimelech inquired of the Lord for him and gave his provisions. He also gave him a sword of Goliath, the Philistine, the slaughter of the priests." Verse 11, chapter 22. The king sent a messenger to summon the priest of Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub, and his father, whose family were a priest at Nob. All of them came to the king. Then Saul said, "Listen, son of Ahitub, I am at your service, my lord." He said. Saul asked him, "Why did you and Jesse's son conspire against me? You gave him bread and a sword and inquired of God for him, so he could rise up against me and wait in ambush, as it is in this case today." Ahimelech replied to the king, who among all your servants is faithful as David? He is the king's son-in-law, captain of your bodyguard, and honored in your house. Was today the first time I inquired of God for him? Of course not. Please don't let the king make the accusation against your servant or any of my father's family, for your servant didn't have any idea about this at all. But the king said, "You will die, Ahimelech, you and your father's whole family." Then the king ordered the guard standing by him, "Turn and kill the priest of the Lord," because they said with David, for they knew that he was fleeing, but they didn't tell me. But the king's servants would not lift a hand to execute the priests of the Lord. So the king said to Doeg, "Go and execute the priests." So Doeg and the Ammonite went and executed the priest for himself on the day. He killed 85 men and wore linens of ephods. He also struck down Nob and the city of the priests with the sword, both men and women and infants and nursing babies, oxen, donkeys, and sheep. However, one of the sons of Amiach, son of Ahitub, escaped. His name was Abithad, and he fled with David. Abithad told David that Saul had killed the priests of the Lord. Then David and Abithar, "I know that Doeg the Ammonite was there that day, and that was sure to report to Saul. I myself am responsible for the lives of everyone in your father's family. Stay with me. Don't be afraid, for the one who wants to take my life wants to take your life. You'll be safe with me." It was reported to David, "Look, at the Philistines are fighting against Keilah, the raiding and threshing floors." So David inquired to the Lord, "Should I launch an attack against the Philistines?" The Lord answered David, "Launch an attack against the Philistines and rescue Keilah." But David's men said to him, "Look, we're afraid here in Judah. How much more if we go to Keilah against the Philistines' forces once again?" David inquired to the Lord, and the Lord answered him, "Go at once to Keilah, for I will hand the Philistines over to you." Then David and his men went to Keilah, fought against the Philistines, drove their livestock away, and inflicted heavy losses on them. So David rescued the inhabitants of Keilah. Abiathar, the son of Ahimelech, fled to David in Keilah, and he brought an Obed with him. When it was reported to Saul that David had gone to Keilah, he said, "God has handed him over to me, for he has trapped himself by entering the town and the barrier gates." Then Saul summoned the troops to go to war to Keilah and besiege, and David and his men. When David learned that Saul was plotting evil against him, he said to the priests of Abiathar, "Bring me the ephod." Then David said, "Lord God of Israel, your servant has reliable information that Saul's intends to come with Keilah to destroy the town because of me. Will the citizens of Keilah hand me over to him? Will Saul come down as your servant has heard? The Lord God of Israel, please tell your servant." The Lord answered, "He will come down." Then David asked, "Will the citizens of Keilah hand me and my men over to Saul?" "They will," the Lord responded. So David and his men, numbering about 600, left Keilah at once and moved from place to place. When it was reported to Saul that David has escaped from Keilah, he called an expedition. David then stayed in the wilderness and strongholds in the hills of the country of the wilderness of Ziph. Saul searched for him every day, but God did not hand David over to him. The renewed covenant, verse 15, chapter 23. David was in the wilderness of Ziph, in the Horshan, where he saw that Saul had come out to take his life. Then Saul's son Jonathan came to David and Horshan and encouraged him in his faith in God, saying, "Don't be afraid, for my father Saul will never lay a hand on you. You and yourself will be king over Israel, and you will be your second in command. And I will be your second in command. Even my father Saul knows it to be true." Then the two of them made a covenant in the Lord's presence. Afterward, David remained in Horesh while Jonathan went home. Some Zebtites came up to Saul and Gibeah and said, "Isn't it true that David is hiding among us in the stronghold of Horshan in the hills of Hachilah, south of Jeshimon? So now whenever a king wants to come down, let him come down. As for us, we will be glad to hand him over to the king." "May you be blessed by the Lord," replied Saul, "for you have shown concern for me. Go and check again, investigate where he goes, and who has seen him there. They tell me he is extremely cunning. Investigate all the places where he hides. Then come back to me with accurate information, and I'll go with you. If it turns out he is really in this region, I will search for him among the clans of Judah." So they went to Zebah ahead of Saul. Now David and his men were in the wilderness near the Moan of Arab, south of Jeshimon. And Saul and his men went to look for him. When David was told about it, he went down to the rock and stayed in the wilderness of Moab. Saul heard of this and pursued David there. Saul went along one side of the mountain, and David and his men went alongside. Even though David was hurrying to get away from Saul, Saul and his men were closing in on David, and his men were captured them. Then a messenger came to Saul, saying, "Come quickly, because the Philistines have raided the land." So Saul broke off his pursuit of David and went to engage the Philistines. Therefore, that place was named the Rock of Separation. From there, David went up and stayed among the strongholds of Engedi. When Saul returned from pursuing the Philistines, he was told that David is in the wilderness near Engedi. So Saul took 3,000 Israel fit young men and went to look for David and his men in front of the rocks of the wild goats. When Saul came to the sheep pens along the road, a cave was there, and he went to relieve himself. David and his men were staying in the recesses of the cave. So they said to him, "Look, this is the day of the Lord told you about. I will hand your enemy over to you. You can do to him whatever you desire." Then David got up and secretly cut off the corner of his Saul's robe. Afterward, David's conscience both concerned him, and he had cut off the corners of Saul's robe. He said to his men, "As the Lord is my witness, I will never do such a thing to my Lord, the Lord anointed. I will never lift my hand against him, since he is the Lord's anointed." With these words, David persuaded his men, and he did not let them rise up against Saul. Then Saul left the cave and went on his way. After that, David got up and went out of the cave and called to Saul, "My lord, the king." When Saul looked behind him, David knelt low with his face to the ground and paid homage. David said to Saul, "Why do you listen to the words of what people say? Look, David intends to harm you. You can see with your own eyes that the Lord handed you over to me today in the cave. Someone advised me to kill you, but I took pity on you and said, I won't lift my hand against you, against my Lord, since he is the Lord's anointed. Look, my father, look at the corners of your robes in my hand, for I cut it off, but I didn't kill you. recognize that I have committed no crime or rebellion. I have not sinned against you, even though you are hunting me down to take my life. May the Lord judge between me and you, and may the Lord take vengeance on you for me. But by my hand will never be against you. As the old proverb said, wickedness comes from the wicked people. My hand will never be against you. Who has the king of Israel come after? What are you chasing after? A dead dog? A single flea? May the Lord judge and decide between you and me. May he take notice and plead my case and deliver me from you. When David finished saying these things to him, Saul replied, Is that your voice, David, my son? Then Saul wept aloud and said to David, You are more righteous than I, for you have done what is good to me, though I have done what is evil to you. You yourself had told me today what good you did for me. When the Lord handed me over to you, you didn't kill me. When a man finds his enemy, does he not let him go unharmed? May the Lord repay you with good for what you have done for me today. Now, I know for certain you will be king, and the kingdom of Israel will be established in your hand. Therefore, swear to me by the Lord that you will not cut off my descendants or wipe out my name from my father's family. So David swore to Saul. Then Saul went back home, and David and his men went up to the stronghold. Chapter 25. David's Nabal and Abigail. Samuel died, and all the Israel assembled to mourn for him. And they buried him in his home of Raham. David went down to the wilderness of Haran. A man in Moan had business in Camel. He was very rich, with 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats. He was sharing his sheep and camels. The man's name was Nabal. And his wife's name was Abigail. The woman was intelligent and beautiful, but the man, a Calebite, was harsh and evil in dealings. While David was in the wilderness, he heard that Nabal was shearing sheep. So David sent young men to instruct them, go to the Carmel, and when you come to Nabal, greet him in my name. Then say this: long life to you, and peace to you, peace to your family, and peace to all that is yours. I hear that you are shearing when the shepherds were with us. We did not harass them, and nothing of theirs was missing. The whole time they were in Carmel. Ask your young men, and they will tell you. So let your young men find favor with you. For we have come on the feast, a day, please, on the feast day. Please give whatever you have on hand to your servants and to your son David. David's young men went and said all these things to Nabal on David's behalf and waited. Nabal asked them, "Who is David? Who is Jesse's son?" Many slaves these days are running away from their masters. I am supposed to take my bread and my water and my meat that I butchered from my shears and give them to these men? I don't know where they are from. David's young men retraced their steps
When they returned to him, they reported all these words. He said to his men, "All of you, put on your swords." So each man put on his sword, and David also put on his sword. About 400 men followed David, while 200 stayed with the supplies. One of Nabal's young men informed Abigail, Nabal's wife, "Look, David sent messengers from the wilderness to greet our master, but he screamed at them. The men treated us very well when we were in the field, and we weren't harassed, and nothing of ours was missing the whole time. We were living among them. There were a wall around us, both day and night, the entire time we were with them, herding our sheep. Now consider carefully what you should do, because there is certain to be trouble for our master and his entire family. He is such a worthless fool, nobody can talk to him." Abigail hurried, taking 200 loaves of bread, 2 clay jars of wine, 5 butchered sheep, a bushel of roasted grain, and 100 clusters of raisins, and 200 cakes of pressed figs, and loaded them on the donkeys. Then he said to her male servants, "Go ahead of me. I'll be right behind you." But she did not tell her husband, Nabal. As she rode the donkeys down to the mountain pass hidden from the views, she saw David and his men coming towards her and met them. David had just said, I guarded everything that belonged to this man in the wilderness for nothing. He was not missing anything, yet he paid back evil for good. May God punish me and do severely if I let any of my males survive until morning. When Abigail saw David, she quickly got off the donkey and knelt down with him, her face down on the ground, and paid homage to David. She knelt at his feet and said, "The guilt is mine, my lord, but please let your servant speak to you. Let your servant speak to you directly. Listen to the words of your servant. My lord should pay no attention to this worthless fool Nabal, for he lives up to his name. His name means stupid, and the stupidity is all knowing. I, your servant, didn't see my lord's young men whom you sent. Now, my lord, as surely as the Lord lives, and as you yourself live, it is the Lord who kept you from participating in the bloodshed of avenging yourself by its own land. May your enemies and those who intend to harm my Lord be like Nabal. Let this gift your servant has brought to my Lord be given to the young men who followed my Lord. Please forgive your servant's offense, for the Lord is certain to make lasting dynasty for my Lord. Because he fights the Lord's battles. Though your life may be evil, not be found in you. Someone is pursuing and intends to take your life. My Lord's life is tucked safely in the place where my Lord, your God, protects the living, but he's fleeing away from your enemies' lives like stones from the sea. When the Lord does for my Lord all the good and he promised you and appoints you as ruler over Israel, there will be no remorse or a troubled conscience for my lord because of the needless bloodshed, for my lord's revenge. And when the Lord does good things for my lord, may you remember me, your servant. Then David said to Abigail, Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, who sent you to meet me today. May your discernment be blessed, and may you be blessed today. Today you kept me from participating in bloodshed and avenging myself by my own hand. Otherwise, as surely as the Lord God of Israel lives, who prevented me from harming you, if you had not come quickly to meet me, Nabal wouldn't have had any males left by morning. Then David accepted what she said and brought him and said, Go home in peace. And to make these things. See, I've heard what you have said and have granted you a request. Then Abigail went to Nabal, and there he was in his home, holding the feast fit for a king. Nabal's heart was cheerful, and he was very drunk. So she didn't say anything to him until the morning light. In the morning, when Nabal sobered up, his wife told him about these events. His heart died, and he became a stone. About 10 days later, the Lord struck Nabal's dead. When David heard that Nabal was dead, he said, Blessed be the Lord, who's championed my cause against Nabal, insult, and restrained his servants from doing evil. The Lord brought Nabal's evil deeds back to his own head. Then David sent a messenger to speak to Abigail about the marrying him. When David's servant came to Abigail at Carmel, they said to her, David sent us to bring you to him as a wife. She stood up and paid homage with her face on the ground and said, Here I am, your servant, a slave, to wash your feet of my Lord's servants. Then Abigail got up quickly with their 5 female servants, and accompanying her, rode a donkey to following David's messengers. And so she became his wife. David also married Anomi, a Jezreel, and came to them and became his wife. But Saul gave his daughter Michal, David's wife, to Plati, the son of Lash, who was from Galam. Then the Zephites came to Saul at Gibeah, saying, David's hiding on the hill of Habish, opposite of Jesham. So Saul, accompanied by 3,000 of his fit young men of Israel, went immediately into the wilderness of Zippah to search for David there. Saul camped beside the road of the hill of Hishah, opposite of Jesham. David was living in the wilderness and discovered Saul had come there after him. So David sent out his spies and knew for certain that Saul had come. Immediately David went to the place where Saul had encamped. He saw the place where Saul was Amber's son of Ner, and commander of his army, were lying down. Saul was lying inside the inner circle of the camp with his troops camped around him. Then David asked Ahimelech of the Hirites, of Job's brother Ashim, and son of Zabral, who will go with me to the camp to Saul. I will go with you, answered Abijah.
That night, David and Abishai came to the troops, and Saul was lying there asleep in the inner circle of the camp, with his spear stuck in the ground by his head. Abner and the troops were lying around him. Then Abishai said to David, "Today God has delivered your enemy to you. Let me thrust the spear through him into the ground just once. I won't have to strike him twice." But David said to Abishai, Don't destroy him, for who can lift a hand against the Lord anointed and be innocent?" David added, "As the Lord lives, the Lord will certainly strike him down. Either this day will come and he will die, or he will go into battle and perish. However, as the Lord is my witness, I will never lift my hand against the Lord's anointed. Instead, take the spear and the water jug by his head, and let's go." So David took the spear and the water jug by Saul's head, and they went their way. No one saw them, no one knew, and no one woke up. They all remained asleep because a deep sleep from the Lord came over them. David crossed to the other side and stood on top of the mountain at a distance. There was a considerable space between them. Then David shouted to the troops and to Abner, son of Ner, "Aren't you going to answer Abner? Who are you who calls to the king?" Abner asked. David called to Abner, "You're a man, aren't you? Who in Israel is your equal? So why didn't you protect your lord, the king, when one of the people came to destroy him? What you have done is not good. As the Lord lives, all of you deserve to die, since you didn't protect your lord, the Lord's anointed. Now look around. Where are the king's spears and water jug that were by his head?" Saul recognized David's voice and asked, "Is that your voice, my son David?" It is my voice, my lord and king," David said. Then he continued, "Why is my lord pursuing his servant? What have I done? What crime have I committed? Now may my lord, the king, please hear the words of his servant. If it is the Lord who has incited you against me, then may he accept an offering. But if it is people, may they be cursed in the presence of the Lord, for today they have banished me from sharing in the inheritance of the Lord, saying, 'Go and worship other gods.' So don't let my blood fall onto the ground far from the Lord's presence, for the king of Israel has come out to search for a single flea, like one who pursues a partridge in the mountains." Saul responded, "I have sinned. Come back, my son David. I will never harm you again, because today you considered my life precious. I have been a fool. I've committed a grave error." David answered, "Here is the king's spear. Have one of the young men come over and get it. The Lord will repay every man for his righteousness and his loyalty. I wasn't willing to lift my hand against the Lord's anointed, even though the Lord handed you over to me today. Just as I considered your life valuable today, so may the Lord consider my life valuable and rescue me from all trouble." Saul said to him, "You are blessed, my son David. You will certainly do great things and will also prevail." Then David went on his way, and Saul returned home. David said to himself, "One of these days I'll be swept away by Saul. There is nothing better for me than to escape immediately to the land of the Philistines. Then Saul will give up searching for me everywhere in Israel, and I'll escape from him." So David set out with his 600 men and went over to Achish, son of Maoch, the king of Gath. David and his men stayed with Achish in Gath. Each man had his family with him, and David had his 2 wives, Ahinoam of Jezreel and Abigail of Carmel, Nabal's widow. When it was reported to Saul that David had fled to Gath, he no longer searched for him. Now David said to Achish, "If I have found favor with you, let me be given a place in one of the outlying towns so I can live there. Why should your servant live in the royal city with you? That day Achish gave Ziklag to him, and it still belongs to the kings of Judah today. The length of time that David stayed in Philistine territory amounted to a year and 4 months. David and his men went up and raided the Geshurites, the Girzites, and the Amalekites. From ancient times, they had been inhabitants of the region through Shur as far as the land of Egypt. Whenever David attacked the land, he did not leave a single person alive, either man or woman, but he took flocks, herds, donkeys, camels, and clothing. Then he came back to Achish, who inquired, "Where did you raid today?" David replied, "The south country of Judah, the south country of the Jerahmeelites, or the south country of Kenites." David did not let a man or woman live to be brought to Gath, or he said, "Or they will inform on us and say, 'This is what David did.'" This was David's custom during the whole time he stayed in the Philistine territory. So Achish trusted David, thinking, "Since he has made himself repulsive to his people Israel, he will be my servant forever." At that time, the Philistines gathered their military units into one army to fight against Israel. So Achish said to David, "You know, of course, that you and your men must march out in the army with me." David replied to Achish, "Good. You will find out what your servant can do." So Achish said to David, "Very well. I will appoint you as my permanent bodyguard." By this time, Samuel had died. All Israel had mourned for him and buried him in the Ramah, his city, and Saul had removed the mediums and spiritists from the land. The Philistines gathered and camped in Shunem. So Saul gathered all Israel, and they camped in Gilboa. When Saul saw that Philistine camp, he was afraid and his heart pounded. He inquired of the Lord, but the Lord did not answer him in dreams or by the Urim or by the prophets. Saul then said to his servants, "Find me a woman who is a medium, so I can go and consult her." His servants replied, "There is a woman in Endor who is a medium." Saul disguised himself by putting on different clothes and set out with 2 of his men. They came to the woman at night, and Saul said, "Consult a spirit for me. Bring up for me the one I tell you." But the woman said to him, "You surely know what Saul has done. How has he cut off the mediums and spiritists from the land? Why are you getting a trap for me to get me killed?" Then Saul swore to her by the Lord, "As surely as the Lord lives, no punishment will come to you from this." "Who is it that you want me to bring up for you?" the woman asked. "Bring up Samuel for me," he answered. When the woman saw Samuel, she screamed, and then she asked Saul, "Why did you deceive me? You are Saul." But the king said to her, "Don't be afraid. What do you see?" "I see a spirit form coming up from the earth," the woman answered. Then Saul asked her, "What does he look like?" "An old man is coming up," she replied. "He's wearing a robe." Then Saul knew that it was Samuel, and he knelt low with his face to the ground and paid homage. "Why have you disturbed me by bringing me up?" Samuel asked Saul. "I'm in serious trouble," replied Saul. "The Philistines are fighting against me, and God has turned away from me. He doesn't answer me anymore, either through the prophets or in dreams. So I've called on you to tell me what I should do." Samuel answered, "Since the Lord has turned away from you and has become your enemy, why are you asking me? The Lord has done exactly what he said through me. The Lord has torn the kingship out of your hand and given it to your neighbor David. You did not obey the Lord, and he did not carry out his burning anger against Amalek. Therefore the Lord has done this to you today. The Lord would also hand Israel over to the Philistine along with you. Tomorrow you and your sons will be with me, and the Lord will hand Israel's army over to the Philistines." Immediately Saul fell flat on the ground. He was terrified by Samuel's word and was also weak because he had not eaten anything all day and all night. The woman came over to Saul, and she saw that he was terrified and said to him, "Look, your servant has obeyed you. I took my life in my hands, and I did what you told me to do. Now please listen to your servant. Let me set some food in front of you. Eat, and it will give you strength so you can go on your way." He refused, saying, "I won't eat." But when his servants and the woman urged him, he listened to them. He got up off the ground and sat on the bed. The woman had a fatted calf at her house, and she quickly slaughtered it. She also took flour, kneaded it, and baked unleavened bread. She served it to Saul and his servants, and they ate. Afterward, they got up and left that night. The Palestinians brought all their military units together at Aphek, while Israel was camped by the spring in Jezreel. As the Philistines' leaders were passing in review with their units of hundreds and thousands, David and his men were passing in review behind them with Achish. Then the Philistines' commanders asked, "What are these Hebrews doing here?" Achish answered the Philistines' commanders, "That is David, servant of King Saul of Israel. He has been with me in a considerable period of time, from the day he defected until today. I found no fault with him." The Palestinian commanders, however, were enraged with Achish and told him, "Send that man back and let him return to the place you assigned him. He must not go down with us into battle only to become our adversary during the battle. What better way could he ingratiate himself with his matter than with his heads of our men? Isn't this the David they sing about during their dances? Saul has killed his thousands, but David his tens of thousands." So Achish summoned David and told him, "As the Lord lives, you are an honorable man. I think it is good to have you fighting in this unit with me, because I have found no fault in you from the day you came to me until today. But the leaders don't think you are reliable. Now go back quietly, and you won't be doing anything the Philistines' leaders think is wrong." "But what have I done?" David replied to Achish. "From the first day I entered your service until today, what have you found against your servant to keep me from going to fight against the enemies of my lord the king?" Achish answered David, "I am convinced that you are as reliable as an angel of God, but the Philistine commanders have said he must not go into battle with us. So get up early in the morning, you and your master's servant." David and his men arrived in Ziklag on the third day. The Amalekites had raided the Negev, and attacked and burned Ziklag. They also had kidnapped the women and everyone in it, from youngest to oldest. They had killed no one, but had carried them off as they went on their way. When David and his men arrived at the town, they found it burned. Their wives, sons, and daughters had been kidnapped. David and the troops with him wept loudly until they had no strength left to weep. David's two wives, Ahinoam and Jezreel, and Abigail, the widow of Nabal, the Carmelite, had also been kidnapped. David was in an extremely difficult position because the troops talked about stoning him, for they were all very bitter over the loss of their sons and daughters. But David found strength in the Lord his God. David said to the priest Abiathar, son of Ahimelech, "Bring me the ephod." So Abiathar brought it to him, and David asked the Lord, "Should I pursue these raiders? Will I overtake them?" The Lord replied to him, "Pursue them, for you will certainly overtake them and rescue the people." So David and the 600 men with him went. They came to the Wadi Bezor, where some stayed behind. David and 400 of the men continued to pursue, while 200 stopped because they were too exhausted to cross the Wadi Bezor. David's men found an Egyptian in the open country and brought him to David. They gave him some bread to eat and water to drink. Then they gave him some pressed figs and 2 clusters of raisins. After he ate, he revived, for he hadn't eaten for food or drunk water for 3 days and 3 nights. Then David said to him, "Who do you belong to? Where are you from?" "I'm an Egyptian, the slave of an Amalekite man," he said. "My master abandoned me when I got sick 3 days ago." He raided the south country of the Cherethites in the territory of Judah and the south country of Caleb, where we burned Ziklag. David then asked him, "Will you lead me to these raiders?" He said, "Swear to me by God that you won't kill me or turn me over to my master, and I will lead you to them." So he led him, and there were the Amalekites spread out over the entire area, eating, drinking, and celebrating because of the great amount of plunder they had taken from the land of the Philistines and the land of Judah. David slaughtered them from twilight until the evening of the next day. None of them escaped, except 400 young men who got on camels and fled. David recovered everything the Amalekites had taken. He also rescued his 2 wives. Excuse me. Yeah. I'm right here. Thank you.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay. I'm just gonna. Rylan, will you go get my glasses, please? They should be by my bed. If you need to open up your Bible, that's fine. Yeah. Nothing of theirs was missing, from the youngest to the oldest, including the sons and the daughters of all the plunder the Amalekites had taken. David got everything back. He took all the flocks and herds which were driven ahead to the other livestock, and the people shouted, "This is David's plunder." When David came to the When David came to the 200 men who had been too exhausted to go with him and had been left at the Wadi Bezor, they came out to meet him and to meet
the troops with him. When David approached the men, he greeted them. But all of the corrupt and worthless men among those who had gone with David argued, because they didn't go with us, we will not give any of our plunder we recovered to them, except for each man's wife and children. They may take them and go. But David said, my brothers, you must not do this with what the Lord has given us. He protected us and handed over to us the raiders who came against us. Who can agree to your proposal? The share of the bedside, maybe? They might have fallen on the floor. Or in the kitchen. Or by the sink. The share of the one who goes into the battle is to be the same as the share of the one who remains with the supplies. They will share equally, and it has been so from that day forward. David established this policy as a law and an ordinance for Israel, and it shall continue today. When David came to Ziklag, he sent some of the plunder to his friends, the elders of Judah, saying, here is a gift for you from the plunder of the Lord's enemies. He sent gifts to those in Bethel and Ramoth and Negev and in Jadir, and those in Aroer and Sithmoth, and in Estemo, and those in Rachel, and then in the town of Gemarites, and in the town of the Kedonites, and of those of Hamar, and Boajan, and Athlak, and those in Hebron, and to those in all the places where David and his men had roamed. The Philistines fought against Israel, and Israel's men fled from them and were killed on Mount Gilboa. The Philistines pursued Saul and his sons and killed his sons. Jonathan, Abdon, and Melchishua. When the battle intensified against Saul, the archers found him and severely wounded him. Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, draw your sword and run through me with it, and these uncircumcised men will come and run me through and torture me. But his armor-bearer would not do it because he was terrified. Then Saul took his sword and fell on it. When the armor-bearer saw that Saul was dead, he also fell on his sword and died with him. So on that day, Saul died together with his 3 sons, his armor-bearer, and all his men. When the men of Israel on the other side of the valley and on the other side of the Jordan saw that the Israelites' men had fled and that Saul and his sons were dead, they abandoned the cities and fled. So the Philistines came and settled in them. And the next day when the Philistines came to strip and slain, they found Saul and his 3 sons dead on Mount Gilboa. They cut off Saul's head, stripped off his armor, and sent messengers throughout the land of the Philistines to spread the good news in the temple of their idols and among the people. You want to see? 9.
Right there. Thank you. Use this. Then they put the armor in the temple of the Ashtoreth and hung his body on the wall of Bethshan. When the residents of Jabesh heard what the Philistines had done to Saul, all their brave men set out, journeyed all night, and retrieved the body of Saul and the bodies of his sons from the wall of Bethshan. When they arrived at Jabesh, they buried the bodies there. Afterward, they took their bones and buried them under the tamarisk tree in Jabesh and fasted 7 days. 2 Samuel. After the death of Saul, David returned from the defeating of the Amalekites and stayed at Ziklag 2 days. On the third day, a man with torn clothes and dust on his head came from Saul's camp. When he came to David, he fell to the ground and paid homage. David asked him, "Where have you come from?" He replied to him, "I've escaped from the Israelite camp." "What was the outcome? Tell me," David asked him. "The troops fled from the battle," he answered. "Many of the troops have fallen and are dead. Also Saul and his son Jonathan are dead." David asked the young man who had brought him the report, "How do you know Saul and his son Jonathan are dead?" "I happened to be on Mount Gilboa," he replied, "and there was Saul leaning on his spear. At the very moment the chariots and the cavalry were closing in on him. When he turned around and saw me, he called out to me, so I answered, 'I'm at your service.' He asked me, 'Who are you?' And I told him, 'I'm an Amalekite.' Then he begged me, 'Stand over me and kill me, for I am mortally wounded, but my life still lingers.' So I stood over him, killed him, because I knew that after he had fallen, he couldn't survive. I took the crown that was on his head and the armband that was on his arm, and I brought them here to my Lord." Then David took hold of his clothes, tore them, and all the men with him did the same. They mourned, wept, and fasted until evening for those who died by the sword, for Saul, his son Jonathan, the Lord's people, and the house of Israel. David inquired of the young man who had brought him the report, "Where are you from?" "I'm the son of a resident alien," he said. "I'm an Amalekite." David questioned him, "How is it that you are not afraid to lift your hand to destroy the Lord's anointed?" Then David summoned one of his servants and said, "Come here and kill him." The servant struck him and he died. For David said to the Amalekite, "Your blood is on your own head, because your own mouth testified against you by saying, 'I killed the Lord's anointed.'" David sang the following lament for Saul and his son Jonathan, and he ordered that the Judahites be taught the song of the bow. It is written in the book of Jasher. "The splendor of Israel lies slain in your heights, how the mighty have fallen. Do not tell it in Gath. Don't announce it in the marketplace of Ashkelon, or the daughters of the Philistines will rejoice, and the daughters of the uncircumcised will celebrate. Mountains of Gilboa, let no dew or rain be on you, or the fields of offerings. For there the shield of the mighty was defiled, the shield of Saul, no longer anointed with oil. Jonathan's bow never retreated, Saul's sword never returned unstained from the blood of the slain, from the flesh of the mighty. Saul and Jonathan loved and delightful. They were not parted in life or in death. They were swifter than eagles, stronger than lions. Daughters of Israel, weep for Saul, who clothed you in scarlet with luxurious things, who decked your garments with gold ornaments. How the mighty have fallen in the thick of battle. Jonathan lies slain on your heights. I grieve for you, Jonathan, my brother. You were such a friend to me. Your love for me was more wondrous than the love of women. How the mighty have fallen, and the weapons of war have perished. Sometime later, David inquired of the Lord, should I go to one of the towns of Judah? The Lord answered him, go. Then David asked, where should I go? To Hebron, the Lord replied. So David went there with his 2 wives, Ahinoam and Jezreelite, and Abigail, the wife the widow of Nabal the Carmelite. In addition, David brought the men who were with him, each one with his family, and they settled in the towns near Hebron. Then the men of Judah came, and there they anointed David king over the house of Judah. They told David it was the men of the Jabesh who buried Saul. David sent messengers to the men of Jabesh and said to them, "The Lord bless you because you have shown this kindness to Saul your Lord when you buried him. Now may the Lord show kindness and faithfulness to you, and I will also show the same goodness to you because you have done this deed. Therefore be strong and valiant, for though Saul your Lord is dead, the house of Judah has anointed me king over them." Abner, son of Ner, commander of Saul's army, took Saul's son Ishbosheth and moved him to Manahem. He made him king over Gilead, Asher, Jezreel, Ephraim, Benjamin, over all Israel. Saul's son Ishbosheth was 40 years old when he became king over Israel. He reigned for 2 years. The house of Judah, however, followed David. The length of time that David was king in Hebron over the house of Judah was 7 years and 6 months. Abner and the soldiers of Ishbosheth, son of Saul, marched out from Manahem to Gibeon. So Joab, son of Zeruiah, and David's soldiers marched out to meet him by the pool of Gibeon. The two groups took up positions on opposite sides of the pool. Then Abner, son of Joab, "Let's have the young men get up and compete in front of us." "Let them get up," Joab replied. So they got up and were counted off, 12 for Benjamin and Ishbosheth, son of Saul, and 12 from David's soldiers. Then each man grabbed his opponent by the head and thrust his sword into his opponent's side so that they all died together. So this place, which is in Gibeon, is named Field of Blades. The battle that day was extremely fierce, and Abner and the men of Israel were defeated by David's soldiers. The 3 sons of Zeruiah were there: Joab, Abishai, and Ashel. Ashel was a fast runner like one of the wild gazelles. He chased Abner and did not turn to the right or left in his pursuit of him. Abner glanced back and said, "Is that you, Ashel?" "Yes, it is," Ashel replied. Abner said to him, "Turn to your right or left, seize one of the young soldiers, and take whatever you can get from him." But Ashel would not stop chasing him. Once again, Abner warned Ashel, "Stop chasing me. Why should I strike you to the ground? How could I ever look your brother Joab in the face?" But Ashel refused to turn away, so Abner hit him in the stomach with the butt of his spear. The spear went through his body, and he fell and died right there. As they all came to the place where Ashel had fallen and died, they stopped. But Joab and Abishai pursued Abner. By sunset, they had gone as far as the hill of Ammah, which is opposite Giah, on the way to the wilderness of Gibeon. The Benjamites rallied to Abner. They formed a unit and took their stand on top of the hill. Then Abner called out to Joab, "Must the sword devour forever? Don't you realize this will only end in bitterness? How long before you tell the troops to stop pursuing their brothers?" "As God lives," Joab replied, "if you had not spoken up, the troops wouldn't have stopped pursuing their brothers until morning." Then Joab blew the ram's horn, and all the troops stopped. They no longer pursued Israel or continued to fight. So Abner and his men marched through the Arabah all night. They crossed the Jordan, marched all morning, and arrived in Manahem. When Joab had turned back from pursuing Abner, he gathered all the troops. In addition to Ashel, 19 of David's soldiers were missing. But they had killed 360 of the Benjamites and Abner's men. Afterward, they carried Ashel to his father's tomb in Bethlehem and buried him. Then Joab and his men marched all night and reached Hebron at dawn. During the long war between the house of Saul and the house of David, David was growing stronger, and the house of Saul was becoming weaker. Sons were born to David in Hebron, his firstborn Ammon, and the Jezreelite. His second was Chilib by Abigail, the widow of Nabal the Carmelite. The third was Absalom, son of Maacah, the daughter of King Talmai. The fourth was Adonijah, son of Haggith. The fifth was Stephatiah, son of Abital. The sixth was Igla. These were born to David in Hebron. During the war between the house of Saul and the house of David, Abner kept acquiring more power in the house of Saul. Now Saul had a concubine whose name was Rizpath, daughter of Aiah, and Ishbosheth questioned Abner, "Why do you sleep with my father's concubine?" Abner was very angry about Ishbosheth's accusation. "Am I a dog's head who belongs to Judah?" he asked. "All this time I've been loyal to the family of your father Saul, to his brothers and his friends, and haven't betrayed you to David. But now you accuse me of wrongdoing with his women? May God punish Abner and do so severely if I don't do it for David what the Lord swore to him, to transfer the kingdom from the house of Saul and establish the throne of David over Israel and Judah from Dan to Beersheba." Ishbosheth did not dare respond to Abner because he was afraid of him. Abner sent messengers to his representatives to say to David, "Whose land is it? Make your covenant with me, and you can be certain I am on your side to turn all Israel over to you." David replied, "Good, I will make a covenant with you. However, there's one thing I require of you. You will not see my face unless you first bring Saul's daughter, Michal, when you come see me." Then David sent messengers to say to Ishbosheth, son of Saul, "Give me back my wife Michal. I was engaged to her for the price of 100 Philistine foreskins." So Ishbosheth sent someone to take her away from her husband. Excuse me. Paltiel, son of Laish. Her husband followed her, weeping all the way to Baal-Harim. Abner said to him, "Go back." So he went. Abner conferred with the elders of Israel. "In the past you wanted David to be king over you. Now take action, because the Lord has spoken concerning David. Through my servant David, I will save my people Israel from the power of the Philistines and the power of all Israel's armies." Abner also informed the Benjamites and went to Hebron to inform David about all that was agreed to by Israel and the whole house of Benjamin. When Abner and 20 men came to David at Hebron, David held a banquet for him and his men. Abner said to David, "Let me now go, and I will gather all Israel to my lord, the king. They will make a covenant with you, and you will reign over all you desire." So David dismissed Abner, and he went in peace. Just then, David's soldiers and Joab returned from a raid and brought a large amount of plundered goods with them. Abner was not with David in Hebron because David had dismissed him, and he had gone in peace. When Joab and his whole army arrived, Joab was informed Abner, son of Ner, came to see the king. The king dismissed him, and he went in peace. Joab went to the king and said, "What have you done? Look here, Abner came to you. Why did you dismiss him? Now he's getting away. You know that Abner, son of Ner, came to deceive you and to find out about your military activities. and everything you're doing." Then Joab left David and sent messengers after Abner. They brought him back from the wall of Sirah, but David was unaware of it. When Abner returned to Hebron, Joab pulled him aside in the middle of the city gate, as if to speak to him privately, and there Joab stabbed him in the stomach. So Abner died in revenge for the death of Ashel, Joab's brother. David heard about it later and said, "I and my kingdom are forever innocent before the Lord concerning the blood of Abner, son of Ner. May it hang over Joab's head and his father's whole family, and may the house of Joab never be without someone who has a discharge or a skin disease, or a man who can only work a spindle, or someone who falls by the sword or starves." Joab and his brother Abishai killed Abner because he had put their brother Ashel to death in the battle at Gibeon. David then ordered Joab and all the people who were with him, "Tear your clothes, put on sackcloth, and mourn over Abner." And King David walked behind the coffin. When they buried Abner in Hebron, the king wept aloud at Abner's tomb. All the people wept. And the king sang a lament for Abner. "Should Abner die as a fool dies? Your hands were not bound, your feet not placed in bronze shackles. You fell like one who falls victim to criminals." And all the people wept over him even more. Then he came to urge David to eat food while it was still day, but David took an oath. "May God punish me, and do so severely, if I taste bread or anything else before sunset." All the people took note of this, and it pleased them. In fact, everything the king did pleased him. On that day, the troops and all Israel were convinced that the king had no part in the killing of Abner, son of Ner. Then the king said to his soldiers, "You must know that a great leader has fallen in Israel today. As for me, even though I am anointed king, I have little power today. These men, the son of Zeruiah, are too fierce for me. May the Lord repay the evildoer according to his evil." When Saul's son Ishbosheth heard that Abner had died in Hebron, he gave up, and all Israel was dismayed. Saul's son had two men who were leaders of the raiding parties, one named Baanah and the other Rechab, sons of Rimmon, the Berite of the Benjamites. Beroth is also considered part of Benjamin, and the Beerothites fled to Gideon and still reside there as aliens today. Saul's son Jonathan had a son whose feet were crippled. He was 5 years old when the report about Saul and Jonathan came from Jezreel. His nanny picked him up and fled, but as she was hurrying to flee, he fell and became lame. His name was Mephibosheth. Rechab and Baanah, the sons of Rimmon, the Beerite, set out and arrived at Ishbosheth's house during the heat of the day while the king was taking his midday nap. They entered the interior of the house as if to get wheat and stabbed him in the stomach. Then Rechab and his brother Baanah escaped. They had entered the house while Ishbosheth was lying on his bed in his bedroom and stabbed and killed him. They removed his head, took it, and traveled by way of Arabah all night. They brought Ishbosheth's head to David at Hebron and said to the king, "Here's the head of Ishbosheth, son of Saul, your enemy who intended to take your life. Today the Lord has granted vengeance to my lord, the king, against Saul and his offspring." But David answered Rechab and his brother Baanah, sons of Rimmon, "As the Lord lives, the one who has redeemed my life from every distress, when the person told me, 'Look, Saul is dead,' he thought he was the bearer of good news, but I seized him and put him to death. That was my reward to him for his news. How much more when wicked men kill a righteous man in his own house on his own bed. So now should I not require his blood from you and purge you from this earth? So David gave orders to the young men, and they killed Rechab and Baanah. They cut off their hands and feet and hung their bodies in the pool by Hebron, but they took Ishbosheth's head and buried it in Abner's tomb in Hebron. All the tribes of Israel came to David at Hebron and said, "Here we are, your own flesh and blood. Even when Saul was king over us, you were the one who led us out to battle and brought us back. The Lord also said to you, 'You will shepherd my people Israel, and you will be ruler over Israel.'" So all the elders of Israel came to the king at Hebron. King David made a covenant with them at Hebron in the Lord's presence, and they anointed David king over Israel. David was 30 years old when he began his reign. He reigned for 40 years. In Hebron, he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem, he reigned 33 years over all Israel and Judah. The king and his men marched to Jerusalem against the Jebusites who inhabited the land. The Jebusites had said to David, "You will never get in here. Even the blind and lame can repel you," thinking David can't get in here. Yet David did capture the stronghold of Zion, that is, the city of David. He said that day, "Whoever attacks the Jebusites must go through the water shaft to reach the lame and the blind who are despised by David. For this reason, it is said, the blind and the lame will never enter the house." David took up residence in the stronghold, which he named the city of David. He built it up all the way around from the supporting terraces inward. David became more and more powerful, and the Lord God of armies was with him. King Hiram of Tyre sent envoys to David. He also sent cedar logs, carpenters, and stonemasons. They built a palace for David. Then David knew that the Lord had established him as king over Israel and had exalted his kingdom for the sake of his people Israel. After he arrived from Hebron, David took more concubines and wives from Jerusalem, and more sons and daughters were born to him. These are the names of those born to him in Jerusalem: Shammua, Shobab, Nathan, Solomon, Ibhar, Elishua, Nepheg, Japha, Elishama, Elida, Eliphalet. When the Philistines heard that David had been anointed king over Israel, they all went in search of David, but he heard about it and went down to the stronghold. So the Philistines came and spread out in the Rephaim valley. Then David inquired of the Lord, "Should I attack the Philistines? Will you hand them over to me?" The Lord replied to David, "Attack, for I will certainly hand the Philistines over to you." So David went to Baal-perazim and defeated them there and said, "Like a bursting flood, the Lord has burst out against my enemies before me." Therefore, he named that place, "The Lord Burst Out." The Philistines abandoned their idols there, and David and his men carried them off. The Philistines came up and spread out in the Rephaim valley. So David inquired of the Lord, and he answered, "Do not attack directly, but circle around behind them and come at them opposite the balsam trees. When you hear the sound of marching in the tops of the balsam trees, act decisively, for then the Lord will have gone out ahead of you to strike down the army of the Philistines." So David did exactly as the Lord commanded him, and he struck down the Philistines all the way from Geba to Gezer. David again assembled all the fit young men in Israel, 30,000. He and all his troops set out to bring the ark of God from Baal-Judah. The ark bears the name of the Lord of armies, who is enthroned between the cherubim. They set the ark on a new cart and transported it from Abinadab's house, which was on a hill. Uzzah and Ahio, sons of Abinadab, were guiding the cart, and brought it with the ark of God from Abinadab's house on the hill. Ahio walked in the front of the ark. David and the whole house of Israel were dancing before the Lord with all kinds of fir wood instruments, lyres, harps, tambourines, sistrums, and cymbals. When they came to Nikon's threshing floor, Uzzah reached out to the ark of God and took hold of it because the oxen had stumbled. Then the Lord's anger burned against Uzzah, and God struck him dead on the spot for his irreverence. He died there next to the ark of God. David was angry because of the Lord's outburst against Uzzah, so he named that place Outburst Against Uzzah, as it is today. David feared the Lord that day and said, "How can the ark of the Lord ever come to me?" So he was not willing to bring the ark of the Lord to the city of David. Instead, he diverted it to the house of Obededom of Gath. The ark of the Lord remained in his house 3 months, and the Lord blessed Obededom and his whole family. It was reported to King David, "The Lord has blessed Obededom's family and all the belongings to him because of the ark of God." So David went and had the ark of God brought up from Obededom's house to the city of David with rejoicing. Then those carrying the ark When those carrying the ark of the Lord advanced 6 steps, he sacrificed an ox and a fattened calf. David was dancing with all his might before the Lord, wearing a linen ephod. He and the whole house of Israel were bringing up the ark of the Lord with shouts and the sound of the ram's horn. As the ark of the Lord was entering the city of David, Saul's daughter Michal looked down from the window and saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord, and she despised him in her heart. They brought the ark of the Lord and set it in its place inside the tent David had pitched for it. Then David offered burnt offerings and fellowship offerings in the Lord's presence. When David had finished offering the burnt offerings and the fellowship offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord of armies. Then he distributed a loaf of bread, a date cake, a raisin cake, and each one in the entire Israelite community, both men and women. Then all people went home. When David returned home to bless his household, Saul's daughter Michal came out to meet him. "How the king of Israel honored himself today," she said. "He exposed himself today in the sight of the slave girls of his subjects like a vulgar person would expose himself." David replied to Michal, "It was before the Lord who chose me over your father and his whole family to appoint me ruler over the Lord's people Israel. I will dance before the Lord. And I will dishonor myself and humble myself even more. However, by the slave girls you spoke about, I will be honored." And Saul's daughter Michal had no child to the day of her death. When the Lord had settled into his palace and the Lord had given him rest on every side from his enemies, the king said to the prophet Nathan, "Look, I'm living in a cedar house while the ark of God sits inside tent curtains." So Nathan told the king, "Go and do all that is on your mind, for the Lord is with you." But that night the word of the Lord came to Nathan. "Go to my servant David and say, 'This is what the Lord said. You are to build me a house to dwell in. From the time I brought the Israelites out of Egypt until today, I have not dwelt in a house. Instead, I've been moving around with a tent as my dwelling. In all my journeys with all the Israelites, have I ever spoken a word to one of the tribal leaders of Israel, whom I commanded to shepherd my people Israel, asking, 'Why haven't you built me a house of cedar?' So now this is what you are to say to my servant David. This is what the Lord of the armies says. I took you from the pasture, from tending the flock, to be ruler over my people. I have been with you wherever you have gone, and I have destroyed all your enemies before you. I will make a great name for you, like that of the greatest on the earth. I will designate a place for my people Israel and plant them, so that they may live there and not be disturbed again. Evildoers will not continue to oppress them as they have done. Ever since the day I ordered judges to be over my people Israel, I will give you rest from all your enemies. The Lord declares to you, the Lord himself will make a house for you. When your time comes and you rest with your ancestors, I will raise up after you your descendant, who will come from your body and will establish his kingdom. He is the one who will build a house for my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be his father, and he will be my son. When he does wrong, I will discipline him with the rod of men and the blows from mortals. But my faithful love will never leave him, as it did when I removed it from Saul, whom I removed from before you. Your house and kingdom will endure before me forever, and your throne will be established forever. Nathan reported all these words and his entire vision to David. Then King David went in, sat in the Lord's presence, and said, Who am I, Lord God? And what is my house that you have brought me this far? What have you done so far? With this little thing what you have done so far was a little thing to you, Lord God, for you have also spoken about your servant's house in the distant future. It is also a revelation for mankind, Lord God. What more can David say to you? You know your servant, Lord God. Because of your word and according to your will, you have revealed all these great things to your servant. This is why you are great, Lord God. There is no one like you, and there is no God besides you, as all we have heard confirms. And who is like your people Israel? God came to one nation on earth in order to redeem a people for himself, to make a name for himself, and to perform for them great and awesome acts, driving out nations and their gods before your people. You redeemed for yourself from Egypt. You established your people to be your own people forever, and you, Lord, have become their God. Now, Lord God, fulfill the promise forever that you have made to your servant and his house. Do as you have promised, so that your name will be exalted forever when it is said, the Lord of armies is God over Israel. The house of your servant David will be established before you. Since you, Lord of armies, God of Israel, have revealed this to your servant when you said, I will build a house for you, therefore, your servant has found the courage to pray this prayer to you. Lord God, you are God, your words are true, and you have promised this good thing to your servant. Now please bless your servant's house, so that it will continue before you forever. For you, Lord God, have spoken, and with your blessing, your servant's house will be blessed forever. You ready? Come on, you can read. Mm-hmm. After this, David defeated the Philistines, subdued them, and took Gamoth from Philistine control. He also defeated the Moabites, and after making them lie down on the ground, he measured them off with a cord. He measured every 2 length cords of those to be put to death, and a 1 full length for those to be kept alive. So the Moabites became David's subjects and brought tribute. David also defeated Hadadezer, son of Rehob, king of Zobah, when he went to restore his control at the Euphrates River. David captured 1,700 horsemen and 20,000 foot soldiers from him, and he hamstrung all the horses and kept 100 chariots. When the Arameans Arameans of Damascus came to assist King Hadadezer of Zobah, David struck down 2,000 Aramean men. When he placed garrisons in Aram of Damascus, and Arameans became David's subjects and brought tribute. The Lord made David victorious wherever he went. David took the gold shields. You ready? All right. David took the gold shields of Hadadezer's officers and brought them to Jerusalem. Starts in verse 8.
Thank you. Second Samuel chapter 8, verse 8. King David also took huge quantities of bronze from Batah and Barotai, Hadaderzer's cities. When King Toi of Hamath heard that David had defeated the entire army of Hadadezer, he sent his son Joram to King David to greet him and to congratulate him because David had fought against Hadadezer and defeated him. For Toi and Hadadezer had fought many wars. Joram had items of silver, gold, and bronze with him. King David also dedicated these to the Lord, along with the silver and gold he had dedicated from all the nations he had subdued, from Edom, Moab, the Ammonites, the Philistines, the Amalekites, and the spoil of Hadadezer, son of Rehob, king of Zobah. David made a reputation for himself when he returned from striking down 18,000 Edomites in Salt Valley. He placed garrisons throughout Edom, and all the Edomites were subject to David. The Lord made David victorious wherever he went. So David reigned over all Israel, administering justice and righteousness for all his people. Joab, son of Zeruiah, was over the army. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was court historian. Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, were priests. Sarai was court secretary. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was over the Sherethites and the Pelethites, and David's sons were chief officials. David asked, "Is there anyone remaining from the family of Saul I can show kindness to for Jonathan's sake?" There was a servant of Saul's family named Ziba. They summoned him to David, and the king said to him, "Are you Ziba?" "I am your servant," he replied. So the king asked, "Is there anyone left of Saul's family that I can show kindness of God to?" Ziba said to the king, "There is still Jonathan's son, who was injured in both feet." The king asked him, "Where is he?" Ziba answered the king, "You'll find him in Lo-debar, at the house of Michir, son of Amiel." So King David had him brought from the house of Michir, son of Amiel, in Lo-debar. Mehisabetheth, son of Jonathan, son of Saul, came to David, fell face down, and paid homage. David said, "Mephibosheth, I am your servant," he replied. "Do not be afraid," David said to him, "since I intend to show you kindness for the sake of your father Jonathan. I will restore to you all your grandfather Saul's fields, and you will always eat meats at my table." Mephibosheth paid homage and said, "What is your servant that you take interest in a dead dog like me?" Then the king summoned Saul's attendant Ziba and said to him, "I have given to your master's grandson all that belonged to Saul and his family. You and your sons and your servants are to work the ground for him, and you are to bring in the crops so your master's grandson will have food to eat. But Mephibosheth, the master's grandson, is always to eat at my table." Now Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. Ziba said to the king, "Your servant will do all my lord the king commands." So Mephibosheth ate at David's table just like one of the king's sons. Mephibosheth had a young son whose name was Micah, and all those living in Ziba's house were Mephibosheth's servants. However, Mephibosheth lived in Jerusalem because he always ate at the king's table. His feet had been injured. Sometime later, the king of the Ammonites died, and his son Hanun became king in his place. Then David said, "I'll show kindness to Hanun, son of Nahash, just as his father showed kindness to me." So David sent his emissaries to console Hanun concerning his father. However, when they arrived in the land of the Ammonites, the Ammonite leader said to Hanun, their lord, "Just because David has sent men with condolences for you, do you really believe he's showing respect for your father? Instead, hasn't David sent his emissaries in order to scout out the city, spy on it, and demolish it?" So Hanun took David's emissaries, shaved off half their beards, cut their clothes in halves at the hip, and sent them away. When this was reported to David, he sent someone to meet them, since they were deeply humiliated. The king said, "Stay in Jericho until your beards grow back, then return." When the Ammonites realized they had become repulsive to David, they hired 20,000 foot soldiers from the Arameans of Beth Rehob and Zebah, 1,000 men from the king of Makkah, and 12,000 men from Tob. David heard about it and sent Joab and all the elite troops. The Ammonites marched out and lined up in battle formation at the entrance of the city, while the Arameans of Zobah were and Rehob of the men of Tob and Makkah were in the field by themselves. When Joab saw that there was a battle line in front of him and another behind him, he chose some of Israel's finest young men and lined them up in formation to engage the Arameans. He placed the rest of the forces under the command of his brother Abishai. They lined up in formation to engage the Ammonites. If the Arameans are too strong for me," Joab said, "then you will be my help. However, if the Ammonites are too strong for you, I'll come to help you. Be strong. Let's prove ourselves strong for our people and for the cities of our God. May the Lord's will be done." Joab and his troops advanced to fight against the Arameans, and they fled before him. When the Ammonites saw that the Arameans had fled, they too fled before Abishai and entered the city. So Joab withdrew the attack against the Ammonites and went to Jerusalem. When the Arameans saw that they had been defeated by Israel, they regrouped. Hadadezer sent messengers to bring the Arameans who were beyond the Euphrates River, and they came to Halam with Shobach, commander of Hadadezer's army, leading them. When this was reported to David, he gathered all Israel, crossed the Jordan, and went to Halam. Then the Arameans lined up to engage David in battle and fought against him. But the Arameans fled before Israel, and David killed 700 of their charioteers and 40,000 foot soldiers. He also struck down Shobach, commander of their army, who died there. When all the kings who had Hadadezer's subjects saw that they had been defeated by Israel, they made peace with Israel and became their subjects. After this, the Arameans were afraid to ever help the Ammonites again. In the spring, when kings marched out to war, David sent Joab with his officers and all Israel. They destroyed the Ammonites and besieged Rabbah, but David remained in Jerusalem. One evening, David got up from his bed and strolled around on the roof of the palace. From the roof, he saw a woman bathing, a very beautiful woman. So David sent someone to inquire about her, and he said, "Isn't that Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam, and wife of Uriah the Hittite?" David sent messengers to get her, and when she came to him, he slept with her. Now she had just been purifying herself from her uncleanness. Afterward, she returned home. The woman conceived and sent word to inform David, "I am pregnant." David sent orders to Joab, "Send me Uriah the Hittite." So Joab sent Uriah to David. When Uriah came to him, David asked how Joab and the troops were doing and how the war was going. Then he said to Uriah, "Go down to your house and wash your feet." So Uriah left the palace, and a gift from the king followed him. But Uriah slept at the door of the palace with all the master's servants. He did not go down to his house. When it was reported to David, Uriah did not go home. David questioned Uriah, "Why haven't you just come from a journey? Why didn't you go home?" Uriah answered David, "The ark, Israel, and Judah are dwelling in tents, and my master Joab and his soldiers are camping in the open field. How can I return to my house to eat and drink and sleep with my wife? As surely as you live and by your life, I will not do this." "Stay here today also," David said to Uriah, "and tomorrow I will send you back." So Uriah stayed in Jerusalem that day and the next. Then David invited Uriah to eat and drink with him, and David got him drunk. He went out in the evening to lie down on his cot with his master's servants, but he did not go home. The next morning, David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it with Uriah. In the letter he wrote, "Put Uriah at the front of the fiercest fighting, then withdraw from him so that he is struck down and dies." When Joab was besieging the city, he put Uriah in the place where he knew the best enemy soldiers were. Then the men of the city came out and attacked Joab, and some of the men from David's soldiers fell in battle. Uriah the Hittite also died. Joab sent someone to report to David all the details of the battle. He commanded the messengers, "When you finish telling the king all the details of the battle, if the king's anger gets stirred up, and he asks you, 'Why did you get so close to the city to fight? Didn't you realize they would shoot from the top of the wall?' At Thebes, who struck Abimelech, son of Jerubbesheth? Didn't a woman drop from the upper millstone on him from the top of the wall so that he died? Why did you get so close to the wall? Then say, 'Your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also.'" Then the messengers left. When he arrived, he reported to David all that Joab had said to tell him. The messenger reported to David, "The men gained the advantage over us and came against us in the field, but we counterattacked right up to the entrance of the city gate. However, the archers shot down on your servants from the top of the wall, and some of the king's servants died. Your servant Uriah the Hittite is also dead." And David told the messengers, "Say this to Joab, 'Don't let this matter upset you, because the sword devours all alike. Intensify your fight against the city and demolish it. Encourage him.'" When Uriah's wife heard that her husband Uriah had died, she mourned for him. When the time of mourning ended, David had her brought to his house. She became his wife and bore him a son. However, the Lord considered what David had done to be evil. So the Lord sent Nathan to David. When he arrived, he said to him, There were 2 men in a certain city, one rich and the other poor. The rich man had a very large flock and herds, but the poor man had nothing except one small ewe lamb that he had bought. He raised her, and she grew up with him and with his children. From his meager food she would eat, from his cup she would drink, and in his arms she would sleep. She was like a daughter to him. Now a traveler came to the rich man, but the rich man could not bring himself to take one of his own sheep or cattle to prepare for the traveler who had come to him. Instead, he took the poor man's lamb and prepared it for his guests. David was infuriated with the man and said to Nathan, "As the Lord lives, the man who did this deserves to die. Because he has done this thing and shown no pity, he must pay 4 lambs for the lamb." Nathan replied to David, "You are the man. This is what the Lord God of Israel says. I anointed you king over Israel, and I rescued you from Saul. I gave your master's house to you and your master's wives into your arms, and I gave you the house of Israel and Judah. And if it was not enough, I would have given you more. Why then have you despised the Lord's command by doing what I consider evil? You struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword and took his wife as your own. You murdered him with the Ammonite's sword. Now, therefore, the sword will never leave your house, because you despised me and took the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your own wife. This is what the Lord says: I am going to bring disaster on you from your own family. I will take your wives and give them to another before your very eyes, and he will sleep with them in broad daylight. You acted in secret, and I will do this before all Israel in broad daylight." David responded to Nathan, "I have sinned against the Lord." Then Nathan replied to David, "And the Lord has taken away your sin, you will not die. However, because you treated the Lord with such contempt in this matter, the son born to you will die." Then Nathan went home. The Lord struck the baby that Uriah's wife had borne to him, and he became deathly ill. David pleaded with God for the boy. He fasted, went home, and spent the night lying on the ground. The elders of his house stood beside him to get him up from the ground, but he was unwilling and would not eat anything with them. On the 7th day, the baby died. But David's servants were afraid to tell him the baby was dead. They said, "Look, while the baby was alive, we spoke to him, and he wouldn't listen to us. So how can we tell him the baby is dead? He may do something desperate." When David saw that his servants were whispering to each other, he guessed that the baby was dead. So he asked his servants, "Is the baby dead?" He is dead," they replied. Then David got up from the ground. He washed, anointed himself, changed his clothes, went to the Lord's house, and worshipped. Then he went home and requested something to eat. So they served him food, and he ate. His servants asked him, "Why have you done this? While the baby was alive, you fasted and wept, but when he died, you got up and ate food." He answered, "While the baby was alive, I fasted and wept because I thought, who knows, the Lord may be gracious to me and let him live. But now that he is dead, why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I'll go to him, and he'll never return to me." Then David comforted his wife Bathsheba. He went to her and slept with her. She gave birth to a son, named him Solomon. The Lord loved him. And he sent a message through the prophet Nathan, who named him Jedediah, because of the Lord. Joab fought against Rabbah and the Ammonites and captured the royal fortress. Then Joab sent messengers to David to say, "I have fought against Rabbah and have also captured its water supply. Now therefore assemble the rest of the troops, lay siege to the city, and capture it. Otherwise I will be the one to capture the city, and it will be named after me." So David assembled all the troops and went to Rabbah, and he fought against it and captured it. He took the crown from the head of their king, and it was placed on David's head. The crown weighed 75 pounds of gold. and it had a precious stone in it. In addition, David took away a large quantity of plunder from the city. He removed the people who were in the city and put them to work with saws, iron picks, and iron axes, and to labor at brick making. Joy, I'm blowing out your candle. No, it's just too strong. Okay. Put on what? Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. The crown weighed 75 pounds of gold, and it had a precious stone in it. In addition, David took away a large quantity of plunder from the city. He removed the people who were in the city and put them to work with saws, iron picks, and iron axes, and to labor at brick making. He did the same to all the Ammonite cities. Then he and all his troops returned to Jerusalem. Some time passed. David's son Absalom had a beautiful sister named Tamar, and David's son Amnon was infatuated with her. Amnon was frustrated to the point of making himself sick over his sister Tamar because she was a virgin, but it seemed impossible to do anything with her. Amnon had a friend named Jonadab, a son of David's brother Shimea. Jonadab was a very shrewd man, and he asked Amnon, "Why are you, the king's son, so miserable every morning? Won't you tell me?" Amnon replied, "I'm in love with Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister." Jonadab said to him, "Lie down on your bed and pretend you're sick. When your father comes to see you, say to him, 'Please let my sister Tamar come to me to give me something to eat. Let her prepare a meal in my presence so I can watch and eat from her hand.'" So Amnon, laying down and pretending to be sick, when the king came to see him, Amnon said to him, "Please let my sister Tamar come and make a couple of cakes in my presence so I can eat from her hand." David sent word to Tamar at the palace, "Please go to your brother Amnon's house and prepare a meal for him." Then Tamar went to his house while Amnon was laying down. She took dough, kneaded it, made cakes in his presence, and baked them. She brought the pan and set it down in front of him, but he refused to eat. Amnon said, "Everyone leave," and everyone left him. "Bring the meal to the bedroom," Amnon told Tamar, "so I can eat from your hand." Tamar took the cakes she had made and went to her brother Amnon's bedroom. When she brought them to him to eat, he grabbed her and said, "Come sleep with me, my sister." "Don't, my brother," she cried. "Don't disgrace me, for such a thing should never be done in Israel. Don't commit this outrage. Where could I ever go with my humiliation? And you would be like one of the outrageous fools in Israel. Please speak to the king, for he won't keep me from you." But he refused to listen to her, and because he was stronger than her, he disgraced her by raping her. So Amnon hated Tamar with such intensity that the hatred he hated her with was greater than the love he had loved her with. "Get out of here," he said. "No," she cried. "Sending me away is much worse than the great wrong you've already done to me." But he refused to listen to her. Instead, he called to the servant who waited for him, "Get this away from me, throw her out, and bolt the door behind her." Amnon's servant threw her out and bolted the door behind her. Now Tamar was wearing a long-sleeve robe, because this is what the king's virgins' daughters wore. Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the long-sleeve robe she was wearing. She put her hand on her head and went away crying. Her brother Absalom said to her, "Has your brother Amnon been with you?" "Be quiet for now, my sister. He is your brother. Don't take this thing to heart." So Tamar lived as a desolate woman in the house of her brother Absalom. When King David heard about all these things, he was furious. Absalom didn't say anything to Amnon, either good or bad, because he hated Amnon, since he disgraced his sister Tamar. 2 years later, Absalom's sheep shearers were at Baal Hazor, near Ephraim. And Absalom invited all the king's sons. Then he went to the king and said, "Your servant has just hired sheep shearers. Will the king and his servant please come with your servant?" The king replied to Absalom, "No, my son, we shall not all go out, or we would be burdened to you." Although Absalom urged him, he wasn't willing to go, though he did bless him. "If not," Absalom said, "please let my brother Amnon go with us." The king asked him, "Why should he go with you?" But Absalom urged him, so he sent Amnon and all the king's sons. Now Absalom commanded his young men, "Watch Amnon until he is in a good mood from the wine. When I order you to strike Amnon, then kill him. Don't be afraid. Am I not the one who has commanded you? Be strong and valiant." So Absalom's young men did to Amnon just as Absalom had commanded. Then all the rest of the king's sons got up, and each fled on his mule. While they were on the way, a report reached David. Absalom struck down all the king's sons. Not even one of them survived. In response, the king stood up, tore his clothes, and lay on the ground, and all his servants stood by with their clothes torn. But Jonadab, son of David's brother, Shimea, spoke up. "My lord must not think they have killed all the young men of the king's sons, because only Amnon is dead. In fact, Absalom has planned this ever since the day Amnon disgraced his sister Tamar. So now, my lord the king, don't take seriously the report that says all the king's sons are dead. Only Amnon is dead." Meanwhile, Absalom had fled. When the young men who was standing watch looked up, there were many people coming from the road west of him, from the side of the mountain. Jonadab said to the king, "Look, the king's sons have come. It's exactly like your servant said." Just as he finished speaking, the king's sons entered and wept loudly. Then the king and all his servants also wept very bitterly. But Absalom fled and went to Talmai, son of Ammihud, king of Geshur, and David mourned for his son every day. After Absalom had fled to Geshur and had been there 3 years, King David longed to go to Absalom, for David had finished grieving over Amnon's death. Joab, son of Zeruiah, realized that the king's mind was on Absalom. So Joab sent someone to Tekoa to bring a wise woman from there. He told her, "Pretend to be in mourning, dress in mourning clothes, and put on any oil. Act like a woman who has been mourning for the dead for a long time. Go to the king and speak these words to him." Then Joab told her exactly what to say. When the woman of Tekoa came to the king, she fell face down to the ground, paid homage, and said, "Help me, your majesty." "What's the matter?" the king said. "Sadly, I am a widow. My husband died," she said. "Your servant had 2 sons. They were fighting in the field with no one to separate them. The one struck the other and killed him. Now the whole clan was risen up against your servant and said, 'Hand over the one who killed his brother, so he may put him to death for the life of the brother he murdered. He will eliminate the heir. They will extinguish my one remaining ember by not preserving my husband's name and prosperity on the earth.'" The king told the woman, "Go home. I will issue a command on your behalf." Then the woman of Tekoa said to the king, "My lord the king, may any blame be on me and my father's family, and may the king and his throne be innocent." "Whoever speaks to you," the king said, "bring him to me. He will not trouble you again?" She replied, "Please, may the king invoke the Lord your God, so that the avenger of blood will not increase the loss, and they will not eliminate my son. As the Lord lives," he vowed, not a hair on your son will fall to the ground." Then the woman said, "Please, may your servant speak a word to my lord, the king." "Speak," he replied. The woman asked, "Why have you devised something similar against the people of God?" When the king spoke as he did about this matter, he has pronounced his own guilt. The king has not brought back his own banished one. He will certainly die and be like water poured out on the ground, which can't be recovered. But God will not take away a life. He would despise plans so that the one who banished from him does not return banished. Now therefore, I've come to present this matter to the Lord my king, because the people have made me afraid. Your servant thought, I must speak to the king. Perhaps the king will grant his servant's request. The king will surely listen in order to keep his servant from the grasp of this man, who would eliminate both me and my son from God's inheritance. Your servant thought, may the word of the Lord the king bring relief, for the Lord the king is able to discern the good and the bad like the angel of God. May the Lord your God be with you." Then the king answered the woman, "I am going to ask you something. Don't conceal it from me." "Let the Lord the king speak," the woman replied. The king asked, "Did Joab put you up to all this?" The woman answered, "As you live, my lord the king, no one can turn to the right or the left from all the Lord the king says. Yes, your servant Joab is the one who gave the orders to me. He told your servant exactly what to say. Joab, your servant, has done this to address the issue indirectly, but the Lord has wisdom, like the wisdom of the angel of God, knowing everything on earth." Then the king said to Joab, "I hereby grant this request. Go, bring back the young man Absalom." Joab fell with his face to the ground in homage and blessed the king. "Today," Joab said, "your servant knows I have found favor with you, my lord the king, because the king has granted the request of your servant." So Joab got up, went to Geshur, and brought Absalom to Jerusalem. However, the king added, "He may return to his house, but he may not see my face." So Absalom returned to his house, but he did not see the king. No man in all Israel was as handsome and highly praised as Absalom. From the sole of his foot to the top of his head, he did not have a single flaw. When he shaved his head, he shaved it at the end of every year, because his hair got so heavy for him that he had to shave it off. He would weigh the hair from his head, and it would be 5 pounds according to the royal standard. 3 sons were born to Absalom, and a daughter named Tamar, who was a beautiful woman. Absalom resided in Jerusalem 2 years, but never saw the king. Then Absalom sent for Joab in order to send him to the king. But Joab was unwilling to come to him. So he sent again a second time, but he would still not come. Then Absalom said to his servants, "See, Joab has a field right next to mine, and he has barley there. Go and set fire to it." So Absalom's servants set fire to the field. Then Joab came to Absalom's house and demanded, "Why did your servants set my field on fire?" "Look," Absalom replied to Joab, "I sent for you and said, 'Come here, I want to speak to you. I want to speak to the king and ask, why have I come back to Geshur? I'd be better off if I were still there. So now let me see the king, If I am guilty, let him kill me." Joab went to the king and told him. So David summoned Absalom, who came to the king and paid homage with his face to the ground before him. Then the king kissed Absalom. After this, Absalom got himself a chariot, horses, and 50 men to run before him. He would get up early and stand beside the road leading to the city gate. Whenever anyone had a grievance to bring before the king for settlement, Absalom called out to him and said, "What city are you from?" If he replied, "Your servant is from one of the tribes of Israel," Absalom said to him, "Look, your claims are good and right, but the king does not have anyone to listen to you." He added, "If only someone would appoint me judge in the land, then anyone who had a grievance or dispute would come to me, and I would make sure he received justice." When a person approached to pay homage to him, Absalom reached out his hand, took hold of him, and kissed him. Absalom did this to all the Israelites who came to the king for a settlement. So Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel. When 4 years had passed, Absalom said to the king, "Please let me go to Hebron to fulfill a vow I made to the Lord. For your servant made a vow when I lived in Geshur of Aram, saying, 'If the Lord really brings me back to Jerusalem, I will worship the Lord in Hebron.' For your servant, go in peace," the king said to him. So he went to Hebron. Then Absalom sent agents throughout the tribes of Israel with this message: "When you hear the sound of the ram's horn, you are to say, 'Absalom has become king of Hebron.'" 200 men from Jerusalem went with Absalom. They had been invited and were going innocently, for they did not know the whole situation. While he was offering the sacrifices, Absalom sent for David's advisors, Ahithophel, the Gilonite, from his city of Gilgal. So the conspiracy grew strong, and the people supported Absalom continued to increase. Then an informer came to David and reported, "The hearts of the men of Israel are with Absalom." David said to all the servants with him in Jerusalem, "Get up, we have to flee, or we will not escape from Absalom. Leave quickly, or he will overtake us quickly. Heap disaster for us, and strike the city with the edge of the sword." The king's servants said to the king, "Whatever the Lord the king decides, we are your servants." Then the king set out, and his entire household followed him. But he left behind 10 concubines to take care of the palace. So the king set out, and all the people followed him. They stopped at the last house while all his servants marched past him. Then all the Cherethites, the Pelethites, and the people of Gath, 600 men who came with him from there, marched past the king. The king said to Ittai of Gath, "Why are you also going with us? Go back and stay with the new king, since you're both a foreigner and an exile from your homeland. Besides, you only arrived yesterday. Should I make you wander around with us today while I go wherever I can? Go back and take your brothers with you. May the Lord show you kindness and faithfulness." But in response, Ittai vowed to the king, "As the Lord lives, and as my king, and as my lord the king, as the Lord lives, and as the Lord my king lives, wherever the Lord the king is, whether it means life or death, your servant will be there." "March on," David replied to Ittai. So Ittai of Gath marched past with all his men and his dependents who were with him. Everyone in the countryside was weeping loudly while all the people were marching out of the city. As the king was crossing the Kidron Valley, all the people were marching past on the roads that lead to the wilderness. Zadok was also there, and all the Levites with him were carrying the Ark of the Covenant of God. They set the ark of God down, and Abiathar offered sacrifices until the people had finished marching past. Then the king instructed Zadok, return the ark of God to the city. If I find favor with the Lord, he will bring me back and allow me to see it in its dwelling place. Are you going to read? Okay. However, if he should say, I do not delight in you, then here I am. He can do with me whatever he pleases. The king also said to the priest Zadok, look, return to the city in peace, and your 2 sons with you, your son Ahimaaz and Abiathar's son Jonathan. Return. I'll wait at the fords of the wilderness until word comes from you to inform me. So Zadok and Abiathar returned the ark of God to Jerusalem and stayed there. David was climbing the slopes of the Mount of Olives, weeping as he ascended. His head was covered, and he was walking barefoot. All of the people with him covered their heads and went up, weeping as they ascended. Then someone reported to David, Ahithophel is among the conspirators with Absalom. Lord, David pleaded, please turn the counsel of Ahithophel into foolishness. When David came to the summit where he used to worship God, Hushai the Archite was there to meet him with his robe torn and dust on his head. David said to him, if you go away with me, you'll be a burden to me. But if you return to the city and tell Absalom, I will be your servant, your majesty. Previously I was your father's servant, but now I will be your servant. Then you can counteract Ahithophel's counsel for me. Won't the priests Zadok and Abiathar be there with you? Or pour everything you hear from the palace to the priests Zadok and Abiathar. Take note, their 2 sons are there with them, Zadok's son Ahimaaz and Abiathar's son Jonathan. Send them to me. Send them and tell me everything you hear. So Hushai, David's personal advisor, entered Jerusalem just as Absalom was entering the city. When David had gone a little beyond the summit, Ziba, Mephibosheth's servant, was right there to meet him. He had a pair of saddled donkeys loaded with 200 loaves of bread, 100 clusters of raisins, 100 bunches of summer fruit, and a clay jar of wine. The king said to Ziba, why do you have these? Ziba answered, the donkeys are for the king's household to ride. The bread and summer fruit are for the young men to eat. And the wine is for those to drink who become exhausted in the wilderness. Where is your master's grandson? The king added. Why, he's staying in Jerusalem, Ziba replied to the king. For he said, today the house of Israel will restore my grandson's kingdom to me. The king said to Ziba, all that belongs to Mephibosheth is now yours. I bow before you, Ziba said. May I find favor with you, my lord the king. When King David got to Bahurim, a man belonging to the family of the house of Saul was just coming out. His name was Shimei, son of Gera, and he was yelling curses as he approached. He threw stones at David and at all the royal servants, the people and the warriors on David's right and left. Shimei said as he cursed, get out, you men of bloodshed, you wicked men. The Lord has paid you back for all the blood of the house of Saul, in whose place you become king. and the Lord has handed the kingdom over to your son Absalom. Look, you are in trouble because you're a man of bloodshed." Then Abishai, son of Zeruiah, said to the king, "Why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? Let me go over and remove his head." The king replied, "Son of Zeruiah, do we agree on anything? He curses me this way because the Lord told him, 'Curse David.' Therefore, who can say, 'Why did you do that?'" I text your mom, but she hasn't. Where's she at? Then David said to Abishai and all his servants, "Look, my own son, my own flesh and blood, intends to take my life. How much more now this Benjamite? Leave him alone and let him curse me. The Lord has told him to. Perhaps the Lord will see my affliction and restore goodness to me instead of Shimei's curses today." So David and his men proceeded along the road as Shimei was along the ridge of the hill opposite him. As Shimei went, he cursed David, threw stones at him, and kicked up dust. Finally, the king and all the people with him arrived exhausted, so they rested there. Now Absalom and all the Israelites came to Jerusalem. Ahithophel was also with him. When David's friend Hushai the Archite came to Absalom, Hushai said to Absalom, "Long live the king, long live the king." "Is this your loyalty to your friend?" Absalom said to Hushai. "Why didn't you go with your friend?" "Not at all," Hushai answered Absalom. "I am on the side of the one that the Lord, this people, and all the men of Israel have chosen. I will stay with him. Furthermore, whom will I serve if not his son? As I served in your father's presence, I will also serve in yours." Then Absalom said to Ahithophel, "Give me your advice. What should we do?" Ahithophel replied to Absalom, "Sleep with your father's concubines, whom he left to take care of the." Okay. I'm getting distracted. I'm thinking of something else. "Sleep with your father's concubines, whom he left to take care of the palace. When all Israel hears that you have become repulsive to your fathers, everyone with you will be encouraged." So they pitched a tent for Absalom on the roof, and he slept with his father's concubines in the sight of all Israel. Now the advice of Ahithophel gave in those days was like someone asking about a word from God. Such was in the regard that both David and Absalom had for Ahithophel's advice. Ahithophel said to Absalom, "Let me choose 12,000 men, and I will set out in pursuit of David tonight. I will attack him while he is weary and discouraged, throw him into a panic, and all the people with him will scatter. I will strike down only the king and bring all the people back to you. When everyone returns except the man you're looking for, all the people will be at peace." This proposal seemed right to Absalom and all the leaders of Israel. Then Absalom said, "Summon Hushai the Archite also. Let's hear what he has to say as well." So Hushai came to Absalom, and Absalom told him, "Ahithophel offered this proposal. Should we carry out his proposal? If not, what do you say?" Hushai replied to Absalom, "The advice Ahithophel has given this time is not good." Hushai continued, "You know your father and his men. They are warriors and are desperate like wild bear, robbed of her cubs. Your father is an experienced soldier who won't spend the night with the people. He He's probably already hiding in one of the caves or some other place. If some of your troops fall first, someone is sure to say, 'There's been a slaughter among the people who follow Absalom.' Then even a brave man with the heart of a lion will lose heart, because all Israel knows that your father and the valiant men with him are soldiers, are warriors. Instead, I advise that all Israel from Dan to Beersheba are numerous as the sand by the sea, be gathered to you, and that you personally go into battle. Then we will attack David wherever we find him, and we will descend on him like dew on the ground. Not even one will be left, neither he nor any of the men with him. If he retreats to some city, all Israel will bring ropes to that city, and we will drag its stones into the valley until not even a pebble can be found there. Since the Lord has decreed that Ahithophel's good advice be undermined in order to bring Absalom's ruins, Absalom and all the men of Israel, the advice of Hushai the Archite is better than Ahithophel's advice." Are you ready? Okay. You said wave at the camera, and I'm over here waving. It's like
Sweet, Brittany woke me up. She was like, "Mom, we're just ready." I was like,
oh man, I'm right here. Then I started laughing on camera because I'm like, I'm over here waving and nothing's happening.
Carry on. I need a cheeseburger. Hushi then told the priests Zagdog, Dak, and Abiathar, this is what Ahithophel advised Absalom and the elders of Israel. And this is what I advise. Now send someone quickly and tell David, don't spend the night at the wilderness ford, but be sure to cross over the Jordan. Or the king and all his people with him will be devoured. Jonathan and Ahimaaz were staying in Rogel, where a servant girl would come and pass along information to them. They in turn would go and inform King David because they dared not be seen entering the city. However, a young man did see them and informed Absalom. So the two left quickly and came to the house of a man in Bahurim. He had a well in his courtyard, and they climbed down into it. And his wife took the cover, placed it over the mouth of the well, and scattered grain on it so nobody would know anything. Absalom's servant came to the woman at the house and asked, "Where are Ahimaaz and Jonathan?" They passed by towards the water The woman replied to them, "The man searched but did not find them." So they returned to Jerusalem. After they had gone, Ahimaaz and Jonathan climbed out of the well and went and informed King David. They told him, "Get up and immediately ford the river, for Ahithophel has given this advice against you." So David and all the people with him got up and crossed the Jordan. By daybreak, there was no one who had crossed the Jordan. When Ahithophel realized that his advice had not been followed, it saddened him. He saddled his donkey and set out for his house in his hometown. He set his house in order and hanged himself. So he died and was buried in his father's tomb. David had arrived at Mahanaim by the time Absalom crossed the Jordan with all the men of Israel. Now Absalom had appointed Amasa over the army of Joab's palace. Amasa was the son of a man named Ithra, the Israelite. Ithra had married Abigail, daughter of Nahash. Abigail was the sister of Zeriel, Joab's mother. And Israel and Absalom camped in the land of Gilead. When David came to Manasseh, Sobai, son of Nahash, from Rabbah of the Amorites, Mashar, son of Amel of Lo-Debar, and Berzalel and Gilead from Jogelim, brought breads, basins, and pottery items. They also brought wheat, barley, flour, roasted grains, beans, lentils, honey, curds, sheep, goats, and cheese from the herd of David. And the people with him ate. They had reasoned, the people must be hungry, exhausted, and thirsty in the wilderness. David reviewed his troops and appointed commanders of thousands and of thousands over them. He then sent out the troops, a third under Joab, a third under Joab's brother Abishai, and son of Zerah, and a third under Idai of Gath. The king said to the troops, "I must go march out with you. You must not go." The people pleaded, "If we have to flee, then will not pay any attention to us. They will not pay any attention to us. If half of us die, they will not pay attention to us, because you are worth 10,000 of us." Therefore, it is better if you support us from a city. I will do whatever you think is best. The king replied to them. So he stood beside the city gate while all the troops marched out by hundreds of thousands. The king commanded Joab, Abishai, and Itai, treat your young man Absalom greatly for my sake. All the people heard the king's orders to all the commanders about Absalom. Then David's forces marched into the field to engage Israel in battle, which took place in the forest of Ephraim. Israel's army was defeated by David's soldiers, and the slaughter there was vast that day, 20,000 dead. Ooh. The battle spread over the entire area, and that day the forest claimed more people than the sword. Okay. Absalom was riding on his mule when he happened to meet David's soldiers. When the mule went under the tangled bridge of a large oak tree, Absalom's head was caught fast in the tree. The mule under him kept going, so he was suspended in midair. One of the men saw him and informed Joab. He said, I saw Absalom's hanging in an oak tree. You just saw him? Joab exclaimed. Why didn't you strike him to the ground right there? I would have given you 10 silver pieces and a belt. The man replied to Joab, even if I had the weight of 1,000 pieces of silver in my hand, I would not raise my hand against the king's son. For that is For we heard the king commanded you, Abishai and Ittai, protect the young man of Absalom for me. If I had jeopardized my own life and had nothing hidden from the king, you would have abandoned me. Joab said, I'm not going to waste my time with you. He then took 3 spears in his hand and thrusted them into Absalom's chest. While Absalom was still alive in the oak tree, 10 young men who were Joab's armor bearers surrounded Absalom, struck him, and killed him. Joab blew the ram's horn, and the troops broke off their pursuit of Israel because Joab restrained them. They took Absalom, threw him into a large pit in the forest, and raised up a huge mount of stones over him. And all Israel fled, each to his tent. While he was alive, Absalom had taken a pillar and raised it up for himself in the king's valley, since he thought, I have no sons to preserve my memory of my name. So he named the pillar after himself. It is still called Absalom's monument today. Ahimaaz, son of Zigdag, said, Please let me run and tell the king the good news that the Lord had vindicated him by freeing him from his enemies. Joab replied to him, "You are not the man to take good news today. You may do it another day, but today you aren't taking good news because the king's son is dead." Joab then said to a Cushite, "Go tell the king what you have seen." The Cushite bowed to Joab and took off running. However, Ahimaaz, son of Zidog, persisted to say to Joab, "No matter what, please let me also run behind the Cushite." Joab replied, "My son, why do you want to run since you won't get a reward? No matter what, I want to run." "Then run," Joab said to him. So Ahimaaz ran by way of the plain and outran the Cushite. David was sitting between the city gates when the watchman went up to the roof of the city gate and over to the wall. The watchman looked out and saw a man running alone. He called out and told the king. "The king," he said, "if he is alone, he bears good news." As the first runner came closer, the watchman saw another man running. He called out to the gatekeeper, "Look, another man is running alone. This one is also bringing good news," said the king. The watchman said, "The way the first man runs looks to me like the way of Ahimaaz, son of Zigdog, runs. This is a good man. He comes with good news." The king commended. Ahimaaz called out to the king, "All is well," and paid homage to the king with his face to the ground. He continued, "Blessed be the Lord your God. He delivered up the men who rebelled against my lord the king." The king asked, Is the young man Absalom all right?" Ahimaaz replied, "When Joab sent the king's servant and your servant, I saw a big disruptance, but I don't know what it was." The king said, "Move aside and stand here." So he stood on the one side. Just then the Cushite came and said, "May my lord the king hear the good news. The Lord has vindicated you today by freeing you from all who rise against you." The king asked the Cushite, "Is the young man Absalom all right?" The Cushite replied, "I wish that the enemies of my lord the king, along with all who rise up against you with an evil intent, would become like that young man." The king was deeply moved and went up to the chamber above the city gate and wept. As he walked, he cried, "My son Absalom, my son Absalom. If only I had died instead of you, Absalom, my son, my son." It was reported to Joab, "The king is weeping. He's mourning over Absalom." That day's victory was turned into mourning for all the troops, because on that day the troops heard the king is grieving over his son. So they returned to the city quietly. The day like troops come in when they are humiliated after fleeing the battle. But the king covered his face and cried loudly, "My son Absalom, Absalom, my son, my son." Then Joab went into the house to the king and said, "Today you have shamed all your soldiers, those who saved your life, as well as your sons, your wives, and your concubines, by loving your enemies and hating those who love you. Today you have made it clear that the commanders and soldiers mean nothing to you. In fact, today I know that if Absalom were alive and all of us were dead, it would be fine with you. Now get up, go out and encourage your soldiers, for I swear by the Lord that if I don't go out, not a man will remain with you tonight. If you don't go out, not a man will return with you tonight. We'll go with you tonight. Not a man will remain with you tonight. This will be the worse for you than all the trouble that has come to you from your mouth until now. So the king got up and sat at the city gate, and all the people were told, "Look, the king is sitting in the city gate." When they all came into the king's presence, meanwhile, each Israelite had fled to his tent. People throughout all the tribes of Israel were arguing among themselves, saying, "The king rescued us from the grasp of our enemies, and he saved us from the grasp of the Philistines. But now he has fled from the land because of Absalom. But Absalom, the man he anointed over us, has died in battle. So why do you say nothing about restoring the king?" King David sent word to the priests Zadok and Abiathar, saying to the elders of Judah, "Why should you be the last to restore the king to his palace? The talk of all Israel has reached the king at his house. You are my brothers, my flesh and blood. So why should you be the last to restore the king? Tell Amasa, aren't you my flesh and blood? May God punish me and do so severely if you don't become commander of the army from now on instead of Joab." So he won over all the men of Judah, and they unaimlessly sent word to the king, "Come back, you and all your servants." Then the king returned. Let's go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Then the king returned. When he arrived at the Jordan, Judah came to Gilgal to meet the king and escorted him across the Jordan. Shimei, the son of Gera, the Benjamite, from Bahurim, hurried down with the men of Judah to meet King David. There were 1,000 men from Benjamin with him. Ziba and the attendant from the house of Saul, with him 15 sons and 20 servants, also rushed down to the Jordan ahead of the king. They forded to the Jordan to bring the king's household across and do whatever the king desired. When Shimei, the son of Gera, crossed the Jordan, he fell face down before the king and said to him, "My lord, don't hold me guilty and don't remember your servant's wrongdoing on the day my lord the king left Jerusalem. May the king not take it to heart. For your servant knows that I have sinned. But look, today I am the first one of the entire household of Joseph to come down to meet my lord the king. Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, asked, "Shouldn't Shimei be put to death for this, because he cursed the Lord's anointed?" David answered, "Sons of Zeruiah, do we agree on anything? Have you become my adversary today? Should any men be killed in Israel today? Am I not aware that today I am king over Israel?" So the king said to Shimei, "You will not die." Then the king gave him his oath. Mephibosheth, Saul's grandson, also went down to meet the king. He had not taken care of his feet, trimmed his mustache, or washed his clothes from the day the king left until the day he returned safely. When he came from Jerusalem to meet the king asked him, "Mephibosheth, why didn't you come with me?" "My lord the king," he replied, "my servant Ziba betrayed me. Actually, your servant said, 'I'll saddle the donkey for myself so that I may ride it and go with the king, for your servant is lame.' Ziba slandered your servant to my lord the king. But my lord the king is like the angel of God. So do whatever you think is best. For my grandfather's entire family deserves death from my lord the king. But you set your servant among those who eat at your table. So what further right do I have to keep on making appeals to the king?" The king said to him, "Why keep on speaking about these matters of yours? I hereby declare you and Ziba are to divide the land." Mephibosheth said to the king, "Instead, since my lord the king has come to his palace safely, let Ziba take it all." Barzillai, the Gileadite, had come down from Regalim and accompanied the king to the Jordan River to see him off at the Jordan. Barzillai was a very old man, 80 years old, and since he was a very wealthy man, he had provided for the needs of the king while he stayed in Mahanaim. The king said to Barzillai, "Cross over with me, and I'll provide for you at my side in Jerusalem." Barzillai replied to the king, "How many years of my life are left that I should go up to Jerusalem with the king? I'm now 80 years old. Can I discern what is pleasant and what is not? Can your servant taste what he eats or drinks? Can I still hear the voice of male and female singers? Why should your servant be an added burden to the Lord the king? Since your servant is only going with the king a little way across the Jordan, why should the king repay me with such a reward? Please let your servant return so that I may die in my own city near the tomb of my father and mother. But here is your servant Chimham. Let him cross over with my lord the king. Do for him what seems good to you." The king replied, "Chimham will cross over with me, and I will do for him what seems good to you, and whatever you desire from me, I will do for you." So all the people crossed the Jordan, and then the king crossed. The king kissed Barzillai and blessed him, and Barzillai returned to his home. So all the people crossed the Jordan. Now the king went to Gilgal, and Shimei went with him. All the troops of Judah and half of Israel escorted the king. Suddenly all the men of Israel came to the king. They asked him, "Why did your brothers, the men of Judah, take you away secretly and transport the king and his household across the Jordan, along with all of David's men?" All the men of Judah responded to the men of Israel, because the king is our relative, why does this make you angry? Have we ever eaten anything of the king's or been honored at all? The men of Israel answered the men of Judah, "We have 10 shares in the king, so we have a greater claim to David than you. Why then do you despise us? Weren't we the first to speak of restoring our king?" But the words of the men of Judah were harsher than those of the men of Israel. Now a wicked man, a Benjamite named Sheba, son of Bichir, happened to be there. He blew the ram's horn and shouted, "We have no portion in David, no inheritance in Jesse's son. Each man to his tent, Israel." So all the men of Israel deserted David and followed Sheba, the son of Bashir. But the men of Judah from the Jordan all their way to Jerusalem, remained loyal to their king. When David came to the palace in Jerusalem, he took the 10 concubines he had left to take care of the palace and placed them under guard. He provided for them, but he was not intimate with them. They were confined until the day of their death, living as widows. The king said to Amasa, "Summon the men of Judah to me within 3 days, and be here yourself." Amasa went to summon Judah, but he took longer than the time allotted to him. So David said to Abishai, Sheba, son of Bashir will do more harm to us than Absalom. Take your Lord's soldiers and pursue him, or he will find fortified cities and elude us. No, you're fine. The king said to Amas, "Summon the men of Judah to me within 3 days, and be here yourself." Amas went to summon Judah, and he took longer than the time allotted to him. So David said to Abishai, Sheba, son of Bashir, will do more harm to us than Absalom. Take your Lord's soldiers and pursue him, or he will find fortified cities and elude us. So Joab's men, the Cherethites, the Pelethites, and all the warriors marched out under Abishai's command. They left Jerusalem to pursue Sheba, son of Bashir. They were a great stone in Gibeon when Amasa joined them. Joab was wearing his uniform, and over it was a belt, and around his waist with the sword in its sheath. As he approached, the sword fell out. Joab asked Amasa, "Are you well, my brother?" Then, with his right hand, Joab grabbed Amasa by the beard to kiss him. Amasa was not on guard against the sword in Joab's hand, and Joab stabbed him in the stomach with it and spilled his intestines out on the ground. Joab did not stab him again, and Amasa died. And Joab and his brother Abishai pursued Sheba, son of Bashir. One of Joab's young men stood over Amasa, saying, "Whoever favors Joab and whoever is for David, follow Joab." Now Amasa had been writhing in his blood in the middle of the highway, and the man had seen that all the troops stopped. So he moved Amasa from the highway to the field and threw a garment over him, because he realized that all those who encountered Amasa were stopping. When he was removed from the highway, all the men passed by and followed Joab to pursue Sheba, son of Bashir. Sheba passed through all the tribes of Israel to Abel of Beth Mashah. All the Beerites came together and followed him. Joab's troops came and besieged Sheba in Abel of Beth Mashah. They built a siege ramp against the other wall of the city, while all the troops with Joab were battering the wall to make it collapse, a wise woman came out from the city. Listen, listen, please tell Joab to come here and let me speak with him. When he had come near her, the woman asked, Are you Joab? I am, he replied. Listen to the words of your servant, she said. He answered, I'm listening. She said, In the past, they used to say, Seek counsel in Abel. That is how they settle disputes. I am one of the peaceful and faithful in Israel, but you're trying to destroy a city that is like a mother in Israel. Why would you devour the Lord's inheritance? Joab protested, Never. I would never devour or demolish. That is not the case. There is a man named Sheba, son of Bashir, from the hill country of Ephraim, who has rebelled against King David. Deliver this one man, and I will withdraw from the city. The woman replied to Joab, Watch, his head will be thrown over the wall to you. The woman went to all the people with her. Wise counsel, and they cut off the head of Sheba, son of Bashir, and threw it to Joab. So he blew the ram's horn, and they dispersed from the city, each to his own tent. Joab returned to the king in Jerusalem. Joab commanded the whole army of Israel. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was over the Cherethites and Pelethites. Adoram was over forced labor. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was court historian. Shiva was court secretary. Zadok and Abiathar were priests. And in addition, Ira the Jairite was David's priest. During David's reign, there was a famine for 3 consecutive years. So David inquired of the Lord. The Lord answered, It is due to Saul and to his bloody family, because he killed the Gibeonites. The Gibeonites were not Israelites, but rather a remnant of the Amorites. The Israelites had taken an oath concerning them. But Saul tried to kill them in his zeal for the Israelites in Judah. So David summoned the Gibeonites and spoke to them. He asked the Gibeonites, What should I do for you? How can I make atonement so that I will bring a blessing on the Lord's inheritance? The Gibeonites said to him, We are not asking for silver and gold from Saul or his family, and we cannot put anyone to death in Israel. Whatever you say, I will do for you, he said. They replied to the king, As for the man who annihilated us and plotted to destroy us so we would not exist within the whole territory of Israel, let 7 of his male descendants be handed over to us so we may hang them in the presence of the Lord at Gibeah of Saul, the Lord's chosen. The king answered, I will hand them over. David spared Mephibosheth, the son of Saul's son Jonathan, because of the oath of the Lord that was between David and Jonathan, Saul's son. But the king took Armani and Mephibosheth, who were the 2 sons of Rizpah, daughter of Aiah, had borne to Saul, and the 5 sons who Merab, daughter of Saul, had borne to Adriel, son of Barzillai, the Meholathite, and handed them over to the Gibeonites. They hanged them on a hill in the presence of the Lord, and 7 of them died together. They were executed in the first days of the harvest at the beginning of the barley harvest. Rizpah, Aiah's daughter, took sackcloth and spread it over herself on the rock from the beginning of the harvest until the rain poured down from heaven on the bodies. She kept the birds from the sky from them by day, and the wind and the wild animals by night. When it was reported to David what Saul's concubine, Rizpah, daughter of Aiah, had done, he went and got the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan from the cities of Jabesh Gilead. They had stolen from them the public square. They had stolen them from the public square of Bethshan, where the Philistines had hung the bodies the day the Philistines killed Saul in Gilboa. David had the bones brought from there. They gathered up the bones of Saul's family who had been hanged, and buried the bones of Saul and his son Jonathan at Zillah in the land of Benjamin, in the tomb of Saul's father Kish. They did everything the king commanded. After this, God was receptive to prayer from the land. The Philistines again waged war against Israel. David went down with his soldiers, and they fought the Philistines, but David became exhausted. Then Ishbi-Benob, one of the descendants of the giant, whose bronze spear weighed about 8 pounds, and who wore new armor intended to kill David. But Abishai, the son of Zeruiah, came to his aid, struck the Philistine, and killed him. Then David's men swore to him, "You must never again go out with us to battle. You must not extinguish the lamp of Israel." After this, there was another battle with the Philistines at Gob. At that time, Sibbecai the Hushathite killed Saph, who was one of the descendants of the giant. Once again, there was a battle with the Philistines at Gob, and Elhanan, son of Gear-Orgim, the Bethlehemite, killed Goliath of Gath. The shaft of his spear was like a weaver's beam. At Gath there was still another battle. A huge man was there with 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in all. He too was descended from the giant. When he taunted Israel, Jonathan, son of David's brother Shimei, killed him. These four were descended from the giants in Gath and were killed by David and his soldiers. David spoke the words of this song to the Lord on the day the Lord rescued him from the grasp of all his enemies and from the grasp of Saul. He said, "The Lord is my rock and my fortress and my deliverer, my God, my rock where I seek refuge, my shield, the horn of my salvation, my stronghold, my refuge, and my Savior. You save me from violence. I called to the Lord, who is worthy of praise, and I was saved from my enemies. For the waves of death engulfed me, the torments of destruction terrified me. The ropes of Sheol entangled me, the snares of death confronted me. I called to the Lord in my distress, I called to my God. From his temple he heard my voice, and my cry for help reached his ears. Then the earth shook and quaked. The foundations of the earth trembled. They shook because he burned with anger. Smoke rose from his nostrils, and consuming fire came from his mouth. Coals were set ablaze by it. He bent the heavens and came down, total darkness beneath his feet. He rode on a cherub and flew soaring on the wings of the wind. He made darkness a canopy around him, a gathering of water and thick clouds. From the radiance of his presence, blazing coals were ignited. The Lord thundered from heaven. The Most High made his voice heard. He shot arrows and scattered them. He hurled lightning bolts and routed them. The depths of the sea became visible. The foundations of the world were exposed at the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of his breath of his nostrils. He reached down from on high and took hold of me. He pulled me out of deep water. He rescued me from my powerful enemy and from those who hated me, for they were too strong for me. They confronted me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my support. He brought me out to a spacious place. He rescued me because he delighted in me. The Lord rewarded me according to my righteousness. He repaid me according to the cleanness of my hands. For I have kept the ways of the Lord and have not turned from my God to wickedness. Indeed, I let all his ordinances guide me and have not disregarded his statutes. I was blameless before him and kept myself from my iniquity. So the Lord repaid me according to my righteousness, according to my cleanness in his sight. With the faithful, you prove yourself faithful. With the blameless, you prove yourself blameless. With the pure, you prove yourself pure. But with the crooked, you prove yourself shrewd. You rescue me and oppress people. You rescue and impress people. But your eyes are set against the proud. You humble them. Lord, you are my lamp. The Lord illuminates my darkness. With you, I can attack a barricade, and with my God, I can leap over a wall. God, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord is pure. He is a shield to all who take refuge in him. For who is God besides the Lord? And who is a rock? Only our God. God is my strong refuge. He makes my way perfect. He makes my feet like the feet of deer and sets me securely on the heights. He trains my hands for war. My arms can bend a bow of bronze. You have given me the shield of your salvation. Your help exalts me. You make a spacious place beneath me for my steps, and my ankles do not give way. I pursue my enemies and destroy them. I do not turn back until they are wiped out. I wipe them out and crush them, and they do not rise. They fall beneath my feet. You have clothed me with strength for battle. You subdue my adversaries beneath me. You have made my enemies retreat before me. I annihilate those who hate me. They look, but there is no one to save them. They look to the Lord, but he does not answer them. I pulverize them like dust of the earth. I crush them and trample them like mud in the streets. You have freed me from the feuds of my people. You have preserved me as head of nations. A people I had not known serve me. Foreigners submit to me cringing. As soon as they hear, they obey me. Foreigners lose heart and come trembling from their fortifications. The Lord lives. Blessed be my rock. God, the rock of my salvation, is exalted. God, he grants me vengeance and casts down people under me. He frees me from my enemies. You exalt me above my adversaries. You rescue me from violent men. Therefore, I will give thanks to you among the nations. Lord, I will sing praises above your name. He is a tower of salvation for his king. He shows loyalty to his anointed, to David and his descendants forever. These are the last words of David. The declaration of David, son of Jesse, the declaration of the man raised on high, the anointed one by God of Jacob. This is the most delightful of Israel's songs. The Spirit of the Lord spoke through me. His word was on my tongue. The God of Israel spoke. The rock of Israel said to me, the one who rules the people with justice, the one who rules in the fear of God, is like the morning light when the sun rises on a cloudless morning and glistens of rain, the glisten of rain on sprouting grass. Is it not true my house is with God? For he has established a permanent covenant with me, ordered and secured in every detail. Will he not bring about my whole salvation and my every desire? But all the wicked are like thorns raked aside. They can never be picked up by hand. The man who touches them must be armed with iron in the shaft of a spear. They will be completely burned up on the spot. These are the names of David's warriors: Josheb Bashabeth, the Tachionite, was chief of the officers. He yielded his spear against 800 men that he killed at one time. After him, Eleazar, son of Dodo, son of Ahahite, was among 3 warriors with David when they defiled the Philistines. The men of Israel retreated in the place they had gathered for battle. But Eleazar stood his ground and attacked the Philistines until his hand was tired and stuck to his sword. The Lord brought about a great victory that day. Then the troops came back to him, but only to plunder the dead. After him was Shammah, son of Agi, the Herite. The Philistines had assembled in formation where there was a field full of lentils. The troops fled from the Philistines, but Shammah took his stand in the middle of the field, defended it, and struck down the Philistines. So the Lord brought about a great victory. 3 of the 30 leading warriors went down at harvest time and came to David at the cave of Adullam, while the company of Philistines was camping in the Rephaim Valley. At that time, David was in the stronghold, and a Philistine garrison was at Bethlehem. David was extremely thirsty and said, "If only someone would bring me water to drink from the well at the city gate of Bethlehem." So 3 of the warriors broke through the Philistine camp and drew water from the well at the gate of Bethlehem. They brought it back to David, but he refused to drink it. Instead, he poured it out to the Lord. David said, "Lord, I would never do such a thing. Is this not the blood of men who risked their lives?" So he refused to drink it. Such were the exploits of the 3 warriors. Abishai, Joab's brother and the son of Zeruiah, the leader of the 3, he wielded his spear against 300 men and killed them, gaining a reputation among the 3. Was he not more honored than the 3? He became their commander, even though he did not become one of the 3. Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, was the son of a brave man from Kabzeel, a man of many exploits. Benaiah killed 2 sons of Ariel of Moab, and he went down into a pit on a snowy day and killed a lion. He also killed an Egyptian, an impressive man. Even though the Egyptian had a spear in his hand, Benaiah went down to him with a staff, snatched the spear out of the Egyptian's hand, then killed him with his own spear. These were the exploits of Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, who had a reputation among the 3 warriors. He was the most honored of the 3, but he did not become one of the 3. David put him in charge of his bodyguard. Among the 30, he was the most honored of the 30, but he did not become one of the 3. David put him in charge of his bodyguard. Among the 30 were Joab's brother Asahel, Elhanan, son of Dodo of Bethlehem, Shemaiah the Harodite, Elikah the Harodite, Haziel the Paltite, Ira the son of Akamish the Tekoite, Abazir the Anathothite, Mebonai the Heshathite, Zalmon the Ahohite, Mahirai the Netophathite, Helab the son of Banah the Netophathite, Ittai the son of Ribai, from Gabesh of the Gemonites, Benai the Pirathite, Hadai from the waters of Gash, Habalon the Arbathite, Azmaveth the Barhite, Alabaha the Shalabonite, the son of Jabesh, Jonathan son of Mashah the Hararite, Ananiah son of Sharam and Hararite, Eliphatheth son of Ahabashai, the son of Makashite, Eliam son of Ahithalai, the Gilonite, Haraz the Carmelite, Parai the Arbite, Egal the son of Nathan from Zobah, Benai the Gadite, Zelek the Ammonite, Naharai the Beerothite, the armor-bearer of Joab, son of Zariah, Ira the Erarite, Gareb the Ithrite, and Uriah the Hittite. These were 37 in all. Jesus. The Lord's anger burned against Israel again, and he stirred up David against them to say, "Go count the people of Israel and Judah." So the king said to Joab, the commander of his army, "Go through all the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba and register the troops so I can know their number." Joab returned to the king. Joab replied to the king, "May the Lord your God multiply the troops 100 times more than they are, while my lord the king looks on. But why does my lord the king want to do this?" Yet the king's order prevailed over Joab and the commanders of the army. So Joab and the commanders of the army left the king's presence to register the troops of Israel. They crossed the Jordan and camped in Aror, south of the town in the middle of the valley, and they proceeded toward Gad of Jazer. They went to Gilead into the land of the Hittites and continued on to Dan, and around to Sidon. And they went to the fortress of Tyre and all the cities of the Hivites and the Canaanites. Afterward, they went to Negev of Judah at Beersheba. When they had gone through the whole land, they returned to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days. At the end of 9 months and 20 days, Joab gave the king the total of the registration of the troops. There were 800,000 valiant armed men from Israel and 500,000 men from Judah. David's conscience troubled him after he had taken a census of the troops. He said to the Lord, "I have sinned greatly in what I've done. Now, Lord, because I've been very foolish, please take away your servant's guilt." When David got up in the morning, the word of the Lord had come to the prophet Gad, David's seer. "Go and say to David, this is what the Lord says. I am offering you 3 choices. Choose one of them, and I will do it for you." So Gad went to David, told him the choices, and asked him, "Do you want 3 years of famine to come on your land, to flee from the foes to flee from your foes 3 months while they pursue you, or to have a plague in your land 3 days. Now consider carefully what I ask. I should take back the one who sent me. Now consider carefully what I ask, what answer I should take back to the one who sent me. David answered Gad, I have great anxiety. Please let us fall into the Lord's hand because his mercies are great. But don't let me fall into human hands. So the Lord sent a plague on Israel from that morning until the appointed time. And from Dan to Beersheba, 70,000 men died. Then the angel extended his hand toward Jerusalem to destroy it, but the Lord relented concerning the destruction, and said to the angel who was destroying the people, Enough, withdraw your hand now. The angel of the Lord was then at the threshing door of Ariana, the Jebusite. When David saw the angel striking the people, he said to the Lord, Look, I am the one who has sinned. I am the one who has done wrong. But these sheep, what have they done? Please let your hand be against me and my father's family. Gad came to David that day and said to him, Go up and set up an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Ariana, the Jebusite. David went up in obedience to Gad's command, just as the Lord had commanded. Ariana looked down and saw the king and his servants coming toward him. So he went out and paid homage to the king with his face to the ground. Araunah said, Why has my lord the king come to his servant? David replied, To buy the threshing floor from you in order to build an altar to the Lord, so the plague on the people may be halted. Araunah said to David, My lord the king may take whatever he wants and offer it. Here are the oxen for the burnt offering, and the threshing sledges and ox yokes for the wood. Your Majesty, Araunah gives everything here to the king. Then he said to the king, May the Lord your God accept you. The king answered Araunah, No, I insist on buying it from you for a price, for I will not offer to the Lord my burnt offering that cost me nothing. David bought the threshing floor and the oxen for 20 ounces of silver. He built an altar to the Lord there and offered burnt offering and fellowship of offerings. Then the Lord was receptive to the prayer for the land, and the plague of Israel ended. Now David was old and advanced in age. Although they covered him with bedclothes, he could not get warm. So his servant said to him, Let us search for a young virgin for my lord the king. She is to attend to the king and be his caregiver. She is to lie by your side so that my lord the king will get warm. They searched for a beautiful girl throughout the territory of Israel. They found Abishag, the Shunammite, and brought her to the king. The girl was of unsurpassed beauty, and she became the king's caregiver. She attended to him but he was not intimate with her. Adonijah, son of Haggith, kept exalting himself, saying, I will be king. He prepared chariots, cavalry, and 50 men to run ahead of him. But his father had never once infuriated him by asking, Why do you do that? In addition, he was quite handsome and was born after Absalom. He conspired with Joab, son of Zeruiah, and with the priests of Abiathar. They supported Adonijah, but the priest Zadok, Benaniah, son of Jehoiada, the prophet Nathan, Shimea, Ray, and David's royal guard did not side with Adonijah. Adonijah sacrificed sheep, goats, cattle, and fattened cattle near the stone of Zoheleth, which was next to En-Rogel. He invited all his royal brothers and all the men of Judah, the servants of the king, but he did not invite the prophet Nathan, Benaiah, the royal guard, or his brother Solomon. Then Nathan said to Bathsheba, Solomon's mother, "Have you not heard that Adonijah, son of Haggith, has become king, and our Lord David does not know it? Now please come and let me advise you. Save your life and the life of your son Solomon. Go approach King David and say to him, 'My lord the king, did I not swear to your servant, your son Solomon is to become king after me, and he is the one who is to sit on my throne. So why has Adonijah become king?' At that moment, while you were still speaking with the king, I'll come in after you and confirm your words." So Bathsheba went to the king in his bedroom. Since the king was very old, Abishag the Shunammite was attending to him. Bathsheba knelt low and paid homage to the king, and he asked, "What do you want?" She replied, "My lord, you swore to your servant, by the Lord your God, your son Solomon is to become king after me, and he is the one who is to sit on my throne. Now look, Adonijah has become king, and my lord the king, you did not know it. He has lavishly sacrificed oxen, fattened cattle, and sheep, and invited all the king's sons, the priests Abiathar and Joab, the commander of the army, but he did not invite your servant Solomon. Now my lord the king, the eyes of all Israel are on you to tell them who will sit on the throne of my lord the king after him." Otherwise, when my lord the king rests with his ancestors, I and my son Solomon will be regarded as criminals. At that moment, while she was still speaking with the king, the prophet Nathan arrived. And it was announced to the king, "The prophet Nathan is here." He came into the king's presence and paid homage to him with his face to the ground. "My lord the king," Nathan said, "did you say Adonijah is to become king after me, and he is the one to sit on my throne? For today he went down and lavishly sacrificed oxen, fattened cattle, and sheep. He invited all the sons of the king, the commander of the army, and the priests Abiathar. And look, they're eating and drinking in his presence, and they're saying, 'Long live King Adonijah.' But he did not invite me, your servant, or the priest Zadok, or Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, or your servant Solomon. I'm certain my lord the king would not have let this happen without letting your servant know who will sit on my lord the king's throne after him." King David responded by saying, "Call in Bathsheba to me." So she came into the king's presence and stood before him. The king swore an oath and said, "As the Lord lives, who has redeemed my life from every difficulty, just as I swore to you by the Lord God of Israel, your son Solomon is to become king after me, and he is the one who is to sit on my throne in my place. That is exactly what I will do this very day." Bathsheba knelt low to his face, with her face to the ground, paying homage to the king, and said, "May the Lord King David live forever. May my lord King David live forever." King David then said, "Call in the priest Zadok, the prophet Nathan, and Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, for me. So they came into the king's presence. The king said to them, "Take my servant with you. Have my son Solomon ride on my own mule and take him down to Gihon. There the priest Zadok and the prophet Nathan are to anoint him as king over Israel. You are to blow the ram's horn and say, 'Long live King Solomon.' You are to come up after me, and he is to come in and sit on my throne. He is the one who has become king in my place. He is the one I have commanded to be ruler over Israel and Judah." "Amen," Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, replied to the king. May the Lord, the God of my lord the king, so affirm it. Just as the Lord was with my lord the king, so may he be with Solomon and make his throne greater than the throne of the Lord King David." Then the priest Zadok, the prophet Nathan, Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, the Cherithite, and the Pelethite went down, had Solomon ride on King David's mule, and took him to Gihon. The priest Zadok took the horn of oil from the tabernacle and anointed Solomon. Then they blew the ram's horn, and all the people proclaimed, "Long live King Solomon." All the people went up after him, playing flutes and rejoicing with such a great joy that the earth split open from the sound. Adonijah and all the invited guests who were with him heard the noise as they finished eating. Joab heard the sound of the ram's horn and said, "Why is the town in such an uproar?" He was still speaking when Jonathan, son of Abiathar the priest, suddenly arrived. Adonijah said, "Come in, for you are an important man, and you must be bringing good news." "Unfortunately not," Jonathan answered him. "Our Lord King David has made Solomon king. And with Solomon, the king has sent the priest Zadok, the prophet Nathan, Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, the Cherithite, and the Pelethite, and they have had him ride on the king's mule. The priest Zadok and the prophet Nathan have anointed him king in Gihon, and they have gone up from there rejoicing. The towns have been in an uproar. That's the noise you heard. Solomon has even taken his seat on the royal throne. The king's servants have also gone to congratulate our Lord King David, saying, 'May your God make the name of Solomon more well known than your name, and may he make his throne greater than your throne.' Then the king bowed in worship on his bed. And the king went on to say this, 'Blessed be the Lord God of Israel. Today he has provided one to sit on my throne, and I am a witness.' Then all of Adonijah's guests got up, trembling, and went their separate ways. Adonijah was afraid of Solomon, so he got up and went to take hold of the horns of the altar. It was reported to Solomon, 'Look, Adonijah fears King Solomon, and he has taken hold of the horns of the altar, saying, Let King Solomon first swear to me that he is not to kill his servant with the sword.' Then Solomon said, 'If he is a man of character, not a single hair of his will fall to the ground. But if evil is found in him, he dies.' So King Solomon sent for him, and they took him down from the altar. He came and paid homage to King Solomon. And Solomon said to him, 'Go to your home.' As the time approached for David to die, he ordered his son Solomon, As for me, I am going the way of all the earth. Be strong and be a man. And keep your obligation to the Lord your God to walk in his ways and to keep his statutes, commands, ordinances, and decrees. This is written in the law of Moses, that you will have success in everything you do and wherever you turn, so that the Lord will fulfill his promise that he made to me. If your sons take care to walk faithfully before me with all their heart and all their soul, you will never fail to have a man on the throne of Israel. You also know what Joab, son of Zeruiah, did to me. So what he did to the two commanders of Israel's army, Abner, son of Ner, and Amasa, son of Jether. He murdered them in the time of peace to avenge bloodshed in war. He spilled that blood of his own waistband and on his sandals and on the sandals of his feet. Act according to your wisdom, and do not let his gray hair descend to Sheol in peace. Show kindness to the sons of Barzillai, the Gileadite, and let them be among those who eat at your table, because they supported me when I fled from your brother Absalom. Keep an eye on Shimei, son of Gera, the Benjamite from Bahurim, who was with you. He uttered malicious curses against me the day I went to Mahanaim, but he came down to meet me at the Jordan River. And I swore to him by the Lord, I will never kill you with the sword. So don't let him go unpunished, for you are a wise man. You know how to deal with him, to bring his gray hair down to Sheol with blood. Then David rested with his ancestors and was buried in the city of David. The length of time David reigned over Israel was 40 years. He reigned 7 years in Hebron and 33 years in Jerusalem. Solomon sat on the throne of his father David, and his kingship was firmly established. Now Adonijah, son of Haggith, came to Bathsheba, Solomon's mother. She asked, "Do you come peacefully?" "Peacefully," he replied. Then asked, "May I talk with you?" "Go ahead," she answered. "You know the kingship was mine," he said. "All Israel expected me to be king. But then the kingship was turned over to my brother, for the Lord gave it to him. So now I have just one request for you. Don't turn me down." She said to him, "Go on." He replied, "Please speak to King Solomon, since he won't turn you down. Let him give me Achishag, the Shunammite, as a wife." Very, very well," Bathsheba replied. "I will speak to the king for you." So Bathsheba went to King Solomon to speak to him about Adonijah. The king stood up to greet her, bowed to her, sat down on his throne, and had a throne placed for the king's mother. So she sat down at his right hand. Then she said, "I have just one small request of you. Don't turn me down. Go ahead and ask, mother," the king replied, "for I won't turn you down." So she said, "Let Abishag the Shunammite be given to your brother Adonijah as a wife." King Solomon answered his mother, "Why are you requesting Abishag the Shunammite for Adonijah? Since he is my elder brother, you might as well ask for the kingship for him, for the priest Abiathar, and for the Joab the son of Zeruiah." Then King Solomon took an oath by the Lord, May God punish me and do so severely if Adonijah has not made this request at the cost of his life. And now, as the Lord lives, the one who established me, seated me on the throne of my father David, and made me a dynasty, as he promised, I swear Adonijah will be put to death today. Then King Solomon dispatched Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, who struck down Adonijah, and he died. The king said to the priest Abiathar, "Go to the fields of Anathoth, even though you deserve to die. I will not put you to death today, since you carried the ark of the Lord God in the presence of my father David, and you suffered through all that my father suffered." So Solomon banished Abiathar from being the Lord's priest, and it fulfilled the Lord's prophecy he had spoken at Shiloh against Eli's family. The news reached Joab, since he had supported Adonijah but not Absalom. Joab fled from the Lord's tabernacle and took hold of the horns of the altar. It was reported to King Solomon, "Joab has fled to the Lord's tabernacle, is now beside the altar." Then Solomon sent Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, and told him, "Go and strike him down." So Benaiah went to the tabernacle and said to David, "This is what the Lord says, 'Come out.' But Joab said, 'No, for I will die here.' So Benaiah took a message back to the king. 'This is what Joab said, and this is how he answered me.' The king said to him, 'Do as he says. Strike him down and bury him, in order to remove from me and from my father's family the blood that Joab shed without just cause. The Lord will bring back his own blood on his head, because he struck down 2 men more righteous and better than he, without my father David's knowledge. With his sword Joab murdered Abner, son of Ner, commander of Israel's army, and Amasa, son of Jether, commander of Judah's army. The responsibility of their deaths will come back to Joab and to his descendants forever. But for Joab, his descendants, his dynasty, and his throne will be peace. There will be peace from the Lord forever." Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, went up, struck down Joab, and put him to death. He was buried at his house in the wilderness. Then the king appointed Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, in Joab's place over the army. And he appointed the priest Zadok in Abiathar's place. Then the king summoned Shimei and said to him, "Build a house for yourself in Jerusalem and live there, but don't leave there and go anywhere else. On the day you do leave and cross the Kidron Valley, know for sure that you will certainly die. Your blood will be on your own head." Shimei said to the king, "The sentence is fair. Your servant will do as my lord the king has spoken." And Shimei lived in Jerusalem for a long time. But then at the end of 3 years, 2 of Shimei's slaves ran away to Achish, son of Machai, king of Gath. Shimei was informed, "Look, your slaves are in Gath." So Shimei saddled his donkey and sent out to Achish at Gath to search for his slaves. He went and brought them back from Gath. It was reported to Solomon that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Gath and had returned. So the king summoned Shimei and said to him, "Didn't I make you swear by the Lord and warn you, saying, 'On the day you leave and go anywhere else, know for sure that you will certainly die'? And you said to me, 'The sentence is fair, I will obey.' So why have you not kept the Lord's oath in the command that I gave you? The king also said, 'You yourself know all the evil you did to my father David. Therefore the Lord has brought back your evil on your own head.' But the king Solomon will be blessed, and David's throne will remain established forever before the Lord forever." Then the king commanded Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, and he went out and struck Shimei down, and he died. So the kingdom was established in Solomon's hand.
Solomon made an alliance with Pharaoh, king of Egypt, by marrying Pharaoh's daughter. Solomon brought her to the city of David until he finished building his palace, the Lord's temple, the wall surrounding Jerusalem. However, the people were sacrificing on high places because until that time a temple for the Lord's name had not been built. Solomon loved the Lord by walking in the statutes of his father David, but he also sacrificed and burned incense on the high places. The king went to Gibeon to sacrifice there because it was all the most famous high place. He offered 1,000 burnt offerings on the altar. At Gibeon, the Lord appeared to Solomon in a dream at night. God said, "Ask, what should I give you?" And Solomon replied, "You have shown great and faithful love to your servant, my father David, because he walked before you in faithfulness, righteousness, and integrity. You have continued this great and faithful love for him by giving him a son to sit on his throne as it is today. Lord my God, you have now made your servant king in my father David's place, yet I am just a youth with no experience in leadership. Your servant is among your people you have chosen, a people too many to be numbered or counted. So give your servant a receptive heart to judge your people and to discern between good and evil. For who is able to judge this great people of yours?" Now it pleased the Lord that Solomon had requested this. So God said to him, "Because you have requested this and did not ask for a long life or riches for yourself or the death of your enemies, but you asked discernment for yourself to administer justice, I will therefore do what you have asked. I will give you a wise and understanding heart so that there has never been anyone like you before and never will be again. In addition, I will give you what you did not ask for, both riches and honor, so that no king will be your equal during your entire life. If you walk in my ways and keep my statutes and commands, just as your father David did, I will give you a long life." Then Solomon woke up and realized it had been a dream. He went to Jerusalem, stood before the ark of the Lord's covenant, and offered burnt offerings and fellowship offerings. Then he held a feast for all his servants. Then 2 women who were prostitutes came to the king and stood before him. One woman said, "Please, my lord, this woman and I live in the same house, and I had a baby while she was in the house. On the 3rd day after I gave birth, she also had a baby, and we were alone. No one else was with us in the house, just the 2 of us were there. During the night, this woman's son died because she lay on him. She got up in the middle of the night and took my son from my side while your servant was asleep. She laid him in her arms, and she put her dead son in my arms. When I got up in the morning to nurse my son, I discovered he was dead. That morning, when I looked closely at him, I realized that he was not the son I gave birth to." "No," the other woman said, "my son is the living one. Your son is the dead one." The first woman said, "No, your son is the dead one. My son is the living one." So they argued before the king. The king replied, "This woman says, 'This is my son who is alive, and your son is dead.' But the woman says, 'No, your son is dead, and my son is alive.'" The king continued, "Bring me a sword." So they brought the sword to the king, and the king said, "Cut the living boy in half and give half to one and half to the other." The woman whose son was alive spoke to the king because she felt great compassion for her son. "My lord, give her the living baby," she said, "but please don't have him killed." But the other one said, "He will not be mine or yours. Cut him in 2. The king responded, "Give the living baby to the first woman and don't kill him. She is the mother." All Israel heard about the judgment the king had given, and they stood in awe of the king because they saw that God's wisdom was in him to carry out justice. King Solomon reigned over all of Israel, and these were his officials: Azariah, son of Zadok, priest; Ilpharim and Ahijah, sons of Shishri, secretary Jehoshaphat, son of Eliad, court historian. Benani, son of Jehoiada, in charge of the army. Zadok and Ephthar, priest. Azar, son of Nathan, in charge of the deputies. Zabud, son of Nathan, a priest and advisor to the king. Eshar, in charge of the palace, and Adoram, son of Abda, in charge of forced labor. Solomon had 12 deputies for all Israel. They provided food for the king and his household. Each one made provisions for 1 month out of the year. These were their names: Ben-Hur in the hill country of Ephraim, Ben-Decker in Machas, Sheblim Beth Shishma, and Elon Beth Hanan. Ben-Hesda in Arbada, he had Soka and the whole land of Hefner. Ben-Abadab in Nephdor, Tapith, daughter of Solomon, was his wife. Bana, son of Ahad, in Tanakh. Megiddo and all Beth Shana, which is beside Zathran, below Jezreel, from Beth Shenan, and Abda Mahal, as far as the other of Jokamen. Ben-Gerber in Rothma Gilead, he had the villages of Jair, son of Manasseh, which are in Gilead, and he had the region of Argob, which is in Bashan, 60 great cities with walls and bronze bars. Abadad, son of Ida, in Mahanaim. Amazi in Naphtali, he also had married a daughter of Solomon, Basemath. Mahan, son of Hashi, in Asher and Beloth. Jehoshaphat, son of Parah, in Ishkar. Shimini, son of Elah, in Benjamin. And Gerber, son of Uri, in the land of Gilead, the country of King Sihon of the Amorites, and of the king Og of Bashan. There was one deputy in the land of Judah. Judah and Israel were as numerous as the sand by the sea. They were eating, drinking, and rejoicing. Solomon ruled all the kingdoms from the Euphrates River to the land of the Philistines, and as far as the border of Egypt. They offered tribute and served Solomon all the days of his life. Solomon's provisions for one day were 180 bushels of fine flour and 360 bushels of meal, 10 fatted calves, 20 range cattle, and 100 sheep and goats, besides deer, gazelles, roebucks, and pen-fed poultry. For he had dominion over everything west of the Euphrates, from Tishva to Gaza, and over the kings west of the Euphrates. He had peace on all of his surrounding borders. Throughout Solomon's reign, Judah and Israel lived in safety from Dan to Beersheba, each person under his own vine and his own fig tree. Solomon had 40,000 stalls of horses for his chariots, 12,000 horsemen. Each of these deputies for a month in turn provided food for King Solomon and for everyone who came to King Solomon's table. They neglected nothing. Each man bought the barley and the straw for the chariot teams and the other horses to the required place according to his assignment. God gave Solomon wisdom, very great insight and understanding, as vast as the sand on the seashore. Solomon's wisdom was greater than the wisdom of all people of the east, greater than all the wisdom of Egypt. He was wiser than anyone, wiser than Ethan the Israelite, and Heman, Calcon, Darda, sons of Mahal. His reputation extended to all the surrounding nations. Solomon spoke 3,000 proverbs, and his songs numbered 1,005. He spoke about trees, from the cedar in Lebanon to the hyssop growing out of the wall. He also spoke about animals, birds, reptiles, and fish. Emissaries of all the people, sent by every king on earth who had heard of his wisdom, came to listen to Solomon's wisdom. King Hiram of Tyre sent his emissaries to Solomon when he had heard that he had been anointed king in his father's place, for Hiram had always been friends with David. Solomon sent him this message: "You know my father David was not able to build a temple for the name of the Lord his God. This was because of the warfare all around him, until the Lord put his enemies under his feet. The Lord my God has now given me rest on every side. There is no enemy or misfortune. So I plan to build a temple for the name of the Lord my God. According to what the Lord promised my father David, I will put your son on your throne in your place, and he will build the temple for my name. Therefore, command the cedars from Lebanon to be cut down for me. My servants will be with your servants, and I will pay your servants' wages according to whatever you say. For you know that not a man among us knows how to cut timber like the Sidonians." When Hiram heard Solomon's words, he rejoiced greatly and said, "Blessed be the Lord today. He has given David a wise son to be over his great people." Then Hiram sent a reply to Solomon, saying, "I have heard your message. I will do everything you want regarding the cedar and cypress timber. My servants will bring the logs down from Lebanon to the sea, and I will make them into rafts to go by the sea to the place you indicate. I will break them apart there, and you can take them away. You can meet my needs by providing my household with food." So Hiram provided Solomon with all the cedar and cypress timber he wanted, and Solomon provided Hiram with 120,000 bushels of wheat as food for his household and 120,000 gallons of oil from crushed olives. Solomon did this for Hiram year after year. The Lord gave Solomon wisdom as he had promised. There was peace between Hiram and Solomon, and the two of them made a treaty. Then King Solomon drafted forced laborers from all of Israel. The labor force numbered 30,000 men. He sent 10,000 to Lebanon each month in shifts. 1 month they were in Lebanon, 2 months they were at home. Adoram was in charge of the forced labor. Solomon had 70,000 porters and 80,000 stonecutters in the mountains, not including his 3,300 deputies in charge of the work. They supervised the people during the work. The king commanded them to quarry large, costly stones to lay the foundation of the temple with dressed stones. So Solomon's builders and Hiram's builders, along with the Gibeonites, quarried the stone and prepared the timber and stone for the temple's construction. Solomon began to build the temple for the Lord in the 480th year after the Israelites came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of his reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month. The temple that King Solomon built for the Lord was 90 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 45 feet high. The portico in front of the temple sanctuary was 30 feet long, extending across the temple's width, and 15 feet deep in front of the temple. He also made windows with beveled frames for the temple. He then built a chambered structure along the temple wall, encircling the walls of the temple, that is, the sanctuary and the inner sanctuary. And he made side chambers all around. The lowest chamber was 7.5 feet wide, and the middle was 9 feet wide, and the third was 10.5 feet wide. He also provided offset ledges for the temple all around the outside, so that nothing would be inserted into the temple walls. The temple's construction used finished stones cut at the quarry so that no hammer, chisel, or iron tool was heard in the temple while it was being built. The door for the lowest side chamber was on the right side of the temple. They went up straightway to the middle chamber, and from the middle to the third. When he finished building the temple, he paneled it with boards and planks of cedar. He built the chambers along the entire temple, joined the temple with cedar beams. Each story was 7.5 feet high. The word of the Lord came to Solomon. "As for this temple you are building, if you walk in my statutes, observe my ordinances, and keep all my commands by walking in them, I will fulfill my promise to you, which I made to your father David. I will dwell among the Israelites and not abandon my people Israel." When Solomon finished building the temple, he paneled the interior temple walls with cedar boards. From the temple floor to the surface of the ceiling, he overlaid the interior with wood. He also overlaid the floor with cypress boards. Then he lined 30 feet of the rear of the temple with cedar boards from the floor to the surface of the ceiling, and he built the interior as the inner sanctuary, the most holy place. The temple, that is, the sanctuary in front of the most holy place, was 60 feet long. The cedar paneling inside the temple was carved with ornamental gourds and flower blossoms. Everything was cedar, not a stone could be seen. He prepared the inner sanctuary inside the temple to put the Ark of the Lord's covenant there. The interior of the sanctuary was 30 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 30 feet high. He overlaid it with pure gold. He also overlaid the cedar altar. Next, Solomon overlaid the interior of the temple with pure gold. He hung gold chains across the front of the inner sanctuary and overlaid it with gold. So he added the gold overlay to the entire temple until everything was completely finished, including the entire altar that belongs to the inner sanctuary. In the inner sanctuary, he made 2 cherubim 15 feet high out of olive wood. One wing of the first cherubim was 7.5 feet long, and the other wing was 7.5 feet long. The wingspan was 15 feet from tip to tip. The second cherubim was also 15 feet. Both cherubim had the same size and shape. The first cherubim's height was 15 feet, and so was the second cherubim's. Then he put the cherubim inside the inner temple, since their wings were spread out. The first one's wings touched one wall, while the second one's wings touched the other wall. And in the middle of the temple, their wings were touching wing to wing. He also overlaid the cherubim with gold. He carved all the surrounding temple walls with carved engravings, cherubim, palm trees, and flower blossoms in the inner and outer sanctuaries. He overlaid the temple floor with gold in both the inner and outer sanctuaries. For this entrance of the inner sanctuary, he made olive wood doors. The pillars of the doorposts were 5-sided. The 2 doors were made of olive wood. He carved cherubim, palm trees, and flower blossoms on them, overlaid them with gold, hammering gold over the cherubim and the palm trees. In the same way, he made 4-sided olive wood doorposts for the sanctuary entrance. The 2 doors were made of cypress wood. The first door had 2 folding sides, and the second door had 2 folding panels. He carved cherubim, palm trees, and flower blossoms on them, and overlaid them with gold applied evenly over the carving. He built the inner courtyard with 3 rows of dressed stone and a row of trimmed cedar beams. The foundation of the Lord's temple was laid in Solomon's 4th year in the month of Ziv. In his 11th year, in the month of Bul, which is the 8th month, the temple was completed in every detail according to every specification, so he built it in 7 years. Solomon completed his entire palace complex after 13 years of construction. He built the house of the forest of Lebanon. It was 150 feet long, 70 feet wide, and 45 feet high on 4 rows of cedar pillars with cedar beams on top of the pillars. It was paneled above with cedar, and at the top of the chambers they rested on 45 pillars, 15 per row. There were 3 rows of windows, frames facing each other in 3 tiers. All the doors and doorposts were rectangular frames, and the openings facing each other in 3 tiers. He made the hall of pillars 75 feet long and 45 feet wide. A portico was in front of the pillars, and a canopy with pillars was in front of them. He made the hall of throne where he would judge the hall of judgment. It was paneled with cedar from floor to the rafters. Solomon's own palace where he would live in the other courtyard behind the hall was of similar construction. And he made a house like this hall of Pharaoh's daughter, his wife. All these buildings were of costly stone, cut to size and sawed with saws on the inner and outer surfaces, from the foundation to coping from the outside to the great courtyard. The foundation was made of large costly stones, 12 and 15 feet long. Above were the costly stones cut to size, as well as cedar wood. Around the great courtyard, as well as the inner courtyard of the Lord's temple, the portico of the temple, were 3 rows of dressed stone and a row of trimmed cedar beams. King Solomon had Hiram brought from Tyre. He was a widow's son from the tribe of Naphtali, and his father was a man of Tyre, a bronze craftsman. Hiram had great skill, understanding, and knowledge to do every kind of bronze work. So he came to King Solomon and carried out all his work. You don't need to, thanks. He cast 2 bronze pillars, each 27 feet high and 18 feet in circumference. He also made 2 capitals of cast bronze to set on top of the pillars. 7.5 feet was the height of the first capital, and 7.5 feet was the height of the second capital. The capitals on top of the pillars had gratings of lattice work, wreaths made of chain work, 7 for the first capital and 7 for the second. He made the pillars with 2 encircling rows of pomegranates on the one grating to cover the capital on top. he did the same for the second capital. And the capitals on top of the pillars in the portico were shaped like lilies, 6 feet high. The capitals on the 2 pillars were also immediately above the rounded surface next to the grating, and 200 pomegranates were in rows encircling each capital. He set up the pillars at the portico of the sanctuary. He set up the right pillar and named it Jachin. Then he set up the left pillar and named it Boaz. The tops of the pillars were shaped like lilies. Then the work of the pillars was completed. He made the cast metal basin 15 feet from brim to brim, perfectly round. It was 7.5 feet high and 45 feet in circumference. Ornamental gourds encircled it below the brim, 10 every half yard, completing encircling the basin. The gourds were cast in 2 rows when the basin was cast. It stood on 12 oxen, 3 facing north, 3 facing west, 3 facing south, and 3 facing east. The basin was on top of them, and all the hindquarters were toward the center. The basin was 3 inches thick, and its rim was fashioned like a brim of a cup or a lily blossom. It held 11,000 gallons. Then he made 10 bronze water carts. Each water cart was 6 feet long, 6 feet wide, and 4.5 feet high. This was the design of the carts. They had frames. The frames were between the cross pieces, and on the frames between the cross pieces were lions, oxen, cherubim, and on the cross pieces there was a pedestal. Above and below the lions and oxen were wreaths hanging work. Each cart had 4 bronze wheels with bronze axles. Underneath the 4 corners of the basin were cast supporters, each next to the wreath. And the water carts opening inside the crown on top was 18 inches wide. The opening was round, made as a pedestal, 27 inches wide. On it were carvings, but their frames were square, not round. There were 4 wheels under the frames, and the wheel axles were part of the water cart. Each wheel was 27 inches tall. Let me finish this section. The wheel's design was similar to that of the chariot wheels. Their axles, rims, spokes, and hubs were all of cast metal. 4 supporters were on the 4 corners of each water cart. Each supporter was 1 piece with the water cart. At the top of the cart was a band 9 inches high encircling it. It also, at the top of the cart, its braces and its frames were 1 piece with it. He engraved cherubim, lions, palm trees on the plates of its braces and on its frames, wherever each had space, with encircling wreaths. In the ways he made the 10 carts, using the same casting dimensions and shape for all of them. Then he made 10 bronze basins. Each basin held 220 gallons. Each was 6 feet wide, 1 basin for each of the 10 water carts. He set 5 water carts on the right side of the temple and 5 on the left side. He put the basin near the right side of the temple toward the southeast. Then Hiram made the basins, the shovels, and the sprinkling basins. So Hiram finished all the work that he was doing for King Solomon, the Lord's temple. 2 pillars, bowls for the capitals that were on top of the 2 pillars, the 2 gratings for covering both bowls of the capitals that were on top of the pillars, the 400 pomegranates for the 2 gratings, 2 rows of pomegranates for each grating covering both capital bowls on top of the pillars, the 10 water carts, the 10 basins on the water carts, the basin, the 12 oxen underneath the basin, the pots, the shovels, and sprinkling basins, all the utensils that Hiram made for King Solomon at the Lord's temple were made of burnished bronze. The king had them cast in clay molds in the Jordan Valley between Succoth and Zareth. Solomon left all the utensils unweighed because there were so many. The weight of the bronze was not determined. Solomon also made all the equipment in the Lord's temple: the gold altar, the gold table that the bread of the presence was placed on, the pure gold lampstands in front of the 5 inner sanctuary, 5 on the right and 5 on the left, the gold flowers, lamps, and tongs, the pure gold ceremonial bowls, wick trimmers, sprinkling basins, ladles, and fire pans, and gold hinges for the doors of the inner temple, that is, the most holy place, and for the doors of the temple sanctuary. So all the work King Solomon did in the Lord's temple was completed. Then Solomon brought in the consecrated things of his father David, the silver, the gold, and the utensils, and put them in the treasury of the Lord's temple.
Where did you leave off? At that time, Solomon assembled the elders of Israel, all the tribal heads and the ancestral leaders of the Israelites before him at Jerusalem in order to bring the ark to the Lord's covenant from the city of David, that is Zion. So all the men of Israel were assembled in the presence of King Solomon in the month of Ethiam, which is the 7th month at the festival. All the elders of Israel came, and the priests picked up the ark. The priests and the Levites came. The Levites brought the ark of the Lord, the tent of the meeting, and the holy utensils that were in the tent. King Solomon and the entire congregation of Israel, who had gathered around him and were with him in front of the ark, were sacrificing sheep, goats, and cattle that could not be counted and numbered, because there were so many. The priests brought the ark of the Lord's covenant to its place into the inner sanctuary of the temple, to the most holy, beneath the wings of the cherubim. For the cherubim were spreading their wings over the place of the ark, so that the cherubim covered the ark and its poles from above. The poles were so long that their ends were seen from the holy place in front of the inner sanctuary, but they were not seen from the outside of the sanctuary. They were still there today. They are still there today. Nothing was in the ark except the 2 stone tablets that Moses had put there at Horeb, where the Lord made a covenant with the Israelites when they came out of the land of Egypt. When the priests came out of the holy place, the cloud filled the Lord's temple, and because of the cloud, the priests were not able to continue ministering, for the glory of the Lord filled the temple. Then Solomon said, "The Lord said he would dwell in total darkness. I have indeed built an exalted temple for you, a place for your dwelling forever." The king turned around and blessed the entire congregation of Israel while they were standing. He said, "Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, who spoke directly to my father David, and he has fulfilled the promise that by his power. He said, since the day I brought my people Israel out of Egypt, I have not chosen a city to build a temple in among any of the tribes of Israel, so that my name would be there. But I have chosen David to rule my people, Israel. My father David had a heart set on building a temple for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. But the Lord said to my father David, since your heart was set on building a temple for my name, you have done well to have this desire, yet you are not the one to build it. Instead, your son, your own offspring, will build. Oh, I just got it. No, I just got up here. I'll read. Okay, I'll read till 5. That's good. Yet you are not the one to build it. Instead, your son, your offspring, will build it for my name's sake. The Lord has fulfilled what he promised. I have taken the place of my father David. I sit on the throne of Israel as the Lord promised. I have built the temple for the Lord, for the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. I have provided a place there for the ark where the Lord's covenant is that he made with our ancestors. Then he brought them out of the land of Egypt. Then Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord in front of the entire congregation of Israel and spread out his hands towards heaven. He said, Lord God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven above or on earth. Below. Who keeps the gracious covenant with your servants, who walk before you with all their heart, who have kept what you promised to your servant, my father David. You spoke directly to him, and you fulfilled your promises by your power, as it is today. Therefore, Lord God of Israel, keep what you have promised to your servant, my father David. You will never fail to have Father David. No, you will never fail to have a man to sit before me on the throne of Israel. If only my sons take care to walk before me as you have walked before me. Now, Lord God of Israel, please confirm what you have promised to your servant, my father David. But will God indeed live on earth? Even heaven, the highest heaven, cannot contain you, much less this temple I have built. Listen to your servant's prayer and petition, Lord my God, so that you may hear the cry and the prayer that your servant prays before you today, so that your eyes may watch over this temple night and day toward the place where you said, my name will be here, and so that you may hear the prayer that your servant prays towards this place. Hear the petition of your servant and your prayer and your people Israel, which they pray toward this place. May you hear in your dwelling place in heaven. May you hear and forgive. When a man sins against his neighbor and is forced to take an oath, and he comes to take an oath before your altar in this temple, may he hear in heaven and act. May you judge your servants, condemning the wicked man by bringing what he has done on his own head and providing justice for the righteous by renewing him according to his righteousness. When your people Israel are defeated before an enemy because they have sinned against you, and they return to you and praise your name, and they pray and plead for you for your mercy in this temple. May you hear in heaven and forgive the sins of your people, Israel. May you restore them. To the land you give their ancestors. When the skies are shut and there is no rain because they have sinned against you and have prayed toward this place and praised your name, and they turn from their sins because you are afflicting them, may you hear in heaven and forgive the sins of your servants and your people Israel, so that you may teach them to walk on the good way. May you send rain on your land that you gave your people for an inheritance. When there is famine in the land, when there is pestilence, when there is blight and mildew, locust and grasshopper, when their enemy besieges them in the land and its cities, when there is any plague or illnesses, every prayer or petition that any person or that all the people Israel may have, they each know their own affliction. As they spread out their hands towards this temple, may you hear in heaven your dwelling place, and may you forgive, act, and give everyone according to all their ways. No, Kason, will you go grab my orange drink from your dad? Thank you, baby. I forgot where I left off. May you hear in heaven your dwelling place, and may you forgive, act, and give to everyone according to all their ways. Since you know each heart, for you alone know every human heart, so that they may fear you all the days they live on the land. You gave our ancestors, even for the foreigner, who is not of your people, Israel, but has come from a distant land, because of your name. Then all the peoples of the earth will know your name to fear you as your people Israel do, and to know that this temple I have built bears your name. When your people go out to fight against their enemies, whenever you send them, and they pray to the Lord in the direction of the city you have chosen, and the temple I have built for your name, May you hear their prayer and petition in heaven and uphold their case when they sin against you. For there is no one who does not sin, and you are angry with them and hand them over to the enemy, and their captors deport them to the enemy's court, whether distant or nearby. And when they come to their senses in the land where they were deported and repent and petition you in their captors' land. We have sinned and done wrong. We have been wicked. And when they return to you with all their heart and all their soul in the land of their enemies, they took them captive. And when they pray to you in the direction of their land that you gave their ancestors, the city they have chosen, and the temple I have built for your name, may you hear in heaven, your dwelling place, their prayer and petition and uphold their cause. May you forgive your people who sinned against you and all their rebellions against you. And may you grant them compassion before their captors, so that they may treat them compassionately. For they are your people and your inheritance. You brought them out of Egypt, out of the middle of the iron furnace. May your eyes be open to your servant's petition and to the petition of your people Israel, listening to them whenever they call to you. For you, Lord God, have set them apart as your inheritance from all people of the earth, as you spoke through your servant Moses when you brought our ancestors out of Egypt. When Solomon finished praying this entire prayer and petition to the Lord, he got up from kneeling before the altar of the Lord with his hands spread out toward heaven. And he stood and blessed the whole congregation of Israel with a loud voice. Blessed be the Lord. He has given rest to his people Israel according to all he has said. Not one of all the good promises he made through his servant Moses has failed. May the Lord your God be with us as he was with our ancestors. May he not abandon us or leave us, so that he causes us to be devoted to him, to walk in all his ways and to keep his commands, statutes, and ordinances, which he commanded our ancestors. May my words with which I have made my petitions before the Lord be near the Lord our God. Day and night may he uphold his servants' cause and the cause of his people Israel. As each day requires, may all the peoples of the earth know that the Lord is God. There is no other. Be wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord our God, to walk in his statutes and to keep his commands, as it is today. The king and all Israel with him were offering sacrifices to the Lord in the Lord's presence. Solomon offered a sacrifice of fellowship offering to the Lord 22,000 cattle and 120,000 sheep and goats. In this manner, the king and all the Israelites dedicated the Lord's temple. On the same day, the king consecrated the middle of the courtyard that was in front of the Lord's temple, because that was where he offered the burnt offering, the grain offering, and the fat of the fellowship offering. Since the bronze altar before the Lord was too small to accommodate the burnt offering, the grain offering, and the fat offering of the fellowship offering, Solomon and all Israel with him, a great assembly from the entrance of Hamath at the brook of Egypt, observed the festivals at that time in the presence of the Lord our God, 7 days and 7 more days, 14 days. On the 15th day, he sent the people away, so they blessed the king and went to their homes rejoicing and with happy hearts for all the goodness that the Lord had done for his servant David and his servant and his people Israel. When Solomon finished building the temple of the Lord, the royal palace and all Solomon desired to do, the Lord appeared to Solomon a second time, just as he had appeared to him at Gibeon. The Lord said to him, I have heard your prayer and petition you have made before me. I have consecrated this temple you have built to put my name there forever. My eyes and my heart will be there at all times. As for you, if you walk before me as your father David walked, with a heart of integrity and in what is right, doing everything I have commanded you, and if you keep my statutes and ordinances, I will establish your royal throne over Israel forever. As I promised your father David, you will never fail to have a man on the throne of Israel. If you and your sons turn away from following me and do not keep my commands, my statutes that I have set before you, and if you go and serve other gods and bow and worship to them, I will cut off Israel from the land I gave them, and I will reject the temple I have sanctified for my name. Israel will become an object of scorn and ridicule among all peoples. Though this temple is now exalted, everyone who passes by will be appalled and will scoff. They will say, why did the Lord do this to the land and this temple? Then they will say, because they abandoned the Lord their God, who brought them, their ancestors, out of the land of Egypt. They held on to other gods and bowed in worship to them and served them. Because of this, the Lord brought all this ruin on them. At the end of 20 years, during which Solomon had built the 2 houses, the Lord's temple and the royal palace, King Hiram of Tyre, having supplied him the cedars and cypress logs and gold for his every wish, King Solomon gave Hiram 20 towns in the land of Gilead. So Hiram went out from Tyre to look over the towns of Solomon. Had given him. I lost my thought. But he was not pleased with them. So he said, what are these towns you have given me, my brother? So he called them the land of Caleb, as they are still called today. Now Hiram had sent the king 9,000 pounds of gold. Ooh. This is the account of the forced labor that King Solomon had imposed to build the Lord's temple, his own palace, in supporting terraces and the wall of Jerusalem and Hazor, Midian, Megiddo, and Gezer. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, had attacked and captured Gezer. He then burned it, killed the Canaanites who lived in the city, and gave it as a dowry 9:16 to his daughter Solomon's wife. Then Solomon rebuilt Gezer, Lower Beth Horon, Baalahath, Tamar, in the wilderness of Judah, all the storage cities that belonged to Solomon, the Cherium. Oh, 1 Kings 9:16-18. All the storage cities that belonged to Solomon, the chariot cities, the cavalry cities, and whatever Solomon desired to build in Jerusalem, Lebanon, and wherever else in the land of his dominion. As for all the peoples who remained of the Amorites, Hittites, Pezerites, Havites, and Jebusites, who were not Israelites, their descendants who remained in the land after them, those whom the Israelites were unable to destroy completely, Solomon imposed forced labor on them. It is still that way today. But Solomon did not consign the Israelites to slavery. They were soldiers, his servants and commanders, his captains and commanders of his chariot, of his cavalry. These were the deputies who were over Solomon's work, 550, who supervised the people doing the work. Pharaoh's daughter moved from the city of David to the house of Solomon, had built her for her. He then built the what is that word? Terraces 3 times a year. I can't say it. Solomon offered burnt offerings and fellowship offerings on the altar he had built for the Lord, and he burnt incense with them in the Lord's presence. So he completed the temple. King Solomon put together a fleet of ships at Ezion-Geber, which is near Eloth, on the shore of the Red Sea at the land of Edom. With the fleet, Hiram sent his servants, experienced seamen, according to Solomon's servants. They went to Ophir and acquired gold there, 16 tons, and delivered it to Solomon. The queen of Sheba heard about Solomon's fame, connected with the name of the Lord, and came to test him with difficult questions. She came to Jerusalem with a large entourage of camels bearing spices, gold, and great abundance, and precious stones. She came to Solomon and spoke to him about everything that was on her mind. So Solomon answered all her questions. Nothing was too difficult for the king to explain to her. When the king of Sheba observed all of Solomon's wisdom, the palace he had built, the food at his table, his servants' residence, and his attendants' service, and their attire. Oh no, you're good. I was just watching the car going back. His cupbearers and the burnt offerings he offered at the Lord's temple. He took her breath away. She said to the king, "The report I heard in my own country about your words and about your wisdom is true. But I didn't believe the report until I came and saw with my own eyes. Indeed, I was not even told half. Your wisdom and prosperity far exceeds the report I heard. How happy are your men? How happy are these servants of yours who always stand in your presence, hearing your wisdom. Blessed be the Lord your God. He delighted in you and put you on the throne of Israel because of the Lord's eternal love for Israel. He has made you king to carry out justice and righteousness." Then she gave the king 4.5 tons of gold, a great quantity of spices and precious stones. Never again did such a quantity of spices arrive as those the queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. In addition, Hiram's fleet that carried gold from Ophir brought from Ophir a large quantity of almug wood and precious stones. The king made the almug wood into steps for the Lord's temple and the king's palace, and into lyres and harps for the singers. Never before did such among wood arrive, and the like has not been seen again. King Solomon gave the queen of Sheba her every desire, whatever she asked, besides what he had given her out of his royal abundance. Then she, along with her servants, returned to her own country. The weight of the gold that came to Solomon annually was 25 tons, besides what came from merchants, traders, merchandise, and all the Arabian kings and governments of the land. King Solomon made 200 large shields of hammered gold. 15 pounds of gold went into each shield. He made 300 small shields of hammered gold. Nearly 4 pounds of gold went into each shield. The king put them in the house of the forest of Lebanon. The king also made a large ivory throne and overlaid it with fine gold. The throne had 6 steps. There was a rounded top at the back of the throne, armrests on either side of the seat, and 2 lions standing beside the armrest. 12 lions were standing there on the 6 steps, one at each end. Nothing like it had ever been made in any other kingdom. All of King Solomon's drinking cups were gold, and all of the utensils of the house of the forest of Lebanon were pure gold. There was no silver, since it was considered as nothing in Solomon's time. For the king had ships of Tarshish at sea with Hiram's fleet. And once every 3 years, the ships of Tarshish would arrive bearing gold, silver, ivy, apes, and peacocks. King Solomon surpassed all the kings of the world in riches and wisdom. The whole world wanted an audience of Solomon to hear the wisdom that God had put in his heart. Every man would bring his annual tribute items of silver and gold, clothing and weapons, silver, spices and horses and mules. Solomon accumulated 1,400 chariots and 12,000 horsemen, stationed them in the chariot cities with the king of Jerusalem. The king made silver as common as Jerusalem as stones, and he made cedar as abundant as sycamore in the Judean foothills. Solomon's horses were imported from Egypt and Cu. The king's traders brought them from Cu at the going price. A chariot was imported from Egypt for 15 pounds of silver, and a horse 4 pounds. In the same way, they exported them to all the kings of the Hittites and to the kings of Aram through their agents. King Solomon loved many foreign women in addition to Pharaoh's daughters, Moabite, Ammonites, Edomites, Sidonites, and Hittite women from the nations about which the Lord had told the Israelites, "You must not intermarry with them, and they must not intermarry with you, because they will turn your hearts away to follow their gods." To these women, Solomon was deeply attached in love. He had 700 wives who were princesses and 300 who were concubines, and they turned his heart away. When Solomon was old, his wives turned his heart away to follow other gods. He was not wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord his God, and his father David had been. Solomon followed Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonites, and Milcom, and Abihoret, idol of the Amorites. Solomon did what was evil in the Lord's sight, and unlike his father David, he did not remain loyal to the Lord. At that time, Solomon built a high place of Chemosh and the Abhorrent idol of Moab, and for Milcom, the Abhorrent idol of the Amorites on the hill across from Jerusalem. He did the same for all his foreign wives, who were burning incense and offering sacrifice to their gods. The Lord was angry with Solomon because his heart had turned away from the Lord, the God of Israel, who had appeared to him twice. He had commanded him about this, so that he would not follow other gods. But Solomon did not do what the Lord had commanded. Then the Lord said to Solomon, "Since you have done this and did not keep my covenant and my statutes, which I commanded you, I will tear the kingdom away from you and give it to your servant. However, I will not do it during your lifetime for the sake of your father David. I will tear it out of your son's hand, yet I will not tear the entire kingdom away from him. I will give one tribe to your son for the sake of my servant David and for the sake of Jerusalem that I chose." So the Lord raised up Hadad and the Edomite, as an enemy against Solomon. He was of royal family in Edom. Earlier, when David was in Edom, Joab, the commander of the army, had gone to bury the dead and had struck down every male of For Joab and all Israel had remained there 6 months, until he had killed every male of Edom. Hadad fled to Egypt along with some Edomites from his father's servants. At the time Hadad was a small boy. Hadad and his men set out from Midian and went to Paran. They took men with them from Paran and went to Egypt. The Pharaoh king of Egypt, who had Hadad a house, ordered that he had been given food and gave him land. Pharaoh liked Hadad so much that he gave him a wife, the sister of his own wife, Queen Taphanes. Taphanes, his sister, gave birth to Hadad's Genubath. Taphanes herself weaned him in Pharaoh's place, and Genubath, not it, lived there among their Pharaoh's son. When Hadad heard of Egypt, that David rested with his ancestors, and that Joab, the commander of his armies, was dead, Hadad said to Pharaoh, "Let me leave so I may go to my country." But Pharaoh asked him, "What do you lack here for me for you to want to go back to your own country?" "Nothing," he replied. "Please let me leave." God raised up Rezon, son of Eliada, as an enemy against Solomon. Rezon had fled from his master, King Hazaedar of Zobah, and gathered men to himself. He became leader of a raiding party when David killed the Zobrites. He went to Damascus, lived there, and became king of Damascus. Rezon was Israel's enemy throughout Solomon's reign. Adding to the trouble Hadad had caused. He reigned over Aram and loathed Israel. Now Solomon's servants, Jeroboam, son of Nebat, was an Ephraimite from Zeradah. His widow mother's name was Zerah. Jeroboam rebelled against Solomon, and this is the reason he rebelled against the king. Solomon had built the supporting terraces and repaired the opening of the wall of the city of his father David. Now the man Jeroboam was capable, and Solomon noticed the young man because he was getting things done. So he appointed him over the entire labor force of the house of Joseph. During that time, the prophet Elijah, the Shilonite, met Jeroboam on the road as Jeroboam came out of Jerusalem. Now, Ahijah had wrapped himself with a new cloak, and the two of them were alone in the open field. Then Ahijah took hold of the new cloak he had on, tore it into 12 pieces, and said to Jeroboam, "Take 10 pieces for yourself, for this is what the Lord God of Israel says, I am about to tear the kingdom out of Solomon's hand. I will give you 10 tribes, but one tribe will remain his, for for the sake of my servant David, and for the sake of Jerusalem, the city I chose out of all the tribes of Israel. For they have abandoned me. They have bowed down to Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Sidonites, to Sheremoth, the god of Moab, and Milcom, the god of the Amorites. They have not walked in my ways to do what is right in my sight, and to carry out my statutes and my judgments as his father David did. However, I will not take the whole kingdom from him, but will let him be ruler all the days of his life for the sake of my servant David, whom I chose and who kept my commands and my statutes. I will take 10 tribes of the kingdom from his son and give them to you. I will give one tribe to his son, so that my servant David will always have a lamp before me in Jerusalem, the city I chose for myself to put my name there. I will appoint you, and you will reign as king over all you want, and you will be king over Israel. Let me get to 5:30. After that, if you obey all I command, walk in my ways, and do what is right in my sight, in order to keep my statutes and my commands, as my servant David did, I will be with you. I will build you a lasting dynasty, just as I built for David, and I will give you Israel. I will humble David's descendants because of their unfaithfulness, but not forever. Therefore, Solomon tried to kill Jeroboam, but he fled to Egypt to kill Shishak of Egypt, where he remained until Solomon's death. The rest of the events of Solomon's reign, along with his accomplishments and his wisdom, are written in the book of Solomon's events. The length of Solomon's reign in Jerusalem, all Israel, totaled 40 years. Solomon rested with his ancestors and was buried in the city of his father David. His son Rehoboam became king in his place. Then Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel had gone to Shechem to make him king. When Jeroboam, son of Nebat, heard about it, he stayed in Egypt, where he had fled from King Solomon's presence. Jeroboam stayed in Egypt, but they summoned him, and Jeroboam and a whole assembly of Israel came and spoke to Rehoboam. Your father made your yoke harsh, therefore lighten your father's harsh service and the heavy yoke he puts on us, and we will serve you. Rehoboam replied, Go away for 3 days, and then return to me. So the people left. Then King Rehoboam consulted with the elders who had served his father Solomon when he was alive, asking, How do you advise me to respond to this people? They replied, Today, if you will be a servant to this people and serve them, and if you respond to them by speaking kind to them, they will be your servants forever. But he rejected the advice of the elders who had advised them and counseled with the young man who had grown up with him and attended him. He asked them, "What message do you advise that we send back to this people?" Who said to him, lighten the yoke your father put on us." The young men who had grown up with him told him, "This is what you should say to this people who said to you, 'Your father made our yoke heavy, but you make it light on us.' This is what you should tell them. My little finger is thicker than my father's waist. Although my father burdened you with a heavy yoke, I will add to your yoke. My father disciplined you with the whips, but I will discipline you with the barbed whips." So Jeroboam and all the people came to Rehoboam on the third day, as the king had ordered. "Return to me on the third day." Then the king answered the people harshly. He rejected the advice of the elders had given him, and spoke to them according to the young man's advice. "My father made a heavy yoke, but I will add to your yoke. My father disciplined you with whips, but I will discipline you with barbed whips." The king did not listen to the people, because this turn of event came from the Lord to carry out his word, which the Lord had spoken through Ahijah the Shilonite to Jeroboam, son of Nebat. When all of Israel saw that the king had not listened to them, the people answered him, "What portion do we have in David? If we have no inheritance in the son of Jesse. Israel, return to your tents. David, now look after your own house." So Israel went to their own tents, but Rehoboam resigned over the Israelites, leaving the city to Judah. Then King Rehoboam sent Adoram, who was in charge of forced labor, but all Israel stoned him to death. King Rehoboam managed to get into the chariot and flee to Jerusalem. Israel is still in rebellion against the house of David today. When all Israel heard that Jeroboam had come back, they summoned him to the assembly and made him king over all Israel. No one followed the house of David except the tribe of Judah alone. When Rehoboam arrived in Jerusalem, he mobilized 180,000 fit young soldiers from the entire house of Judah and the tribe of Benjamin to fight against the house of Israel to restore the kingdom to Rehoboam, son of Solomon. But the word of God came to Shimei, the man of God. "Say to Rehoboam, son of Solomon, king of Judah, to the whole house of Judah and Benjamin, to the rest of the people, this is what the Lord says. You are to march and fight against your brothers, the Israelites. Each of you return home, for this situation is from me." So they listened to the word of the Lord, and they went back according to the word of the Lord. Jeroboam built Shechem in the house of in the hill country of Ephraim, and lived there. From there he went out and built Peniel. Jeroboam said to himself, "The kingdom might now return to the house of David." Did you guys come to? You want to let them? Yeah.
Kings 12. Jeroboam's idolatry. Jeroboam built Shechem in the hill country of Ephraim and lived there. From there he went out and built Penuel. Jeroboam said to himself, the kingdom might now return to the house of David. If these people regularly go to offer sacrifices in the Lord's temple in Jerusalem, the heart of these people will return to their lord, King Rehoboam of Judah. They will kill me and go back to the king of Judah. So the king sought the advice, and he made 2 golden calves, and he said to the people, go to Jerusalem. Going to Jerusalem is too difficult for you. Israel, here are your gods, who brought you up from the land of Egypt. He set up one in Bethel, and he put the other in Dan. This led to sin. The people walked in procession before one of the calves all the way to Dan. Jeroboam also made shrines on the high places. He made priests from the ranks of the people who were not Levites. Jeroboam made a festival in the 8th month and the 15th day of the month, like the festival of Judah. He offered sacrifices on the altar. He made his offering in Bethel to sacrifice to the calves he had made. He also stationed the priests in Bethel for the high places he had made. He offered sacrifices on the altar he had set up in Bethel on the 15th day of the 8th month. He chose this month on his own. He made a festival for the Israelites, offering sacrifices on the altar and burned incense. Judgment on Jeroboam. A man of God came, however, from Judah to Bethel. By the word of the Lord, while Jeroboam was standing beside the altar to burn incense, the man of God cried out against the altar by the word of the Lord, altar, altar. This is what the Lord says, a son will be born to the house of David named Josiah, and he will sacrifice on you the priests of the high places who are burning incense on you. Human bones will be burned on you. He gave a sign that day. He said, this is the sign that the Lord has spoken. The altar will now be ripped apart, and the ashes that are on it will be poured out. When the king heard the message that the man of God had cried out against the altar at Bethel, Jeroboam stretched out his hand from the altar and said, arrest him. But the hand he stretched out against him withered, and he could not pull it back to himself. The altar was ripped apart, and the ashes poured from the altar according to the sign that the man of God had given by the word of the Lord. Then the king responded to the man of God, plead for favor of the Lord your God and pray for me so that my hand may be restored to me. So the man of God pleaded for the favor of the Lord, and the king's hand was restored to him, and he became as it had been at first. Then the king declared to the man of God, come home with me, refresh yourself, and I will give you a reward. But the man of God replied, if you were to give me half your house, I still wouldn't go with you, and I wouldn't eat food or drink water in this place. For this is what I was commanded by the word of the Lord. You must not eat food or drink water or go back the way you came. So he went another way. He did not go back the way that he had come to Bethel. The old prophet and the man of God. Now a certain old prophet was living in Bethel, and his son came and told him all the deeds the man of God had done that day in Bethel. His sons also told their father the words that he had spoken to the king. And when their father asked them, which way did he go? The sons had seen the way taken by the man of God who had come from Judah. Then he said to his sons, saddle the donkey for me. So they saddled the donkey for him, and he got on it. He followed the man of God and found him sitting under an oak tree. He asked him, are you the man of God who came from Judah? I am, he said. Then he said to him, come home with me and eat some food. But he answered, I cannot go back with you or accompany you. I will not eat food or drink water with you in this place. For a message came to me by the word of the Lord, you must not eat food or drink water there or go back by the way you came. He said to him, I am also a prophet like you. An angel spoke to me by the word of the Lord, bring him back with you to your house so that he may eat food and drink water. The old prophet deceived him. And the man of God went back with him, ate food in his house, and drank water. And while they were sitting at the table, the word of the Lord came to the prophet who had brought him back. And the prophet cried out to the man of God who had come from Judah, "This is what the Lord says, because you rebelled against the Lord's command and did not keep the command that the Lord your God commanded you, but you went back and ate food and drank water in the place that he said to you, 'Do not eat food and do not drink water. Your corpse will never reach the grave of your ancestors.'" So after he had eaten food and after he had drunk, the old prophet saddled the donkey for the prophet he had brought back. And when he left, a lion attacked him along the way and killed him. His corpse was thrown on the road, and the donkey was standing beside it. The lion was standing beside the corpse too. There were men passing by who saw the corpse thrown on the road and the lion standing beside it, and they went and spoke about it in the city where the old prophet lived. When the prophet who had brought him back from his way heard about it, he said, "He is the man of God who disobeyed the Lord's command. The Lord has given him to the lion, and it has mauled and killed him, according to the word that the Lord he spoke to him." Then the old prophet instructed his sons, "Saddle the donkey for me." They saddled it, and he went out and found the corpse down the road, the donkey and the lion standing beside the corpse. The lion had not eaten the corpse or mauled the donkey. So the prophet lifted the corpse of the man, laid it on the donkey, and brought him back. And the old prophet came into the city to mourn and bury him. Then he laid the corpse in his own grave, and they mourned over him, "Oh, my brother." After he had buried him, he said to his sons, "When I die, bury me in the grave where the man of God is buried. Lay my bones beside his bones. For the message that he cried out by the word of the Lord against the altar in Bethel and against all the shrines of the high places in the cities of Samaria is certain to happen." Even after this, Jeroboam did not repent of his evil way, but again made priests for the high places from the ranks of the people. He ordained whoever so desired it, and they became priests of the high places. This was the sin that caused the house of Jeroboam to be cut off and obliterated from the face of the earth. Disaster on the house of Jeroboam. At the time, Abijah, son of Jeroboam, became sick. Jeroboam said to his wife, "Go, disguise yourself, so they won't know that you are Jeroboam's wife, and go to Shiloh. The prophet Ahijah is there. It was he who told about me becoming king over this people. Take with you 10 loaves of bread, some of cakes, and a jar of honey, and go to him. He will tell you what will happen to the boy." So Jeroboam's wife did that. She went to Shiloh and arrived at Ahijah's house. Ahijah could not see. He was blind due to his age. But the Lord had said to Ahijah, "Jeroboam's wife is coming soon to ask you about her son, for he is sick. You are to say such and such to her when she arrives. She will be disguised." When Ahijah heard the sound of her feet entering the door, he said, "Come in, wife of Jeroboam. Why are you disguised? I have bad news for you. Go tell Jeroboam that this is what the Lord God of Israel says. I raised you up from among the people, appointed you ruler over my people, Israel, tore the kingdom away from the house of David and gave it to you. But you were not like my servant David, who kept my commands and followed me with all of his heart, doing only what is right in my sight. You behaved more wickedly than all who were before you. In order to anger me, you have proceeded to make for yourself other gods and cast images, but you have flung me behind your back. Because of this, I am about to bring disaster to the house of Jeroboam. I will wipe out all of Jeroboam's males, both slave and free. In Israel, I will sweep away the house of Jeroboam as one sweeps away the dung until it is all gone. Anyone who belongs to Jeroboam and dies in the city, the dogs will eat, and anyone who dies in the field, the birds will eat, for the Lord has spoken. As for you, get up and go to your house. When your feet enter the city, the boy will die. All Israel will mourn for him and bury him. He alone, out of Jeroboam's house, will be given a proper burial, because out of the house of Jeroboam something favorable to the Lord God of Israel was found in him. The Lord will raise up for himself a king over Israel, who will wipe out the house of Jeroboam. And this is the day, yes, even today. For the Lord will strike Israel so that they will shake as a reed shakes in water. He will uproot Israel from the good soil that he gave to their ancestors. He will scatter them beyond the Euphrates, because they made their Asherah poles, angering the Lord. He will give up Israel because of Jeroboam's sins, and he committed and caused Israel to commit. Then Jeroboam's wife got up and left and went to Tirzah. As she was crossing the threshold of the house, the boy died. He was buried, and all of Israel mourned for him, according to the word of the Lord he had spoken through his servants and through the prophet Ahijah. As for the rest of the events of Jeroboam's reign, how he waged war and how he reigned, note that they are written in the historical records of Israel's kings. The length of Jeroboam's reign was 22 years. He rested with his ancestors, and his son Nadab became the king in his place. Judah's king Rehoboam. Now Rehoboam, Solomon's son, reigned in Judah. Rehoboam was 41 years old when he became king. He reigned 17 years in Jerusalem, the city where the Lord had chosen from all the tribes of Israel to put his name. Rehoboam's mother's name was Naamah the Ammonite. Judah did what was evil in the Lord's sight. They provoked him to jealous anger more than all that their ancestors had done with the sins they committed. They also built for themselves high places, sacred pillars, Asherah poles on every high hill and under every green tree. There were even male cult prostitutes in the land. They imitated all the detestable practices of the nations the Lord had dispossessed before the Israelites. In the 5th year of King Rehoboam, King Shishak of Egypt went to war against Jerusalem. He seized the treasuries of the Lord's temple and the treasuries of the royal palace. He took everything. He took all the gold shields that Solomon had made. King Rehoboam made bronze shields to replace them and committed them into the care of the captains of the guards who protected the entrance to the king's palace. Whenever the king entered the Lord's temple, the guards would carry the shields and they would take them back to the armory. The rest of the events of Rehoboam's reign, along with all his accomplishments, are written about in the historical record of Judah's kings. There was war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam throughout their reigns. Rehoboam rested with his ancestors and was buried with his ancestors in the city of David. His mother's name was Naamah the Ammonite. His son was Abijam, and he became king in his place. Judah's king, Abijam. In the 18th year of Israel's king, Jeroboam, son of Nebat, Abijam became king over Judah. He reigned 3 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Maacah, daughter of Abishalom. Abijam walked in all the sins of his father before him had committed, and he was not wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord his God, as ancestor David had been. But for the sake of David, the Lord his God gave him a lamp in Jerusalem by raising up his son after him and by preserving Jerusalem. For David did what was right in the Lord's sight, and he did not turn aside from anything he had commanded him in all the days of his life, except in the matter of Uriah the Hittite. There had been war between Rehoboam and Jeroboam all the days of Rehoboam's life. The rest of the events of Abijam's reign, along with all of his accomplishments, are written in the historical record of Judah's kings. There was also war between Abijam and Jeroboam. Abijam rested with his ancestors and was buried in the city of David. His son Asa became king in this place. Judah's king Asa. In the 20th year of Israel's king Jeroboam, Asa became king of Judah, and he reigned 41 years in Jerusalem. His grandmother's name was Maacah, daughter of Abishalom. Asa did what was right in the Lord's sight, as his ancestor David had done. He banished the male cult prostitutes from the land and removed all of the idols and the ancestors he made. He also removed his grandmother Maacah from the queen mother because she had made an obscene image of Asherah. Asa chopped down her obscene image and burned it in the Kidron Valley. The high places were not taken away, but Asa was wholeheartedly devoted to the Lord his entire life. He brought his father's consecrated gifts, his own consecrated gifts, into the Lord's temple, silver, gold, and utensils. There was war between Asa and the king Baasha of Israel throughout their reigns. Israel's king Baasha went to war against Judah. He built Ramah in order to keep anyone from leaving or coming to King Asa of Judah. And so Asa withdrew all the silver and gold that remained in the treasuries of the Lord's temple and the treasures of the royal palace and gave it to his servants. Then King Asa sent them to Ben-Hadad, son of Tabrimmon, son of Hezion, king of Aram, who lived in Damascus, saying, "There is a treaty between me and you, between my father and your father. Look, I have sent you a gift of silver and gold. Go and break your treaty with King Baasha of Israel, so he will withdraw from me." Ben-Hadad listened to King Asa and sent the commanders of his armies against the cities of Israel. He attacked Ijon, Dan, Abel-Beth-Maacah, all Chinnereth, and the whole land of Nephaliti. And when Baasha heard about it, he quit building Ramah and stayed in Tirzah. Then King Asa gave a command to everyone without exception in Judah, and they carried away the stones of Ramah and the timbers of Baasha had built it with. Then King Asa built Geba of Benjamin and Mizpah with them. The rest of all the events of Asa's reign, along with all of his might and all of his accomplishments, and the cities he built are written in the historical record of Judah's kings. But in his old age he developed a disease in his feet, and when Asa rested with his ancestors, was buried in the city of his ancestor David, his son Jehoshaphat became king in his place. Israel's king Nadab. Nadab, son of Jeroboam, became king over Israel in the second year of Judah's king Asa. He reigned over Israel 2 years. Nadab did what was evil in the Lord's sight and walked in the ways of his father and the sin he caused Israel to commit. Then Baasha, son of Ahijah and of the house of Issachar, conspired against Nadab, and Baasha struck him down at Gibbethon and the Philistines, while Nadab and all of Israel were besieging Gibbethon. In the third year of Judah's king Asa, Baasha killed Nadab and reigned in his place. When Baasha became king, he struck down the entire house of Jeroboam. He did not leave Jeroboam any survivors, but destroyed his families according to the word of the Lord he had spoken through his servant Ahijah the Shilonite. This was because Jeroboam had angered the Lord God of Israel by the sins he had committed and had caused Israel to commit. The rest of the events of Nadab's reign, along with all of his accomplishments, are written in the historical record of Israel's kings. And there was war between Asa and King Baasha of Israel throughout their reigns. Israel's king Baasha. In the third year of Judah's king Asa, Baasha, son of Ahijah, became king over all Israel, and he reigned in Tirzah 24 years. He did what was evil in the Lord's sight and walked in the ways of Jeroboam and the sin that he had caused Israel to commit. Now the word of the Lord came to Jehu, son of Hanani, against Baasha, because I raised you up from the dust and made you ruler over my people Israel, but you have walked in the ways of Jeroboam and have caused my people Israel to sin and angering me with their sins. Take note, I will eradicate Baasha and his house, and I will make your house like the house of Jeroboam, son of Nebat. Anyone who belongs to Baasha and dies in the city, the dogs will eat, and anyone who is his and dies in the field, the birds will eat. The rest of the events of Baasha's reign, along with all of his accomplishments and might, are written in the historical record of Israel's kings. Baasha rested with his ancestors and was buried in Tirzah. His son Elah became king in his place. But through the prophet Jehu, son of Hanani's word of the Lord also had come against Baasha and against his house because of all the evil he had done in the Lord's sight. His actions angered the Lord, and Baasha's house became like the house of Jeroboam, because he had struck it down. Israel's king Elah. In the 26th year of Judah's king Asa, Elah, son of Baasha, became king over Israel and reigned in Tirzah 2 years. His servant Zimri, commander of half of his chariots, conspired against him while Elah was in Tirzah getting drunk in the house of Arza, who was in charge of the household of Tirzah. In the 27th year of Judah's king Asa, Zimri went in and struck Elah down, killing him. Then Zimri became king in his place. When he became king, as soon as he was seated on the throne, Zimri struck down the entire house of Baasha. He did not leave a single male, including his kinsmen and his friends. So Zimri destroyed the entire house of Baasha, according to the word of the Lord he had spoken against Baasha through the prophet Jehu. This happened because of all the sins of Baasha and those of his son Elah, which they committed and caused Israel to commit, angering the Lord, God of Israel, with their worthless idols. The rest of the events of Elah's reign, along with all of his accomplishments, are written in the historical record of Israel's kings. Israel, King Zimri. In the 27th year of Judah's king, Asa, Zimri became king for 7 days in Tirzah. Now the troops were encamped against Gibbethon of the Philistines. And when these troops heard that Zimri had not only conspired, but had also struck down the king, then all of Israel made Omri, the army commander, king over Israel the very day in the camp. Omri went with all of Israel, marched up from Gibbethon, and besieged Tirzah. And when Zimri saw the city was captured, he entered the citadel of the royal palace and burned it down over himself. He died because of the sin he had committed by doing what was evil in the sight of the Lord, and by walking in the ways of Jeroboam and the sin that he had caused Israel to commit. The rest of the events of Zimri's reign, along with the conspiracy that he instigated, are written in the historical record of Israel's kings. At the time, the people of Israel were divided. Half of the people followed Tibni, son of Ginath, to make him king, and half followed Omri. However, the people who followed Omri proved stronger than those who followed Tibni, son of Ginath. So Tibni died, and Omri became king. Israel's king Omri. In the 23rd year of Judah's king Asa, Omri became king over Israel, and he reigned 12 years. He reigned 6 years in Tirzah, and then he bought the hill of Samaria from Shemar for 150 pounds of silver, and he went up the hill. He named the city he built Samaria based on the name Shemer, the owner of the hill. Omri did what was evil in the Lord's sight. He did more evil than all who were before him. He walked in all the ways of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, in every respect, and continued in his sins, and he caused Israel to commit, angering the Lord God of Israel with their worthless idols. The rest of the events of Omri's reign, along with his accomplishments and the might of he exercised, are written in the historical record of Israel's kings. Omri rested with his ancestors and was buried in Samaria. His son Ahab became king in his place. Israel's king Ahab. Ahab, son of Omri, became king over Israel in the 38th year of Judah's king Asa. Ahab, son of Omri, reigned over Israel in Samaria 22 years. But Ahab, son of Omri, did what was evil in the Lord's sight, more than all who were before him. Then it was following the sin of Jeroboam, son of Nebat, were not enough. He married Jezebel, the daughter of Ethbaal, king of the Sidonians, and then proceeded to serve Baal and worship and bow to him and worship to him. He set up an altar for Baal in the temple, and Baal that he had built in Samaria. Ahab also made an Asherah pole. Ahab did more to anger the Lord God of Israel than all the kings of Israel who were before him. And during his reign, Hiel the Bethelite built Jericho. At the cost of Abiram, his firstborn, he laid its foundation, and at the cost of Segub, his youngest, he finished its gates. According to the word of the Lord, he had spoken through Joshua, son of Nun. Elijah announces famine. Now Elijah, a Tishbite from the Gilead settlers, said to Ahab, "As the Lord God of Israel lives, in whose presence I stand, there will be no dew or rain during these years except by my command." When the word of the Lord came to him, "Leave here, turn eastward, and hide at the Wadi Cherith, where it enters the Jordan. You are to drink from the wadi. I have commanded the ravens to provide for you there." So he proceeded to do what the Lord commanded. Sure. Thank you. Elijah left and lived at the Wadi Cherith, where it enters the Jordan. The ravens kept bringing him bread and meat in the morning, and in the evening he would drink from the wadi. After a while, the wadi dried up because there had been no rain in the land. Elijah and the widow. Then the word of the Lord came to him, "Get up and go to Zarephath that belongs to Sidon and stay there. Look, I have commanded a woman who is a widow to provide for you there." So Elijah got up and went to Zarephath. And when he arrived at the city gate, there was a widow gathering wood. Elijah called to her and said, "Please, bring me a little water in a cup and let me drink." And as she went to get it, he called to her and said, "Please, bring me a piece of bread in your hand." But she said, "As the Lord your God lives, I don't have anything baked, only a handful of flour in the jar and a bit of oil in the jug. Just now I am gathering a couple of sticks in order to go prepare it for myself and my son so that we can eat it and die." Then Elijah said to her, "Don't be afraid. Go and do as you have said, but first make me a small loaf from it and bring it out to me. Afterward you may make some for yourself and your son. For this is what the Lord God of Israel says, the flour jar will not become empty, and the oil jug will not run dry until the day the Lord sends rain on the surface of the land." So she proceeded to do according to the word of Elijah. Then the woman, Elijah, and her household ate for many days. The flour jar did not become empty, and the oil jug did not run dry, according to the word the Lord had spoken through Elijah. The widow's son raised. After this, the son of the woman who owned the house became ill. His illness got worse until he stopped breathing. She said to Elijah, "Man of God, what do you have against me? You have come to call attention to my iniquity so that my son is put to death." But Elijah said to her, "Give me your son." So he took him from her arms, brought him up to the upstairs room where he was staying, and laid him on his own bed. And he cried out to the Lord, and he said, "Lord, my God, have you also brought tragedy on the widow I am staying with by killing her son?" Then he stretched himself out over the boy 3 times. He cried out to the Lord and said, "Lord, my God, please let this boy's life come into him again." So the Lord listened to Elijah, and the boy's life came into him again, and he lived. Then Elijah took the boy, brought him down from the upstairs room into the house, gave him to his mother, and Elijah said, "Look, your son is alive." And the woman said to Elijah, "Now I know that you are a man of God, and the Lord's word from your mouth is true. Amen. Elijah's message to Ahab. After a long time, the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the 3rd year. Go and present yourself to Ahab. I will send rain on the surface of the land. So Elijah went and presented himself to Ahab, and the famine was severe in Samaria. Ahab called for Obadiah, who was in charge of the palace. Obadiah was a man who greatly feared the Lord. He took 100 prophets and hid them, 50 men, to a cave, and provided them with food and water when Jezebel had slaughtered the Lord's prophets. Ahab said to Obadiah, Go throughout the land to every spring and to every wadi. Perhaps we'll find grass so that we can keep the horses and mules alive and not have to destroy the cattle. They divided the land between them in order to cover it. Ahab went one way by himself, Obadiah went the other way by himself. And while Obadiah was walking along the road, Elijah suddenly met him. When Obadiah recognized him, he fell face down and said, Is it you, my lord Elijah? It is I, he replied. Go tell your lord, Elijah is here. But Obadiah said, What sin have I committed that you are handing your servant over to Ahab to put me to death? As the Lord your God lives, there is no nation or kingdom where my Lord has not sent someone to search for you. And when he said he is not here, he made that kingdom or nation swear that they had not found you. Now you say, Go tell your Lord Elijah is here. But when I leave you, the Spirit of the Lord may carry you off to some place I don't know. Then when I go to report Ahab that he doesn't find you, he will kill me. But I, your servant, have feared the Lord from my youth. Wasn't it reported to my Lord what I did when Jezebel slaughtered the Lord's prophets? I hid 100 prophets of the Lord, 50 men to a cave, and I provided them with food and water. Now you say, Go tell your Lord Elijah is here. He will kill me. Then Elijah said, As the Lord of armies lives, in whose presence I stand today, I will present myself to Ahab. Obadiah went to meet Ahab and told him, and then Ahab went to meet Elijah. And when Ahab saw Elijah, Ahab said to him, Is that you, the one ruining Israel? He replied, I have not ruined Israel, but you and your father's family have, because you abandoned the Lord's commands and followed Baals. Now summon all Israel to meet me at Mount Carmel, along with 450 prophets of Baal and 400 prophets of Asherah who eat at Jezebel's table. Elijah at Mount Carmel. So Ahab summoned all the Israelites and gathered the prophets at Mount Carmel. Then Elijah approached all of the people and said, How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is, follow him. But the people didn't answer him a word. Then Elijah said to the people, I am the only remaining prophet of the Lord, but Baal's prophets are 450 men. Let 2 bulls be given to us. They are to choose 1 bull for themselves and cut it in pieces and place it on the wood, but not light the fire. I will prepare the other bull and place it on the wood, but not light the fire. Then you call the name of your God, and I will call the name of the Lord, the God who answers with fire. He is God. And all the people answered, That's fine. Then Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, Since you are so numerous, choose for yourselves 1 bull and prepare it first. And then call on the name of your God, but don't light the fire. And so they took the bull that he gave them, prepared it, and called on the name of Baal from morning until noon, saying, Baal, answer us. But there was no sound.